The Iliad of Homer, Book 1. The quarrel between Agamemnon and Achilles. Achilles withdraws from the war and sends his mother Thetis to ask to help the Trojans. Scene between Jove and Juno on Olympus. Sing, O goddess, the anger of Achilles, son of Peleus, that brought countless ills upon the Achaeans. Many a brave soul did it send hurrying down to Hades, and many a hero did it yield, a prey to dogs and vultures. For so were the counsels of Jove fulfilled from the day on which the son of Atreus, king of men, and great Achilles, first fell out with one another. And which of the gods was it that set them on to quarrel? It was the son of Jove and Leto, for he was angry with the king and sent a pestilence upon the host to plague the people, because the son of Atreus had dishonored Chryses his priest. Now Chryses had come to the ships of the Achaeans to free his daughter, and had brought with him a great ransom. Moreover, he bore in his hand the scepter of Apollo reed, with a suppliant's wreath, and he besought the Achaeans, but most of all the two sons of Atreus, who were their chiefs, sons of Atreus, he cried, and all other Achaeans, may the gods who dwell in Olympus grant you to sack the of Prime, and to reach your homes in safety, but free my daughter, and accept a ransom for her, in reverence to Apollo, son of Jove. On this the rest of the Achaeans, with one voice, were for respecting the priest and taking the ransom that he offered, but not so Agamemnon, who spoke fiercely to him and sent him roughly away. Old man, said he, let me not find you tarrying about our ships, nor yet coming hereafter. Your scepter of the god and your wreath shall profit you nothing. I will not free her. She shall grow old in my house at Argos, far from her own home, busying herself with her loom and visiting my couch. So go, and do not provoke me, or it shall be the worse for you. The old man feared him and obeyed. Not a word he spoke, but went by the shore of the sounding sea, and prayed apart to King Apollo, whom lovely Leto had borne. Hear me, he cried, O god of the silver bow, that protectest Chryse and holy Scylla, and rulest Tenedos with thy might. Hear me, O thou of Sminthi, if I have ever decked your temple with garlands, or burned your thigh bones in fat of bulls or goats, grant my prayer, and let your arrows avenge these my tears upon the Danaans. Thus did he pray, and Apollo heard his prayer. He came down furious from the summits of Olympus, with his bow and his quiver upon his shoulder, and the arrows rattled on his back. With the rage that trembled within him, he sat himself down away from the ships with a face as dark as night, and his silver bow rang death as he shot his arrow in the midst of them. First he smote their mules and their hounds, but presently he aimed his shafts at the people themselves, and all day long the pyres of the dead were burning. For 9 whole days he shot his arrows among the people, but upon the 10th day Achilles called them in assembly, moved thereto by Juno, who saw the Achaeans in their death throes and had compassion upon them. Then, when they were got together, he rose and spoke among them. Son of Atreus, said he, I deem that we should now turn roving home if we would escape destruction. For we are being cut down by war and pestilence at once. Let us ask some priest or prophet, or some reader of dreams, if the dreams too are of Jove, who can tell us why Phoebus Apollo is so angry, and say whether it is for some vow that we have broken, or hecatomb that we have not offered, and whether he will accept the savour of lambs without blemish, so as to take away the plague from us. With these words he sat down, and Calchas, son of Thestor, wisest of augurs, who knew things past, present, and to come, rose to speak. He it was who had guided the Achaeans with their fleet to Lilias, through the prophesyings with which Phoebus Apollo had inspired him. With all sincerity and goodwill he addressed them thus: Achilles, loved of heaven, you bid me tell you about the anger of King Apollo. I will therefore do so, but consider first and swear that you will stand by me heartily in word and deed. For I know that I shall offend one who rules the Argives with might, to whom all the Achaeans are in subjection. A plain man cannot stand against the anger of a king, who, if he swallow his displeasure now, will yet nurse revenge till he has wreaked it. Consider, therefore, whether or no you will protect me. And Achilles answered, Fear not, but speak as it is borne in upon you from heaven. For by Apollo Calchas, to whom you pray, and whose oracles you reveal to us, not a Danaan at our ships shall lay his hand upon you, while I yet live to look upon the face of the earth. No, not though you name Agamemnon himself, who is by far the foremost of the Achaeans. Thereon the seer spoke boldly. The god, he said, is angry neither about vow nor hecatomb, but for his priest's sake, whom Agamemnon has dishonored, in that he would not free his daughter, nor take a ransom for her. Therefore has he sent these evils upon yous, and will yet send others. He will not deliver the Danaans from this pestilence till Agamemnon has restored the girl without fee or ransom to her father, and has sent a holy hecatomb to Chryse. Thus we may perhaps appease him. With these words he sat down, and Agamemnon rose in anger. His heart was black with rage, and his eyes flashed fire as he scowled on Calchas and said, Seer of evil, you never yet prophesied smooth things concerning me, but have ever loved to foretell that which was evil. You have brought me neither comfort nor performance, and now you come seeing among Danaans, and saying that Apollo has plagued us, because I would not take a ransom for this girl, the daughter of Chryses. I have set my heart on keeping her in my own house, for I love her better even than my own wife Clytemnestra, whose peer she is alike in form and feature, in understanding and accomplishments. Still I will give her up, if I must, for I would have the people live, not die, but you must find me a prize instead, or I alone among the Argives shall be without one. This is not well for you, behold, all of you, that my prize is to go elsewhither. And Achilles answered, Most noble son of Atreus, covetous beyond all mankind, how shall the Achaeans find you another prize? We have no common store from which to take one. Those we took from the cities have been awarded. We cannot disallow the awards that have been made already. Give this girl, therefore, to the god, and if ever Jove grants us the city of Troy, we will requite you 3 and 4-fold. Then Agamemnon said, Achilles, valiant though you be, you shall not thus outwit me. You shall not overreach, and you shall not persuade me. Are you to keep your own prize, while I sit tamely under my loss, and give up the girl at your bidding? Let the Achaeans find me a prize in fair exchange to my liking, or I will come and take your own, or that of Ajax or of Ulysses, and he to whomsoever I may come shall roar my trumping. But of this we will take thought hereafter. For the present, let us draw a ship into the sea, and find a crew for her expressly. Let us put Hecatomb on board, and let us send Chryses also further. Let some chief man among yous be in command, either Ajax or Idomeneus or yourself, son of Peleus, mighty warrior that you are, that we may offer sacrifice and appease the anger of the god. Achilles scowled at him and answered, You are steeped in insolence and lust of gain. With what heart can any of the Achaeans do your bidding, either on foray or in open fighting? I came not warring here, for any ill the Trojans had done me. I have no quarrel with them. They have not raided my cattle nor my horses, nor cut down my harvests on the rich plains of Phthia, for between me and them there is a great space, both mountain and sounding sea. We have followed you, Sir Insolence, for your pleasure, not ours, to gain satisfaction from the Trojans for your shameless self and for Menelaus. You forget this, and threaten to rob me of the prize for which I have toiled, and which the sons of the Achaeans have given me. Never when the Achaeans sack any rich city of the Trojans do I receive so good a prize as you do, though it is my hands that do the better part of the fighting. When the sharing comes, your share is far the largest, and I, forsooth, must go back to my ships, take what I can get, and be thankful when my labor of fighting is done. Now, therefore, I shall go back to Phthia. It will be much better for me to return home with my ships, for I will not stay here Dishonoured to gather gold and substance for you. And Agamemnon answered, Fly if you will, I shall make you no prayers to stay you. I have others here who will do me honor, and above all Jove, the Lord of counsel, there is no king here so hateful to me as you are, for you are ever quarrelsome and ill-affected. What though you be brave? Was it not heaven that made you so? Go home, then, with your ships and comrades to lord it over the Myrmidons. I care neither for you nor for your anger, and thus will I do, since Phoebus Apollo is taking Chryses from me. I shall send her with my ship and my followers, but I shall come to your tent and take your own prize Brises, that you may learn how much stronger I am than you are, and that another may fear to set himself up as equal or comparable with me. The son of Peleus was furious, and his heart within his shaggy breast was divided, whether to draw his sword, push the others aside, and kill the son of Atreus, or to restrain himself and check his anger. While he was thus in 2 minds, and was drawing his mighty sword from its scabbard. Minerva came down from heaven, for Juno had sent her, in the love she bore to them both, and seized the son of Peleus by his yellow hair, visible to him alone, for of the others no man could see her. Achilles turned in amaze, and by the fire that flashed from her eyes at once knew that she was Minerva. "Why are you here?" said he. "Daughter of Aegis, bearing Jove, to see the pride of Agamemnon, son of Atreus. Let me tell you, and it shall surely be, he shall pay for this insolence with his life." And Minerva said, "I come from heaven, if you will hear me, to bid you stay your anger. Juno has sent me, who cares for both of you alike. Cease then this brawling, and do not draw your sword. Rail at him if you will, and your railing will not be vain. For I tell you, and it shall surely be, that you shall hereafter receive gifts 3 times as splendid by reason of this present insult. Hold, therefore, and obey, goddess," answered Achilles. "However angry a man may be, he must do as you two command him. This will be best, for the gods ever hear the prayers of him who has obeyed them." He stayed his hand on the silver hilt of his sword, and thrust it back into the scabbard as Minerva bade him. Then she went back to Olympus among the other gods, and to the house of Aegis, bearing Jove. But the son of Peleus again began railing at the son of Atreus, for he was still in a rage. "Wine bibber," he cried, with the face of a dog and the heart of a hind, "you never dare to go out with the host in fight, nor yet with our chosen men in ambuscade. You shun this as you do death itself. You had rather go round and rob his prizes from any man who contradicts you. You devour your people, for you are king over a feeble folk. Otherwise, son of Atreus, henceforward you would insult no man. Therefore I say, and swear it with a great oath, nay, by this my scepter, which shall sprout neither leaf nor shoot, nor bud enow from the day on which it left its parent stem upon the mountains. For the axe stripped it of leaf and bark, and now the sons of the Achaeans bear it as judges and guardians of the decrees of heaven. So surely and solemnly do I swear that hereafter for Achilles, and shall not find him, Fonlux swear toward him, in the day of your distress, when your men fall dying by the murderous hand of Hector. You shall not know how to help them, and shall rend your heart with rage for the hour when you offered insult to the bravest of the Achaeans." With this the son of Peleus dashed his gold bestudded scepter on the ground and took his scepter on his seat, while the son of Atreus was beginning fiercely from his place upon the other side. Then uprose smooth-tongued Nestor, the facile speaker of the Pylians, and the words fell from his lips sweeter than honey. 2 generations of men born and bred in Pylos had passed away under his rule, and he was now reigning over the 3rd, with all sincerity and goodwill. Therefore he addressed them thus. "Of a truth," he said, "a great sorrow has befallen the Achaean land. Surely Priam with his sons would rejoice, and the Trojans be glad at heart, if they could hear this quarrel between you two, who are so excellent in fight and counsel. I am older than either of you. Therefore be guided by me. Moreover, I have been the familiar friend of men even greater than you are, and they did not disregard my counsels. Never again can I behold such men as Pirithous, and Dryas, shepherd of his people, or as Canis, Exadius, godlike Polyphemus, and Theseus, son of Aegeus, peer of the immortals. These were the mightiest men ever born upon mighty earth, were they. And when they fought the fiercest tribes of mountain savages, they utterly overthrew them. I came from distant Pylos, and went about among them, for they would have me come, and I fought as it was in me to do. Not a man now living could withstand them. But they heard my words, and were persuaded by them. So be it also with yourselves, for this is the more excellent way. Therefore, Agamemnon, though you be strong, take not this girl away, for the sons of the Achaeans have already given her to Achilles, and you, Achilles, strive not further with the king. For no man who by the grace of Jove wields a scepter has like honor with Agamemnon. You are strong, and have a goddess for your mother, but Agamemnon is stronger than you, for he has more people under him. Son of Atreus, check your anger, I implore you. End this quarrel with Achilles, who in the day of battle is a tower of strength to the Achaeans. And Agamemnon answered, Sir, all that you have said is true, but this fellow must needs become our lord and master. He must be lord of all, king of all, and captain of all, and this shall hardly be. Granted that the gods have made him a great warrior, have they also given him the right to speak with railing? Achilles interrupted him. I should be a mean coward, he cried, were I to give in to you in all things. Order other people about, not me, for I shall obey no longer. Furthermore I say, and lay my saying to your heart, I shall fight neither you nor any man about this girl. For those that take were those also that gave, but of all else that is at my ship you shall carry away nothing by force. Try that others may see if you do. My spear shall be reddened with your blood. When they had quarrelled thus angrily, they rose and broke up the assembly at the ships of the Achaeans. The son of Peleus went back to his tents and ships with the son of Menoetius and his company, while Agamemnon drew a vessel into the water and chose a crew of 20 oarsmen. He escorted Chryseis on board and sent moreover a hecatomb for the god, and Ulysses went as captain. These then went on board and sailed their ways over the sea. But the son of Atreus bade the people purify themselves. So they purified themselves and cast their filth into the sea. Then they offered hecatombs of bulls and goats without blemish on the sea shore, and the smoke with the savor of their sacrifice rose curling up towards heaven. Thus did they busy themselves throughout the host. But Agamemnon did not forget the threat that he had made Achilles, and called his trusty messengers and squires Talthybius and Eurybates. Go, said he, to the tent of Achilles, son of Peleus, take Briseis by the hand, and bring her hither. If he will not give her, I shall come with others and take her. which will press him harder. He charged them straightly further, and dismissed them, whereon they went their way sorrowfully by the seaside, till they came to the tents and ships of the Myrmidons. They found Achilles sitting by his tent and his ships, and pleased he was when he beheld them. They stood fearfully and reverently before him, and never a word did they speak, but he knew them, and said, "Welcome, heralds, messengers of gods and men, draw near. My quarrel is not with you but with Agamemnon, who has sent you for the girl Briseis. Therefore, Patroclus, bring her and give her to them, but let them be witnesses by the blessed gods, by mortal men, and by the fierceness of Agamemnon's anger, that if ever again there be need of me to save the people from ruin, they shall seek, and they shall not find. Agamemnon is mad with rage, and not how to look before and after that the Achaeans may fight by their ships in safety." Patroclus did as his dear comrade had bidden him. He brought Briseis from the tent and gave her over to the heralds, who took her with them to the ships of the Achaeans. And the woman was loth to go. Then Achilles went all alone by the side of the hoar sea, weeping and looking out upon the boundless waste of waters. He raised his hands in prayer to his immortal mother. "Mother," he cried, "you bore me doomed, if but for a little season. Surely Jove, who thunders from Olympus, might have made that little glorious. It is not so. Agamemnon, son of Atreus, has done me dishonor, and has robbed me of my prize by force." As he spoke he wept aloud, and his mother heard him, where she was sitting in the depths of the sea hard by the old man her father. Forthwith she rose as it were a grey mist out of the waves, sat down before him as he stood weeping, caressed him with her hand and said, "My son, why are you weeping? What is it that grieves you? Keep it not from me, but tell me, that we may know it together." Achilles drew a deep sigh and said, "You know it. Why tell you what you know well already? We went to Thebe, the strong city of Aetion, sacked it, and brought hither the spoil. The sons of the Achaeans shared it duel among themselves, and chose lovely Chryses as the meed of Agamemnon. But Chryses, priest of Apollo, came to the ships of the Achaeans to free his daughter, and brought with him a great ransom. Moreover, he bore in his hand the scepter of Apollo, wreathed with a suppliant's wreath. And he besought the Achaeans, but most of all the two sons of Atreus, who were their chiefs. On this, the rest of Achaeans with one voice were for respecting the priest and taking the ransom that he offered. But not so Agamemnon, who spoke fiercely to him and sent him roughly away. So he went back in anger, and Apollo, who loved him dearly, heard his prayer. Then the gods sent a deadly dart upon the Argives, and the people died thick on one another, for the arrows went everywhere among the wide host of the Achaeans. At last a seer, in the fullness of his knowledge, declared to us the oracles of Apollo, and I was myself first to say that we should appease him. Whereon the son of Atreus rose in anger, and threatened that which he has since done. The Achaeans are now taking the girl in a ship to cries, and sending gifts of sacrifice to the god. But the heralds have just taken from my tent the daughter of Briseis, whom the Achaeans had awarded to myself. Help your brave son, therefore, if you are able. Go to Olympus, and if you have ever done him service, in word or deed, implore the aid of Jove. Oft times in my father's house have I heard you glory, in that you alone of the immortals saved the son of Saturn from ruin, when the others, with Juno, Neptune, and Pallas Minerva, would have put him in bonds. It was you, goddess, who delivered him by calling to Olympus the hundred-handed monster whom gods call Briareus, but Menegaean, for he is stronger even than his father. When therefore he took his sate all, glorious beside the son of Saturn, the other gods were afraid, and did not bind him. Go then to him, remind him of all this, clasp his knees, and bid him give succor to the Trojans. Let the Achaeans be hemmed in at the sterns of their ships, and perish on the sea shore, that they may reap what joy they may of their king, and that Agamemnon may rue his blindness in offering insult to the foremost of the Achaeans. Thetis wept and answered, My son, woe is me that I should have borne or suckled you. Would indeed that you had lived your span free from all sorrow at your ships, for it is all too brief, Alas, that you should be at once short of life, and long of sorrow above your peers' woe. Therefore was the hour in which I bore you. Nevertheless I will go to the snowy heights of Olympus, and tell this tale to Jove, if he will hear our prayer. Meanwhile stay where you are with your ships. Nurse your anger against the Achaeans, and hold aloof from fight. For Jove went yesterday to Oceanus, to a feast among the Ethiopians, and the other gods went with him. He will return to Olympus 12 days hence. I will then go his mansion, paved with bronze, and will beseech him, nor do I doubt that I shall be able to persuade him. On this she left him, still furious at the loss of her that had been taken from him. Meanwhile Ulysses reached Chryse with the hecatomb. When they had come inside the harbour, they furled the sails and laid them in the ship's hold. They slackened the forestays, lowered the mast into its place, and rowed the ship to the place where they would have her lie. There they cast out their mooring stones and made fast the hawsers. They then got out upon the sea shore and landed the hecatomb for Apollo. Chryses also left the ship, and Ulysses led her to the altar to deliver her into the hands of her father. Chryses, said he, King Agamemnon has sent me to bring you back your child, and to offer sacrifice to Apollo on behalf of the Danaans, that we may propitiate the god, who has now brought sorrow upon the Argives. So saying, he gave the girl over to her father, who received her gladly, and they ranged the holy hecatomb all orderly round the altar of the god. They washed their hands and took the barley meal to sprinkle over the victims, while Chryses lifted up his hands and prayed aloud on their behalf. Hear me, he cried, O God of the silver bow, that protectest Chryse and holy Scylla, and rulest Tenedos with thy might. even as thou didst hear me aforetime when I prayed, and didst press hardly upon the Achaeans. So hear me yet again, and stay this fearful pestilence from the Danaans. Thus did he pray, and Apollo heard his prayer, when they had done praying and sprinkling the barley meal. They drew back the heads of the victims, killed and flayed them. They cut out the thigh bones, wrapped them round in 2 layers of fat, set some pieces of raw meat on the top of them, and then Chryses laid them on the wood fire, and poured wine over them, while the young men stood near him with 5-pronged spits in their hands. When the thigh bones were burned, and they had tasted the inward meats, they cut the rest up small, put the pieces upon the spits, roasted till they were done, and drew them off. Then, when they had finished their work, and the feast was ready, they ate it, and every man had his full share, so that all were satisfied. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, pages filled the mixing bowl with wine and water, and handed it round, after giving every man his drink offering. Thus all day long the young men worshipped the god with song, hymning him and chanting the joyous pain. And the god took pleasure in their voices. But when the sun went down, and it came on dark, they laid themselves down to sleep by the stern cables of the ship. And when the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, they again set sail for the host of the Achaeans. Apollo sent them a fair wind, so they raised their mast and hoisted their white sails aloft. As the sail bellied with the wind, the ship flew the deep blue water, and the foam hissed against her bows as she sped onward. When they reached the wide, stretching host of the Achaeans, they drew the vessel ashore, high and dry upon the sands, set her strong props beneath her, and went their ways to their own tents and ships. But Achilles abode at his ships, and nursed his anger. He went not to the honourable assembly, and sallied not forth to fight, but gnawed at his own heart, pining for battle and the war cry. Now after 12 days the immortal gods came back in a body to Olympus, and Jove led the way. Thetis was not unmindful of the charge her son had laid upon her. So she rose from under the sea, and went through great heaven with early morning to Olympus, where she found the mighty son of Saturn sitting all alone upon its topmost ridges. She sat herself down before him, and with her left hand seized his knees, while with her right she caught him under the chin, and besought him, "Feathered Jove, if I ever did you service in word or deed among the immortals, hear my prayer, and do honour to my son, whose life is to be cut short so early. King Agamemnon has dishonoured him by taking his prize and keeping her. Honour him then yourself, Olympian lord of counsel, and grant victory to the Trojans, till the Achaeans give my son his due, and load him with riches in requital." Jove sat for a while silent, and without a word. But Thetis still kept firm hold of his knees, and besought him a second time. "Incline your head," said she, "and promise me surely, or else deny me, for you have nothing to fear, that I may learn how greatly you disdain Mech, At this Jove was much troubled, and answered, I shall have trouble if you set me quarreling with Juno, for she will provoke me with her taunting speeches. Even now she is always railing at me before the other gods and accusing me of giving aid to the Trojans. Go back now, lest she should find out. I will consider the matter, and will bring it about as you wish. See, I incline my head that you may believe me. This is the most solemn promise that I can give to any god. I never recall my word, or deceive, or fail to do what I say. When I have nodded my head, as he spoke, the son of Saturn bowed his dark brows, and the ambrosial locks swayed on his immortal head till vast Olympus reeled. When the pair had thus laid their plans, they parted, Jove to his house, while the goddess quitted the splendor of Olympus and plunged into the depths of the sea. The gods rose from their seats before the coming of their sire. Not one of them dared to remain sitting, but all stood up as he came among them. There then he took his seat, but Juno, when she saw him, knew that he and the old merman's daughter, silver-footed Thetis, had been hatching mischief. So she at once began to upbraid him. Trickster, she cried, which of the gods have you been taking into your counsels now? You are always settling matters in secret behind my back, and have never yet told me, if you could help it, one word of your intentions. Juno, replied the sire of gods and men, you must not expect to be informed of all my counsels. You are my wife, but you would find it hard to understand them. When it is proper for you to hear, there is no one, god or man, who will be told sooner. But when I mean to keep a matter to myself, you must not pry nor ask questions. Dread son of Saturn, answered Juno. What are you talking about? I pry and ask questions. Never. I let you have your own way in everything. Still, I have a strong misgiving that the old merman's daughter Thetis has been talking you over, for she was with you and had hold of your knees this self-same morning. I believe, therefore, that you have been promising her to give glory to Achilles, and to kill much people at the ships of the Achaeans. Wife, said Jove, I can do nothing but you suspect me and find it out. You will take nothing by it, for I shall only dislike you the more, and it will go harder with you. Granted that it is as you say, I mean to have it so. Sit down and hold your tongue as I bid you, for if I once begin to lay my hands about you, though all heaven were on your side, it would profit you nothing. On this Juno was frightened, so she curbed her stubborn will and sat down in silence. But the heavenly beings were disquieted throughout the house of Jove, till the cunning workman Vulcan began to try and pacify his mother Juno. It will be intolerable, said he, if you two fall to wrangling and setting heaven in an uproar about a pack of mortals. If such ill counsels are to prevail, we shall have no pleasure at our banquet. Let me then advise my mother, and she must herself know that it will be better to make friends with my dear father Jove, lest he again scold her and disturb our feast. If the Olympian thunderer wants to hurl us all from our seats. He can do so, for he is far the strongest, so give him far words, and he will soon be in a good humor with yous." As he spoke, he took a double cup of nectar and placed it in his mother's hand. "Cheer up, my dear mother," said he, "and make the best of it. I love you dearly, and should be very sorry to see you get a thrashing. However grieved I might be, I could not help, for there is no standing against Jove. Once before, when I was trying to help you, he caught me by the foot and flung me from the heavenly threshold. All day long from morn till eve was I falling, till at sunset I came to ground in the island of Lemnos, and there I lay, with very little life left in me, till the Sintians came and tended me." Juno smiled at this, and as she smiled, she took the cup from her son's hands. Then Vulcan drew sweet nectar from the mixing bowl and served it round among the gods, going from left to right, and the blessed gods laughed out a loud applause as they saw him bustling about the heavenly mansion. Thus, through the livelong day, to the going down of the sun, they feasted, and every one had his full share, so that all were satisfied. Apollo struck his lyre, and the Muses lifted up their sweet voices, calling and answering one another. But when the sun's glorious light had faded, they went home to bed, each in his own abode, which lame Vulcan with his consummate skill had fashioned for them. So Jove, the Olympian lord of thunder, hied him to the bed in which he always slept, and when he had got on to it he went to sleep, with Juno of the golden throne by his side. Book 2. Jove sends a lying dream to Agamemnon, who Therion calls the chiefs in assembly, and proposes to sound the mind of his army. In the end they march to fight. Catalogue of the Achaean and Trojan forces. Now the other gods and the armored warriors on the plain slept soundly. But Jove was wakeful, for he was thinking how to do honor to Achilles, and destroyed much people at the ships of the Achaeans. In the end he deemed would be best to send a lying dream to King Agamemnon. So he called one to him and said to it, "Lying dream, go to the ships of the Achaeans, into the tent of Agamemnon, and say to him word for word as I now bid you. Tell him to get the Achaeans instantly under arms, for he shall take Troy. There are no longer divided counsels among the gods. Juno has brought them to her own mind, and woe betides the Trojans." The dream went when it had heard its message, and soon reached the ships of the Achaeans. It sought Agamemnon son of Atreus, and found him in his tent, wrapped in a profound slumber. It hovered over his head in the likeness of Nestor, son of Neleus, whom Agamemnon honored above all his counselors, and said, "You are sleeping, son of Atreus. One who has the welfare of his host, and so much other care upon his shoulders, should dock his sleep. Hear me at once, for I come as a messenger from Jove, who, though he be not near, yet takes thought for you and pities you. He bids you get the Achaeans instantly under arms, for you shall take Troy. There are no longer divided counsels among the gods. Juno has brought them over to her own mind, and woe betides the Trojans at the hands of Jove. Remember this, and when you wake see that it does not escape you. The dream then left him, and he thought of things that were surely not to be accomplished. He thought that on that same day he was to take the city of Priam, but he little knew what was in the mind of Jove, who had many another hard-fought fight in store alike for Danaans and Trojans. Then presently he woke, with the divine message still ringing in his ears. So he sat upright, and put on his soft shirt, so fair and new, and over this his heavy cloak. He bound his sandals onto his comely feet, and slung his silver-studded sword about his shoulders. Then he took the imperishable staff of his father, and sallied forth to the ships of the Achaeans. The goddess Dawn now wended her way to vast Olympus, that she might herald day to Jove and to the other immortals. And Agamemnon sent the criers round to call the people in assembly. So they called them, and the people gathered Therion. But first he summoned a meeting of the elders at the ship of Nestor king of Pylos. And when they were assembled he laid a cunning counsel before them. "My friends," said he, "I have had a dream from heaven in the dead of night, and its face and figure resembled none but Nestor's. It hovered over my head and said, 'You are sleeping, son of Atreus. One who has the welfare of his host and so much other care upon his shoulders should dock his sleep. Hear me at once, for I am a messenger from Jove, who, though he be not near, yet takes thought for you and pities you. He bids you get the Achaeans instantly under arms, for you shall take Troy. There are no longer divided counsels among the gods. Juno has brought downward to her own mind, and woe betides the Trojans at the hands of Jove. Remember this." The dream then vanished, and I awoke. Let use now, therefore, arm the sons of the Achaeans. But it will be well that I should first sound them, and to this end I will tell them to fly with their ships. But do you others go about among the host and prevent their doing so. He then sat down, and Nestor the prince of Pylos with all sincerity and goodwill addressed them thus. "My friends," said he, "princes and counselors of the Argives, if any other man of the Achaeans had told us of this dream, we should have declared it false, and would have had nothing to do with it. But he who has seen it is the foremost man among yous. We must therefore set about getting the people under arms." With this he led the way from the assembly, and the other sceptred kings rose with him in obedience to the word of Agamemnon. But the people pressed forward to hear. They swarmed like bees that sally from some hollow cave and flit in countless throng among the spring flowers. Bunched in knots and clusters, even so did the mighty multitude pour from ships and tents to the assembly, and range themselves upon the wide watered shore, while among them ran Wildfire Rumor, messenger of Jove, urging them ever to the fore. Thus they gathered in a pell-mell of mad confusion, and the earth groaned under the tramp of men as the people sought their places. 9 heralds went crying about among them to stay their tumult and bid them listen to the king's till at last they were got into their several places and ceased their clamour. Then King Agamemnon rose, holding his sceptre. This was the work of Vulcan, who gave it to Jove the son of Saturn. Jove gave it to Mercury, slayer of Argus, guide and guardian. King Mercury gave it to Pelops, the mighty charioteer, and Pelops to Atreus, shepherd of his people. Atreus, when he died, left it to Thyestes, rich in flocks, and Thyestes in his turn left it to be borne by Agamemnon, that he might be lord of all Argos and of the isles. Leaning then on his sceptre, he addressed the Argives. My friends, he said, heroes, servants of Mars, the hand of heaven has been laid heavily upon me. Cruel Jove gave me his solemn promise that I should sack the city of Priam before returning, but he has played me false, and is now bidding me go ingloriously back to Argos with the loss of much people. Such is the will of Jove, who has laid many a proud city in the dust, as he will yet lay others, for his power is above all. It will be a sorry tale hereafter, that an Achaean host, at once so great and valiant, battled in vain against men fewer in number than themselves. But as yet the end is not in sight. Think that the Achaeans and Trojans have sworn to a solemn covenant, and that they have each been numbered. The Trojans by the roll of their householders, and we by companies of 10. Think further that each of our companies desired to have a Trojan householder to pour out their wine. We are so greatly more in number that full many a company would have to go without its cup-bearer. But they have in the town allies from other places, and it is these that hinder me from being able to sack the rich city of Ilias. 9 of Jove's years are gone. The timbers of our ships have rotted. Their tackling is sound no longer. Our wives and little ones at home look anxiously for our coming. But the work that we came hither do has not been done. Now, therefore, let us all do as I say. Let us sail back to our own land, for we shall not take Troy. With these words he moved the half the multitude, so many of them as knew not the cunning counsel of Agamemnon. They surged to and fro like the waves of the Icarian sea, when the east and south winds break from heaven's clouds to lash them, or as when the west wind sweeps over a field of corn, and the airs bow beneath the blast. Even so were they swayed as they flew with loud cries towards the ships, and the dust from under their feet rose heavenward. They cheered each other on to draw the ships into the sea. They cleared the channels in front of them. They began taking away the stays from underneath them, and the welkin rang with their glad cries, so eager were they to return. Then surely the Argives would have returned after a fashion that was not fated. But Juno said to Minerva, Alas, daughter of Aegis, bearing Jove unweariable, shall the Argives fly home to their own land over the broad sea, and leave Priam and the Trojans the glory of still keeping Helen, for whose sake so many of the Achaeans have died at Troy far from their homes? Go about at once among the host, and speak fairly to them, man by man, that they draw not their ships into the sea. Minerva was not slack to do her bidding. Down she darted from the topmost summits of Olympus, and in a moment she was at the ships of the Achaeans. There she found Ulysses, peer of Jove in council, standing alone. He had not as yet laid a hand upon his ship, for he was grieved and sorry. So she went up close and said, "Ulysses, noble son of Laertes, are you going to fling yourselves into your ships and be off home to your own land in this way? Will you leave Priam and the Trojans the glory of still keeping Helen, for whose sake so many of the Achaeans have died at Troy, far from their homes? Go about at once among the host, and speak fairly to them, man by man, that they draw not their ships into the sea." Ulysses knew the voice as that of the goddess. He flung his cloak from him and set off to run. His servant Eurybates, a man of Ithaca, who waited on him, took charge of the cloak, whereon Ulysses went straight up to Agamemnon, and received from him his ancestral, imperishable staff. With this he went about among the ships of the Achaeans. Whenever he met a king or chieftain, he stood by him and spoke him fairly. Said he, "This flight is cowardly and unworthy. Stand to your post, and bid your people also keep their places. You do not yet know the full mind of Agamemnon. He was sounding yours, and ere long will visit the Achaeans with his displeasure. We were not all of us at the council to hear what he then said. See to it lest he be angry and do us a mischief. For the pride of kings is great, and the hand of Jove is with them." But when he came across any common man who was making a noise, he struck him with his staff and rebuked him, saying, "Sarah, hold your peace, and listen to better men than yourself. You are a coward and no soldier. You are nobody either in fight or council. We cannot all be kings. It is not well that there should be many masters. One man must be supreme, one king to whom the son of scheming Saturn has given the scepter of sovereignty over you all." Thus masterfully did he go about among the host, and the people hurried back to the council from their tents and ships, with a sound as the thunder of surf, when it comes crashing down upon the shore, and all the sea is in an uproar. The rest now took their seats, and kept to their own several places. But Thersites still went on wagging his unbridled tongue, a man of many words, and those unseemly, a monger of sedition, a railer against all who were in authority, who cared not what he said, so that he might set the Achaeans in a laugh. He was the ugliest man of all those that came before Troy, bandy-legged, lame of one foot, with his 2 shoulders rounded, hunched over his chest. His head ran up to a point, but there was little hair on the top of it. Achilles and Ulysses hated him worst of all, for it was with them that he was most wont to wrangle. Now, however, with a shrill, squeaky voice, he began heaping his abuse on Agamemnon. The Achaeans were angry and disgusted, yet none the less he kept on brawling and bawling at the son of Atreus. "Agamemnon," he cried, "what ails you now, and what more do you want? Your tents are filled with bronze and with fair women, for whenever we take a town we give you the pick of them. would you have yet more gold, which some Trojan is to give you as a ransom for his son, when I or another Achaean has taken him prisoner? Or is it some young girl to hide and with? It is not well that you, the ruler of the Achaeans, should bring them into such misery. Weakling cowards, women rather than men, let us sail home, and leave this fellow here at Troy to stew in his own meads of honor, and discover whether we were of any service to him or no. Achilles is a much better man than he is, and see how he has treated him, robbing him of his prize and keeping it himself. Achilles takes it meekly and shows no fight. If he did, son of Atreus, you would never again insult him. Thus railed Thersites, but Ulysses at once went up to him and rebuked him sternly. Check your glib tongue, Thersites, said he, and babble not a word further. Chide not with princes when you have none to back you. There is no viler creature come before Troy with the sons of Atreus. Drop this chatter about kings, and neither revile them nor keep harping about going home. We do not yet know how things are going to be, nor whether the Achaeans are to return with good success or evil. How dare you gibe at Agamemnon because the Danaans have awarded him so many prizes? I tell you, therefore, and it shall surely be, that if I again catch you talking such nonsense, I will either forfeit my own head and be no more called father of Telemachus, or I will take you, strip you stark naked, and whip you out of the assembly till you go blubbering back to the ships. On this he beat him with his staff about the back and shoulders till he dropped and fell, aping, weeping. The golden scepter raised a wheel on his back, so he sat down frightened and in pain, looking foolish as he wiped the tears from his eyes. The people were sorry for him, yet they laughed heartily, and one would turn to his neighbor saying, Ulysses has done many a going ere now in fight and council. But he never did, the Argives, a better turn than when he stopped this fellow's mouth from prating further. He will give the kings no more of his insolence. Thus said the people. Then Ulysses rose, scepter in hand, and Minerva in the likeness of a herald bade the people be still, that those who were far off might hear him and consider his counsel. He therefore with all sincerity and goodwill addressed them thus. King Agamemnon, the Achaeans are for making you a byword among all mankind. They forget the promise they made you when they set out from Argos, that you should not return till you had sacked the town of Troy, and, like children or widowed women, they murmur and would set off homeward. True it is that they have had toil enough to be disheartened. A man chafes at having to stay away from his wife, even for a single month, when he is on shipboard, at the mercy of wind and sea. But it is now 9 long years that we have been kept here. I cannot, therefore, blame the Achaeans if they turn restive. Still we shall be shamed if we go home empty after so long a stay. Therefore, my friends, be patient yet a little longer, that we may learn whether the prophecies of Calchas were false or true. All who have not since perished must remember, as though it were yesterday, Or, the day before, how the ships of the Achaeans were detained in Aulis when we were on our way hither to make war on Priam and the Trojans. We were ranged round about a fountain offering hecatombs to the gods upon their holy altars, and there was a fine plain tree from beneath which there welled a stream of pure water. Then we saw a prodigy, for Jove sent a fearful serpent out of the ground with blood-red stains upon its back, and it darted from under the altar on to the plane tree. Now there was a brood of young sparrows, quite small, upon the topmost bough, peeping out from under the leaves, 8 in all, and their mother that hatched them made 9. The serpent ate the poor cheeping things, while the old bird flew about lamenting her little ones. But the serpent threw his coils about her and caught by the wing as she was screaming. Then, when he had eaten both the sparrow and her young, the god who had sent him made him become a sign, for the son of scheming Saturn turned him into stone, and we stood there wondering at that which had come to pass, seeing then that such a fearful portent had broken in upon our hecatombs. Calchas forthwith declared to Zeus, the oracles of heaven, why, Achaeans, said he, are you thus speechless? Jove has sent you this sign, long in coming, and long ere it be fulfilled, though its fame shall last for ever. As the serpent ate the 8 fledglings, and the sparrow that hatched them, which makes 9, so shall we fight 9 years at Troy, but in the 10th shall take the town. This was what he said, and now it is all coming true. Stay here, therefore, all of you, till we take the city of Priam. On this the Argives raised a shout, till the ships rang again with the uproar. Nestor, knight of Gerene, then addressed them. Shame on you, he cried, to stay talking here like children, when you should fight like men. Where are our covenants now, and where the oaths that we have taken? Shall our counsels be flung into the fire, with our drink offerings, and the right hands of fellowship, wherein we have put our trust? We waste our time in words, and for all our talking here shall be no further forward. Stand, therefore, son of Atreus, by your own steadfast purpose. Lead the Argives on to battle, and leave this handful of men to rot, who scheme, and scheme in vain, to get back to Argos ere they have learned whether Jove be true or Leal. For the mighty son of Saturn surely promised that we should succeed when we Argives set sail to bring death and destruction upon the Trojans. He showed us favorable signs by flashing his lightning on our right hands. Therefore let none make haste to go till he has first lain with the wife of some Trojan, and avenged the toil and sorrow that he has suffered for the sake of Helen. Nevertheless, if any man is in such haste to be at home again, let him lay his hand to his ship, that he may meet his doom in the sight of all. But, O king, consider and give ear to my counsel, for the word that I say may not be neglected lightly. Divide your men, Agamemnon, into their several tribes and clans, that clans and tribes may stand by and help one another. If you do this, and if the Achaeans obey you, you will find out who, both chiefs and peoples, are brave, and who are cowards, for they will vie against the other. Thus you shall also learn whether it is through the counsel of heaven or the cowardice of man that you shall fail to take the town. And Agamemnon answered, Nestor, you have again outdone the sons of the Achaeans in counsel. Would, by Father Jove, Minerva, and Apollo, that I had among them 10 more such counselors for the city of King Priam, would then soon fall beneath our hands, and we should sack it. But the son of Saturn afflicts me with bootless wranglings and strife. Achilles and I are quarreling about this girl, in which matter I was the first to offend. If we can be of one mind again, the Trojans will not stave off destruction for a day. Now, therefore, get your morning meal, that our hosts join in fight. Whet well your spears, see well to the ordering of your shields. Give good feeds to your horses, and look your chariots carefully over, that we may do battle the livelong day. For we shall have no rest, not for a moment, till night falls to Partos. The bands that bear your shields shall be wet with the sweat upon your shoulders. Your hands shall weary upon your spears. Your horses shall steam in front of your chariots. And if I see any man shirking the fight, or trying to keep out of it at the ships, there shall be no help for him, but he shall be a prey to dogs and vultures. Thus he spoke, and the Achaeans roared applause, as when the waves run high before the blast of the south wind, and break on some lofty headland, dashing against it and buffeting it without ceasing, as the storms from every quarter drive them. Even so did the Achaeans rise and hurry in all directions to their ships. There they lighted their fires at their tents and got dinner, offering sacrifice every man to one or other of the gods, and praying each one of them that he might live to come out of the fight. Agamemnon, king of men, sacrificed a fat 5-year-old bull to the mighty son of Saturn, and invited the princes and elders of his host. First he asked Nestor and King Idomeneus, then the 2 Ajaxes, and the son of Tydeus, and sixthly Ulysses, peer of gods in council. But Menelaus came of his own accord, for he knew how busy his brother then was. They stood round the bull with the barley meal in their hands, and Agamemnon prayed, saying, Jove, most glorious, supreme, that dwellest in heaven, and ridest upon the storm cloud, grant that the sun may not go down, nor the night fall, till the palace of Priam is laid low, and its gates are consumed with fire. Grant that my sword may pierce the shirt of Hector about his heart, and that full many of his comrades may bite the dust as they fall dying round him. Thus he prayed, but the son of Saturn would not fulfill his prayer. He accepted the sacrifice, yet none the less increased their toil continually. When they had done praying and sprinkling the barley meal upon the victim, they drew back its head, killed it, and then flayed it. They cut out the thigh bones, wrapped them round in 2 layers of fat, and set pieces of raw meat on the top of them. These they burned upon the split logs of firewood, but they spitted the inward meats and held them in the flames to cook. when the thigh bones were burned, and they had tasted the inward meats, they cut the rest up small, put the pieces upon spits, roasted them till they were done, and drew them off. Then, when they had finished their work, and the feast was ready, they ate it, and every man had his full share, so that all were satisfied. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, Nestor, knight of Gerene, began to speak. "King Agamemnon," said he, "let us not stay talking here, nor be slack in the work that heaven has put into our hands. Let the heralds summon the people to gather at the several ships. We will then go about among the host, that we may begin fighting at once." Thus did he speak, and Agamemnon heeded his words. He at once sent the criers round to call the people in assembly. So they called them, and the people gathered Therion, the chiefs about the son of Atreus chose their men and marshalled them, while Minerva went among them, holding her priceless aegis that knows neither age nor death. From it there waved 100 tassels of pure gold, all deftly woven, and each one of them worth 100 oxen. With this she darted furiously everywhere among the hosts of the Achaeans, urging them forward, and putting courage into the heart of each, so that he might fight and do battle without ceasing. Thus war became sweeter in their eyes even than returning home in their ships, as when some great forest fire is raging upon mountain top, and its light is seen afar. Even so as they marched, the gleam of their armor flashed up into the firmament of heaven. They were like great flocks of geese, or cranes, or swans on the plain about the waters of Castor, that wing their way hither and thither, glorying in the pride of flight, and crying as they settle till the fen is alive with their screaming. Even thus did their tribes pour from ships and tents onto the plain of the Scamander, and the ground rang as brass under the feet of men and horses. They stood as thick upon the flower bespangled field as leaves that bloom in summer, as countless swarms of flies buzz around a herdsman's homestead in the time of spring, when the pails are drenched with milk. Even so did the Achaeans swarm onto the plain to charge Huns and destroy them. The chiefs disposed their men this way and that before the fight began, drafting them out as easily as goatherds draft their flocks when they have got mixed while feeding. And among them went King Agamemnon, with a head and face like Jove the Lord of Thunder, a waist like Mars, and a chest like that of Neptune, as some great bull that lords it over the herds upon the plain. Even so did Jove make the son of Atreus stand peerless among the multitude of heroes. And now, O Muses, dwellers in the mansions of Olympus, tell me, for you are goddesses and are in all places, so that you see all things, while we know nothing but by report, who were the chiefs and princes of the Danaans. As for the common soldiers, they were so that I could not name every single one of them, though I had 10 tongues, and though my voice failed not and my heart were of bronze within me, unless you, O Olympian Muses, daughters of Aegis bearing Jove, were to recount them to me. Nevertheless, I will tell the captains of the ships and all the fleet together. Peneleos, Lytus, Arcesilas, Prothona, and Clonius were captains of the Boeotians. These were they that dwelt in Hieria and rocky Aulis, and who held Scionus, Scolus, and the highlands of Eetionus, with Thespia, Graea, and the far city of Mycalessus. They also held Hama, Elysium, and Erythrae, and they had Ionhyle, and Pechain, Ocalia, and the strong fortress of Median Cope, Eutresis, and Thisbe the haunt of doves, Corone, and the pastures of Haliartus, Plataea and Glisas, the fortress of Thebes the less, holy Onchestus with its famous grove of Neptune, On rich in vineyards, my dear, sacred Nysa, and Anthedon upon the sea. From these there came 50 ships, and in each there were 120 young men of the Boeotians, Ascalaphus and Ilmenus, sons of Mars, led the people that dwelt in Aspledon and Orchomenus, the realm of Minyas. Astyoche, a noble maiden, bore them in the house of Actor, son of Asus, for she had gone with Mars secretly into an upper chamber, and he had lain with her. With these there came 30 ships. The Phocians were led by Schedius and Epistrophus, sons of mighty Iphitus, the son of Nobolus. These were they that held Cyparissus, rocky Pytho, holy Chrysodolis, and Panopeus. They also that dwelt in Anamoria and Hyampolis, and about the waters of the river Cephissus, and Lelea by the springs of the Cephissus. With their chieftains came 40 ships, and they marshalled the forces of the Phocians, which were stationed next to the Boeotians on their left. Ajax, the fleet son of Ilus, commanded the Locrians. He was not so great, nor nearly so great, as Ajax the son of Telamon. He was a little man, and his breastplate was made of line, but in use of the spear he excelled all the Hellenes and the Achaeans. These dwelt in Sinus, Opus, Caliarus, Bessa, Scaphi, Pharagi, Tarphi, and Thronium about the river Bogrius. With him there came 40 ships of the Locrians who dwell beyond Euboea. The fierce Abantis held Euboea with its cities, Chalcis Eretria, Histiaia rich in vines, Cerinthus upon the sea, and the rock-perched town of Dium. With them were also the men of Caristus and Styra. Elephenor of the race of Mars was in command of these. He was son of Chalcedon, and chief over all the Abantites. With him they came, fleet of foot, and wearing their hair long behind, brave warriors, who would ever strive to tear open the corslets of their foes with their long ashen spears. Of these there came 50 ships, and they that held the strong city of Athens, the people of great Erechtheus, who was born of the soil itself, but Jove's daughter Minerva fostered him, and established him at Athens in her own rich sanctuary. There, year by year, the Athenian youths worship him with sacrifices of bulls and rams. These were commanded by Menestheus, son of Peteos. No man living could equal him in the marshalling of chariots and foot soldiers. Nestor could alone rival him, for he was older. With him there came 50 ships. Ajax brought 12 ships from Salamis, and stationed them alongside those of the Athenians. The men of Argos again, and those who held the walls of Tiryns, with Hermion and a scene upon the gulf, Trojan, Ionia, and the vineyard lands of Epidaurus, the Achaean youths, moreover, who came from Aegina and Maces. These were led by Diomed of the loud battle cry, and Sthenelus son of famed Capaneus. With them in command was Euryalus, son of King Mecistis, son of Talus. But Diomed was chief over them all. With these there came 80 ships, those who held the strong city of Mycenae, rich Corinth and Cleona, Oni, Arathira, and Lycian, where Adrastus reigned of old, Hyperesia, Hygonosa, and Pellene, Aegium, and all the coast, land round about Hellas. These sent 100 ships under the command of King Agamemnon, son of Atreus. His force was far both finest and most numerous, and in their midst was the king himself, all glorious in his armor of gleaming bronze, foremost among the heroes, for he was the greatest king, and had most men under him, and those that dwelt in Lacedaemon, lying low among the hills, Pharis, Sparta, with Mess the haunt of doves, Bryce, Amyclae, and Hellas upon the sea, Las, moreover, and Attalus. These were led by Menelaus of the battle cry, brother to Agamemnon, and of them there were 60 ships, drawn up apart from the others. Among them went Menelaus himself, strong in zeal, urging his men to fight, for he longed to avenge the toil and sorrow that he had suffered for the sake of Helen. The men of Pylos and Arene, and Thurium, where is the ford of the river Alpheus, strong Api, Cyparisses, and Amphigenia, Pteleum, Helos, and Dorium, where the Muses met Tamiris, and stilled his minstrelsy forever. He was returning from Oechalia, where Eurytus lived and reigned, and boasted that he would surpass even the Muses, daughters of Aegis, bearing Jove, if they should sing against him, whereon they were angry, and mined him. They robbed him of his divine power of song, and thenceforth he could strike the lyre no more. These were commanded by Nestor, knight of Gerene, and with him there came 90 ships, and those that held Arcadia, under the high mountain of Cyllene, near the tomb of Apetus, where the people fight hand to hand. The men of Phineus also, and Orchomenus rich in flocks, of Repae, Strati, and Blecanisp, of Tigi and fair Mantinia, of Stymphalus and Parrhasia. Of these King Agapana, son of Ancaeus, was commander, and they had 60 ships. Many Acadians, good soldiers, came in each one of them, but Agamemnon found them the ships in which to cross the sea, for they were not a people that occupied their business upon the waters. The men, moreover, of Buprasium and of Elis, so much of it as is enclosed between Hermon, Maecenas upon the sea-shore, the rock Olin and Elysium. These had 4 leaders, and each of them had 10 ships with many Apenes on board. Their captains were Amphimachus and Thalpius, the one son of Chetus, and the other of Eurytus, both of the race of Actor. The 2 others were Diores, son of Abrancis, and Polyxenus, son of King Agasthenes, son of Augeas, and those of Dulichium with the sacred Echinine islands, who dwelt beyond the sea of Elis. These were led by Meges, peer of Mars, and the son of valiant Phyleus, dear to Jove, who quarrelled with his father, and went to settle in Dulichium. With him there came 40 ships. Ulysses led the brave Cephallenians, who held Ithaca, Neritum with its forests, Crocyle, rugged Agylips, Samos and Zacynthus, with the mainland also that was over against the islands. These were led by Ulysses, peer of Jove in council, and with him there came 12 ships. Thos, son of Andramon, commanded the Aetolians, who dwelt in Pleuron, Olenus, Pylene, Chalcis by the sea, and rocky Caledon. For the great King Onus had now no sons living, and was himself dead, as was also golden-haired Meleager, who had been set over the Aetolians to be their king. And with Thos there came 40 ships. The famous spearsman Idomeneus led the Cretans, who held Cnossus, and the well-walled city of Gortys, Lyctus also, Miletus and Lycastus, that lies upon the chalk, the populous towns of Phastus and Rutium, with the other peoples that dwelt in the 100 cities of Crete. All these were led by Idomeneus, and by Merions, peer of murderous Mars, and with these there came 80 ships. Tlepolemus, son of Hercules, a man both brave and large of stature, brought 9 ships of lordly warriors from Rhodes. These dwelt in Rhodes, which is divided among the 3 cities of Lindus, Elysus, and Camerus, that lies upon the chalk. These were commanded by Tlepolemus, son of Hercules, by Astyoche, whom he had carried off from Ephyra, on the river Selleis, after sacking many cities of valiant warriors. When Tlepolemus grew up, he killed his father's uncle Licymnius, who had been a famous warrior in his time, but was then grown old. On this he built himself a fleet, gathered a great following, and fled beyond the sea, for he was menaced by the other sons and grandsons of Hercules. After a voyage, during which he suffered great hardship, he came to Rhodes, where the people divided into 3 communities, according to their tribes, and were dearly loved by Jove, the Lord of gods and men. Wherefore the son of Saturn showered down great riches upon them. And Nereus brought 3 ships from Syme. Nereus, who was the handsomest man that came up under Ilias of all the Danaans after the son of Peleus. But he was a man of no substance, and had but a small following, and those that held Nisarus, Crapathus, and Cassis, with Cos, the city of Eurypylus, and the Calydnian islands. These were commanded by Pheidippus and Antiphus, 2 sons of King Thessalus, the son of Hercules. And with them there came 30 ships. Those again who held Pelasgic Argos, Alope, and Trachis, and those of Ophthia and Hellas, the land of fair women, who were called Myrmidons, Hellenes, and Achaeans. These had 50 ships, over which Achilles was in command. But they now took no part in the war, inasmuch as there was no one to marshal them. For Achilles stayed by his ships, furious about the loss of the girl Briseis, whom he had taken from Lyrnessus at his own great peril, when he had sacked Lyrnessus and Thebe, and had overthrown Mines and Epistrophus, sons of King Evander, son of Seleucus. For her sake Achilles was still grieving, but long he was again to join them. And those that held Phylus and the flowery meadows of Peirasus, sanctuary of Ceres, Iton, the mother of sheep, Antrim upon the sea, and Telium, that lies upon the grasslands. Of these brave Protesilaus had been captain while he was yet alive, but he was now lying under the earth. He had left behind him in Phyllis to tear her cheeks in sorrow, and his house was only half finished, for he was slain by a Dardanian warrior while leaping foremost of the Achaeans upon the soil of Troy. Still, though his people mourned their chieftain, they were not without a leader, for Podarces, of the race of Mars, marshalled them. He was son of Iphiclus, rich in sheep, who was the son of Phylacus, and he was own brother to Protesilaus, only younger, Protesilaus being at once the elder, and the more valiant. So the people were not without a leader, though they mourned him whom they had lost. With him came 40 ships, and those that held Phaerabae, the Ambubian lake with Bobi, Glaphyrae, and the populous city of Ulcus. These with their 11 ships were led by Eumelus, son of Admetus, whom Alcestis bore to him, loveliest of the daughters of Peleus, and those that held Methon and Tharmacia, with Meliboea and rugged Olizon. These were led by the skilful archer Philoctetes, and they had 7 ships, each with 50 oarsmen, all of them good archers. But Philoctetes was lying in great pain in the island of Lemnos, where the sons of the Achaeans left him, for he had bitten by a poisonous water snake. There he lay sick and sorry, and full soon did the Argives come to miss him. But his people, though they felt his loss, were not leaderless, for Medon, the bastard son of Iolaus by Rhene, set them in array. Those again of Tricca, and the stony region of Ithome, and they that held Richalia, the city of Acalian Eurytus. These were commanded by the 2 sons of Asclepius, skilled in the art of healing, Podalirius and Macan. And with them there came 30 ships, the men, moreover, of Ormenius, and by the fountain of Hypereia, with those that held Asterius, and the white crests of Titanus. These were led by Eurypylus, the son of Euaemon, and with them there came 40 ships, those that held Argissa and Jerton Orther alone, and the white city of Olusun. Of these brave Polypoetes was leader. He was son of Perithous, who was son of Jove himself, for Hippodamia bore him to Perithous on the day when he took his revenge on the shaggy mountain savages and drove from Manti, Pelion to the Aethuses. But Polypoetes was not sole in command, for with him was Leontis, of the race of Mars, who was son of Coronus, the son of Caeneus. And with these there came 40 ships. Junus brought 22 ships from Cyphus, and he was followed by the Aeneans, and the valiant Peribe, who dwelt about wintry Dodona, and held the lands round the lovely river Titaresius, which sends its waters into the Penis. They do not mingle with the silver eddies of the Penis, but flow on the top of them like oil, for the Titaresius is a branch of dread Orcus and of the river Styx. Of the Magnetes, Prothous son of Tenthredon was commander. They were they that dwelt about the river Penis and Pelion. Prothous, fleet of foot, was their leader, and with him there came 40 ships. Such were the chiefs and princes of the Danans, who then, O Muse, was the foremost, whether man or horse, Among those that followed after the sons of Atreus, of the horses, those of the son of Phares were by far the finest. They were driven by Eumelus, and were as fleet as birds. They were of the same age and color, and perfectly matched in height. Apollo of the silver bow had bred them in prey, both of them mares, and terrible as Mars in battle. Of the men, Ajax, son of Telamon, was much the foremost so long as Achilles' anger lasted. For Achilles excelled him greatly, and he had also better horses. But Achilles was now holding aloof at his ships by reason of his quarrel with Agamemnon, and his people passed their time upon the sea, shore, throwing dis, or aiming with spears at a mark, and in archery. Their horses stood each by his own chariot, champing lotus and wild celery. The chariots were housed under cover, but their owners, for lack of leadership, wandered hither and thither about the host and went not forth to fight. Thus marched the host like a consuming fire, and the earth groaned beneath them. When the Lord of Thunder is angry and lashes the land about Typhoeus among the Arimi, where they say Typhoeus lies, even so did the earth groan beneath them as they sped over the plain. And now Iris, fleet as the wind, was sent by Jove to tell the bad news among the Trojans. They were gathered in assembly, old and young, at Priam's gates, and Iris came close up to Priam, speaking with the voice of Priam's son Polites, who, being fleet of foot, was stationed as watchman for the Trojans on the tomb of old Asaetes, to look out for any sally of the Achaeans. In his likeness Iris spoke, saying, "Old man, you talk idly, as in time of peace, while war is at hand. I have been in many a battle, but never yet saw such a host as is now advancing. They are crossing the plain to attack the city, as thick as leaves, or as the sands of the sea. Hector, I charge you above all others, do as I say. There are many allies dispersed about the city of Priam from distant places, and speaking divers tongues. Therefore, let each chief give orders to his own people, setting them severally in array and leading them forth to battle." Thus she spoke, but Hector knew that it was the goddess, and at once broke up the assembly. The men flew to arms. All the gates were opened, and the people thronged through them, horse and foot, with the tramp as of a great multitude. Now there is a high mound before the city, rising by itself upon the plain. Men call it Batia, but the gods know that is the tomb of Lithmarine. Here the Trojans and their allies divided their forces. Priam's son, great Hector of the gleaming helmet, commanded the Trojans, and with him were arrayed by far the greater number and most valiant of those who were longing for the fray. The Dardanians were led by brave Aeneas, whom Venus bore to Anchises when she, goddess though she was, had lain with him upon the mountain slopes of Ida. He was not alone, for with him were the two sons of Antenor, Archilochus and Acamas, both skilled in all the arts of war. They that dwelt in Telia under the lowest spurs of Mt, Ida, men of substance, who drink the limpid waters of the Asopus, and are of Trojan blood. These were led by Pandarus son of Lycaon, whom Apollo had taught to use the bow. They that held Adrestia, and the land of Apasus, with Pityeia, and the high mountain of Tereia. These were led by Adrestus and Amphius, whose breastplate was of linen. These were the sons of Merops of Percote, who excelled in all kinds of divination. He told them not to take part in the war, but they gave him no heed, for fate lured them to destruction. They that dwelt about Percote and Practius, with Sestos, Abydos, and Arisbe. These were led by Aetius, son of Hyrtacus, a brave commander. Aetius, the son of Hyrtacus, whom his powerful dark bay steeds, of the breed that comes from the river Celis, had brought from Arisbe. Hippothous led the tribes of Pelasgian spearsmen, who dwelt in fertile Larissa. Hippothous and Peleus of the race of Mars, two sons of the Pelasgian Lethus, son of Teutomus. Acamas and the warrior Paris commanded the Thracians, and those that came from beyond the mighty stream of the Hellespont. Euphemus, son of Trosanus, the son of Ceos, was captain of the Ciconian spearsmen. Pyraechmes led the Paeonian archers from distant Amydon, by the broad waters of the river Axius, the firest that flow upon the earth. The Paphlagonians were commanded by stout-hearted Pylamens from Inete, where the mules run wild in herds. These were they that held Cytorus, and the country round Sesamus, with the cities by the river Parthenius, Cromna, Aegialus, and lofty Erycene. Odius and Epistrophus were captains over the Halizoni from distant Alybe, where there are mines of silver. Chromis and Ennomus the augur led the Mesans, but his skill in augury availed not to save him from destruction, for he fell by the hand of the fleet descendant of Aeacus in the river, where he slew others also of the Trojans. Phorcys again and noble Ascanius led the Phrygians from the far country of Ascania, and both were eager for the fray. Mesthles and Antiphus commanded the Maeonians, sons of Talamens, born to him of the Gygaean lake. These led the Maeonians who dwelt under Amenti Tmolus. Nasts led the Carians, men of a strange speech. These held Miletus and the wooded mountain of Phastas, with the water of the river Mander and the lofty crests of Metmycale. These were commanded by Nasts and Amphimachus, the brave sons of Nomion. He came into the fight with gold about him. Like a girl, fool that he was, his gold was of no avail to save him. For he fell in the river by the hand of the fleet descendant of Aeacus, and Achilles bore away his gold. Sarpedon and Glaucus led the Lycians from their distant land, by the eddying waters of the Xanthus. Alexandria, also called Paris, challenges Menelaus. Helen and Priam view the Achaeans from the wall. The Covenant. Paris and Menelaus fight, and Paris is worsted. Venus carries him off to save him, seen between him and Helen. When the companies were thus arrayed, each under its own captain, the Trojans advanced as a flight of wild fowl or cranes that scream overhead when rain and winter drive them over the flowing waters of Oceanus to bring death and destruction on the Pygmies. And they wrangle in the air as they fly, but the Achaeans marched silently, in high heart, and minded to stand by one another. as when the south wind spreads a curtain of mist upon the mountain tops. Bad for shepherds, but better than night for thieves, and a man can see no further than he can throw a stone. Even so rose the dust from under their feet as they made all speed over the plain. When they were close up with one another, Alexandrus came forward as champion on the Trojan side. On his shoulders he bore the skin of a panther, his bow and his sword, and he brandished 2 spears, shod with bronze as a challenge to the bravest of the Achaeans, to meet him in single fight. Menelaus saw him thus stride out before the ranks, and was glad as a hungry lion lights on the carcave some goat or horned stag, and devours it there and then, though dogs and youths set upon him. Even thus was Menelaus glad, when his eyes caught sight of Alexandrus, for he deemed that now he should be revenged. He sprang, therefore, from his chariot, clad in his suit of armor. Alexandrus quailed as he saw Menelaus come forward, and shrank in fear of his life under cover of his men, as one who starts back affrighted, trembling and pale, when he comes suddenly upon a serpent in some mountain glade. Even so did Alexandrus plunge into the throng of Trojan warriors, terror-stricken at the sight of the son of Atreus. Then Hector upbraided him. "Paris," said he, "evil-hearted Paris, fair to see, but woman-mad, and false of tongue, would that you had never been born, or that you had died unwise. Better so, than live to be disgraced and looked askance at. Will not the Achaeans mock at yous, and say that we have sent one to champion us, who is fair to see, but who has neither wit nor courage? Did you not, such as you are, get your following together and sail beyond the seas? Did you not from your far tree carry off a lovely woman wedded among a people of warriors, to bring sorrow upon your father, your city, and your whole country, but joy to your enemies, and hang dog shamefacedness to yourself? And now can you not dare face Menelaus, and learn what manner of man he is whose wife you have stolen? Where indeed would be your lyre, and your love tricks, your comely locks, and your fair favor, when you were lying in the dust before him? The Trojans are a weak-kneed people, or ere this you would have had a shirt of stones for the wrongs you have done them." And Alexandrus answered, "Hector, your rebuke is just. You are hard as the axe, which a shipwright wields at his work, and cleaves the timber to his licking. As the axe in his hand, so keen is the edge of your scorn. Still, taunt me not with the gifts that golden Venus has given me. They are precious, let not a man disdain them. For the gods give them where they are minded, and none can have them for the asking. If you would have me do battle with Menelaus, bid the Trojans and Achaeans take their seats, while he and I fight in their midst, for Helen and all her wealth. Let him who shall be victorious, and prove to be the better man, take the woman and all she has, to bear them to his home. But let the rest swear to a solemn covenant of peace, whereby you Trojans shall stay here in Troy, while the others go home to Argos and the land of the Achaeans." When Hector heard this, he was glad, and went about among the Trojan ranks, holding his spear by the middle to keep them back, and they all sat down at his bidding. But the Achaeans still aimed at him with stones and arrows, till Agamemnon shouted them, saying, "Hold, Argives, shoot not, sons of the Achaeans. Hector desires to speak." They ceased taking aim and were still. Whereon Hector spoke. "Hear from my mouth," said he, "Trojans and Achaeans, the saying of Alexandrus, through whom this quarrel has come about. He bids the Trojans and Achaeans lay their armor upon the ground, while he and Menelaus fight in the midst of you for Helen and all her wealth. Let him who shall be victorious and prove to be the better man take the woman and all she has, to bear them to his own home, but let the rest swear to a solemn covenant of peace." Thus he spoke, and they all held their peace, till Menelaus of the loud battle cry addressed them. "And now," he said, "hear me too, for it is I who am the most aggrieved. I deem that the parting of Achaeans and Trojans is at hand, as well it may be, seeing how much have suffered for my quarrel with Alexandrus, and the wrong he did me. Let him who shall die, die, and let the others fight no more. Bring, then, 2 lambs, a white ram and a black ewe, for earth and sun, and we will bring a 3rd for Jove. Moreover, you shall bid Priam come, that he may swear to the covenant himself, for his sons are high-handed and ill to trust, and the oaths of Jove must not be transgressed or taken in vain. Young men's minds are light as air, but when an old man comes he looks before and after, deeming that which shall be fairest upon both sides. The Trojans and Achaeans were glad when they heard this, for they thought that they should now have rest. They backed their chariots toward the ranks, got out of them, and put off their armor, laying it down upon the ground, and the hosts were near to one another, with a little space between them. Hector sent 2 messengers to the city bring the lambs and to bid Priam, while Agamemnon told Talthybius to fetch the other lamb from the ships, and he did as Agamemnon had said. Meanwhile Iris went to Helen in the form of her sister-in-law, wife of the son of Antenor, for Helicon, son of Antenor, had married Lodis, the fairest of Priam's daughters. She found her in her own room, working at great web of purple linen, on which she was embroidering the battles between Trojans and Achaeans, that Mars had made them fight for her sake. Iris then came close up to her and said, "Come hither, child, and see the strange doings of the Trojans and Achaeans. Till now they have been warring upon the plain, mad with lust of battle, but now they have left off fighting, and are leaning upon their shields, sitting still with their spears planted beside them. Alexandrus and Menelaus are going to fight about yourself, and you are to be the wife of him who is the victor." Thus spoke the goddess, and Helen's heart yearned after her former husband, her city, and her parents. She threw a white mantle over her head and hurried from her room, weeping as she went, not alone, but attended by 2 of her handmaids, Athrae, daughter of Pythias, and Clymene. And straightway they were at the Scaean gates. The two sages, Ucaligon and Antenor, elders of the people, were seated by the Scaean gates with Priam, Panthus, Lampus, Clesius, and Hycaton of the race of Mars. These were too old to fight, but they were fluent orators, and sat on the tower like seagulls that chirrup delicately from the boughs of some high tree in a wood. When they saw Helen coming towards the tower, they said softly to one another, "Small wonder that Trojans and should endure so much and so long for the sake of a woman so marvelously and divinely lovely. Still, fair though she be, let them take her and go, or she will breed sorrow for yous, and for our children after yous." But Priam bade her draw nigh. "My child," said he, "take your seat in front of me, that you may see your former husband, your kinsmen and your friends. I lay no blame upon you. It is the gods, not you, who are to blame. It is they that have brought about this terrible war with the Achaeans. Tell me, then, who is yonder huge hero so great and goodly? I have seen men taller by a head, but none so comely and so royal. Surely he must be a king." "Sir," answered Helen, "feather of my husband, dear and reverend in my eyes, would that I had chosen death rather than to have come here with your son, far from my bridal chamber, my friends, my darling daughter, and all the companions of my girlhood. But it was not to be, and my lot is one of tears and sorrow. As for your question, the hero of whom you ask is Agamemnon, son of Atreus, a good king and a brave soldier, brother-in-law as surely as that he lives, to my abhorred and miserable self." The old man marveled at him and said, "Happy son of Atreus, child of good fortune, I see that the Achaeans are subject to you in great multitudes. When I was in Phrygia, I saw much horsemen, the people of Otreus and of Mygdon, who were camping upon the banks of the river Sangarius. I was their ally, and with them when the Amazons, peers of men, came up against them. But even they were not so many as the Achaeans." The old man next looked upon Ulysses. "Tell me," he said, "who is that other, shorter by head than Agamemnon, but broader across the chest and shoulders? His armor is laid upon the ground, and he stalks in front of the ranks as it were some great woolly ram, ordering his ewes." And Helen answered, "He is Ulysses, a man of great craft, son of Laertes. He was born in rugged Ithaca, and excels in all manner of stratagems and subtle cunning." On this Antenor said, "Madam, you have spoken truly. Ulysses once came here as envoy about yourself, and Menelaus with him. I received them in my own house, and therefore know both thent and conversation, when they stood up in presence of the assembled Trojans. Menelaus was the broader shouldered, but when both were seated, Ulysses had the more royal presence. After a time they delivered their message, and the speech of Menelaus ran trippingly on the tongue. He did not say much, for he was a man of few words, but he spoke very clearly and to the point. Though he was the younger man of the two, Ulysses, on the other hand, when he rose to speak, was at first silent and kept his eyes fixed upon the ground. There was no play nor graceful movement of his scepter. He kept it straight and stiff like a man unpractised in oratory. One might have taken him for a mere churl or simpleton. But when he raised his voice, and the words came driving from his deep chest, like winter snow before the wind, then there was none to touch him, and no man thought further of what he looked like. Priam then caught sight of Ajax and asked, "Who is that great and goodly warrior whose head and broad shoulders tower above the rest of the Argives?" "That," answered Helen, "is huge Ajax, bulwark of the Achaeans, and on the other side of him, among the Cretans, stands Idomeneus looking like a god, and with the captains of the Cretans round him. Often did Menelaus receive him as a guest in our house when he came visiting us from Crete. I see, moreover, many other Achaeans, whose names I could tell you, but there are two whom I can nowhere find, Castor, breaker of horses, and Pollux the mighty boxer. They are children of my mother, and own brothers to myself. Either they have not left Lacedaemon, or else, though they have brought their ships, they will not show themselves in battle, for the shame and deeds that I have brought upon them." She knew not that both these heroes were already lying under their own land, the earth in their lying oath Lacedaemon. Meanwhile the heralds were bringing the holy oath offerings through the city, 2 lambs and a goatskin of wine, the gift of earth, and Idaeus brought the mixing bowl and the cups of gold. He went up to Priam and said, "Son of Laomedon, the princes of the Trojans and Achaeans bid you come down on to the plain and swear to a solemn covenant. Alexandrus and Menelaus are to fight for Helen in single combat, that she and all her wealth may go with him. Who is the victor? We are to swear to a solemn covenant of peace, whereby we others shall dwell here in Troy, while the Achaeans return to Argos and the land of the Achaeans." The old man trembled as he heard, but bade his followers yoke the horses, and they made all haste to do so. He mounted the chariot, gathered the reins in his hand, and Antenor took his seat beside him. They then drove through the Scaean gates onto the plain. When they reached the ranks of the Trojans and Achaeans, they left the chariot, and with measured pace advanced into the space between the hosts. Agamemnon and Ulysses both rose to meet them. The attendants brought on the oath offerings and mixed the wine in the mixing bowls. They poured water over the hands of the chieftains, and the son of Atreus drew the dagger that hung by his sword, and cut wool from the lambs' heads. This the men thence gave about among the Trojan and Achaean princes. And the son of Atreus lifted up his hands in prayer. "Father Jove," he cried, "that rulest in Ida, most glorious in power, and thou, O Sun, that seest and givest heir to all things, earth and rivers, and ye who in the realms below chastise the soul of him that has broken his oath, witness these rites and guard them, that they be not vain. If Alexandrus kills Menelaus, let him keep Helen and all her wealth, while we sail home with our ships. But if Menelaus kills Alexandrus, let the Trojans give back Helen and all that she has. Let them moreover pay such fine to the Achaeans as shall be agreed upon, in testimony among those that shall be born hereafter. And if Priam and his sons refuse such fine, when Alexandrus has fallen, then will I stay here and fight until I have got satisfaction." As he spoke, he drew his knife across the throats of the victims, and laid them down gasping and dying upon the ground, for the knife had reft them of their strength. Then they poured wine from the mixing bowl into the cups, and prayed to the everlasting gods, saying, "Trojans and Achaeans among one another, most great and glorious, and ye other everlasting gods, grant the brains of them who shall first sin against their oaths, of them and their children, may be shed upon the ground even as this wine, and let their wives become the slaves of strangers." Thus they prayed, but not as yet would Jove grant their prayer. Then Priam, descendant of Dardanus, spoke, saying, "Hear me, Trojans and Achaeans. I will now go back to the wind-beaten city of Iliad. I dare not with my own eyes witness this fight between my son and Menelaus, for Jove and the other immortals alone know which shall fall." On this he laid the 2 lambs on his chariot and took his sheet. He gathered the reins in his hand, and Antenor sat beside him. The 2 then went back to Iliad. Hector and Ulysses measured the ground and cast lots from a helmet of bronze to see which should take aim first. Meanwhile the 2 hosts lifted up their hands and prayed, saying, "Father Jove, that rulest from Ida, most glorious in power, grant that he who first brought about this war between us may die and enter the house of Hades, while we others remain at peace and abide by our oaths." Great Hector now turned his head aside, while he shook the helmet, and the lot of Paris flew out first. The others took their several stations, each by his horses and the place where his arms were lying, while Alexandrus, husband of lovely Helen, put on his goodly armor. First he greaved his legs with greaves of good make and fitted with ankle clasps of silver. After this he donned the cuirass of his brother Lycon, and fitted it to his own body. He hung his silver-studded sword of bronze about his shoulders, and then his mighty shield. On his comely head he set his helmet, well wrought, with a crest of horse, hair that nodded menacingly above it, and he grasped a redoubtable spear that suited his hands. In like fashion Menelaus also put on his armor. When they had thus armed, each amid his own people, they strode fierce of aspect into the open space, and both Trojans and Achaeans were struck with as they beheld them. They stood near one another on the measured ground, brandishing their spears, and each furious against the other. Alexandrus aimed first and struck the round shield of the son of Atreus, but the spear did not pierce it, for the shield turned its point. Menelaus next took aim, praying to Father Jove as he did so. "King Jove," he said, "grant me revenge on Alexandrus, who has wronged me. Subdue him under my hand, that in ages yet to come a man may shrink from doing ill deeds in the house of his host." He poised his spear as he spoke, and hurled it at the shield of Alexandrus, through shield and cuirass it went, and tore the shirt by his flank. But Alexandrus swerved aside, and thus saved his life. Then the son of Atreus drew his sword, and drove at the projecting part of his helmet. But the sword fell shivered in 3 or 4 pieces from his hand, and he cried, looking towards heaven, "Feather Jove, of all gods thou art the most despiteful. I made sure of my revenge, but the sword has broken in my hand. My spear has been hurled in vain, and I have not killed him." With this he flew at Alexandrus, caught him by the hair plume of his helmet, and began dragging him towards the Achaeans. The strap of the helmet that went under his chin was choking him, and Menelaus would dragged him off to his own great glory, had not Jove's daughter Venus been quick to mark and to break the strap of ox hide, so that the empty helmet came away in his hand. This he flung to his comrades among the Achaeans, and was again springing upon Alexandrus, to run him through with a spear. But Venus snatched him up in a moment, and as a god can do, hid him under a cloud of darkness, and conveyed him to his own bedchamber. Then she went to call Helen, and found her on a high tower, with Trojan women crowding round her. She took the form of an old woman, who used to dress wool, for when she was still in Lacedaemon, and of whom she was very fond. Thus disguised, she plucked her by perfumed robe and said, "Come hither. Alexandrus says you are to go to the house. He is on his bed in his own room, radiant with beauty and dressed in gorgeous apparel. No one would think he had just come from fighting, but rather that he was going to a dance, or had done dancing and was sitting down." With these words she moved the heart of Helen to anger. When she marked the beautiful nymph the goddess, her lovely bosom and sparkling eyes, she marveled at her and said, "Goddess, why do you thus beguile me? Are you going to send me afield still further, to some man whom you have taken up in Phrygia or fair Meonia? Menelaus has just vanquished Alexandrus, and is to take my hateful self back with him. You are come here to betray me. Go sit with Alexandrus yourself. Henceforth be goddess no longer. Never let your feet carry you back to Olympus. Worry about him and look after him till he make you his wife, or, for the matter of that, his slave. But me, I shall not go. I can garnish his bed no longer. I should be a byword among all the women of Troy. Besides, I have trouble on my mind." Venus was very angry and said, "Bold hussy, do not provoke me. If you do, I shall leave you to your fate, and hate you as much as I have loved you. I will stir up fierce hatred between Trojans and Achaeans, and you shall come to a bad end." At this Helen was frightened. She wrapped her mantle about her and went in silence, following the goddess and unnoticed by the Trojan women. When they came to the house of Alexandrus, the maidservants set about their work, but Helen went into her own room, and the loving goddess took a seat and set it for her facing Alexandrus. On this Helen, daughter of Aegis, bearing Jove, sat down, and with eyes askance began to upbraid her husband. "So you are come from the fight," said she. Would that you had fallen rather by hand of that brave man who was my husband. You used to brag that you were a better man with hands and spear than Menelaus. Go then and challenge him again. But I should advise you not to do so, for if you are foolish enough to meet him in single combat, you will soon fall by his spear. And Paris answered, Wife, do not vex me with your reproaches. This time, with the help of Minerva, Menelaus has vanquished me. Another time I may myself be victor, for I too have gods that will stand by me. Come, let us lie down together and make friends. Never yet was I so passionately enamored of you as at this moment. Not even when I first carried you off from the Wade. Not even when I had conversed with you upon the Crine was now. Then on this I saw this Iliad island of couchove in love. Not even a calm sailed away with you, and Cramley Stamon this moment, and his wife went with him. Thus they laid themselves on the bed together, but the son of Atreus strode among the throng, looking everywhere for Alexandrus, and no man, neither of the Trojans nor of the allies, could find him. If they had seen him, they were in no mind to hide him, for they all of them hated him as they did death itself. Then Agamemnon, king of men, spoke, saying, Hear me, Trojans, Dardanians, and allies. The victory has been with Menelaus. Therefore give back Helen with all her wealth, and pay such fine as shall be agreed upon, in testimony among them that shall be born hereafter. Thus spoke the son of Atreus, and the Achaeans shouted in applause. Book A Quarrel in Olympus. Minerva goes down in Persvandaris to violate the oaths by wounding Melas with an arrow. Agamemnon makes a speech for bout among his captains and upbraid Sthenelus for Macon. He then goes and sends for a cow, who each of them retort fiercely. Diomed checks Sthenelus, and the two hosts then engage, with great slaughter on either side. Now the gods were sitting with Jove in council upon the golden floor, while Hebe went round pouring out nectar for them to drink, and as they pledged one another in the cups they looked gone upon the town of Troy. The son of Saturn then began to tease Juno, talking at her so as to provoke her. Menelaus, said he, has two good friends among the goddesses, Juno of Argos and Minerva of Alocamen, but they only sit still and look on, while Venus keeps ever by Alexandrus, side to defend him in any danger. Indeed, she has just rescued him when he made sure that it was all over with him, for the victory really did lie with Menelaus. We must consider what we shall do about all this. Shall we set them fighting anew, or make peace between them? If you will agree to this last, Menelaus can take back Helen, and the city of Priam may remain still inhabited. Minerva and Juno must contend as they sat side by side, Medishif for muttered at hatching Trojans. Minerva scowled at her father, for she was in a furious passion with him, and said nothing. But Juno could not contain herself. Dread son of Saturn, said she, what, pray, is the meaning of all this? Is my trouble, then, to go for nothing, and the sweat that I have sweated, to say nothing of my horses, while getting the people together against Priam and his children. Do as you will, but we other gods shall not all of us approve your counsel. Jove was angry and answered, My dear, what harm have Priam and his sons done you, that you are so hotly bent on sacking the city of Ilias? Will nothing do for you but must go within walls and their walls and eat Priam raw, with his sons and all the other Trojans to boot? Have it your own way then, for I would not have this matter become bone of contention between us. I say further, and lay my saying to your heart, if ever I want to sack a city belonging to friends of yours, you must not try to stop me. You will have to let me do it, for I am giving in to you sorely against my will. Of all inhabited cities, under the sun and stars of heaven, there was none that I so much respected as Ilias with Priam and his whole people. Equitable feasts were never wanting about my altar, nor the savour of burning fat, which is honour due to ourselves. My own 3 favourite cities, answered Juno, Argos, Sparta, and Mycenae. Sack them whenever you may be displeased with them. I shall not defend them, and I shall not care. Even if I did, and tried to stay you, I should take nothing by it, for you are much stronger than I am. But I will not have my own work wasted. I too am a god, and of the same race with yourself. I am Saturn's eldest daughter, and am honorable not on this ground only, but also because I am your wife, and you are king over the gods. Let it be a case, then, of give and take between yous, and the rest of the gods will follow our lead. Tell Minerva to go and take part in the fight at once, and let her contrive that the Trojans shall be the first to break their oaths and set upon the Achaeans. The sire of gods and men heeded her words, and said to Minerva, Go at once in the Trojan and Achaean hosts, and contrive that the Trojans shall be the first to break their oaths and set upon the Achaeans. This was what Minerva was already eager to do. So down she darted from the topmost summits of Olympus. She shot through the sky as some brilliant meteor, which the swimming Saturn has sent a sign to mariners, or to some great army, and a fiery train of light follows in its wake. The Trojans and Achaeans were struck with awe as they beheld, and one would turn to his neighbor, saying, Either we shall again have war and din of combat, or Jove the Lord of battle will now make peace between yous. Thus did they converse. Then Minerva took the form of Laodocus, son of Antenor, and went through the ranks of the Trojans to find Pandarus, the redoubtable son of Khan. She found him standing among the stalwart heroes who had followed him from the banks of the Aesopus. So she went close up to him and said, Brave son of Lycaon, will you do as I tell you? If you dare send an arrow at Menelaus, you'll win honor and thanks from all the Trojans, and especially from Prince Alexandrus. He would be the first to requite you very handsomely if he could see Menelaus mount his funeral pyre, slain by an arrow from your hand. Take your home aim then, and pray to Lycian Apollo, the famous archer. Vow that when you get home to your strong city of Zelia, you will offer a hecatomb of firstling lambs in his honor." His fool's heart was persuaded, and he took his bow from its case. This bow was made from the horns of a wild ibex, which he had as it was bounding from a rock. He had stalked it, and it had fallen as the arrow struck it to the heart. Its horns were 16 palms long, and a worker in horn had made them into a bow, smoothing them well down, and giving them tips of gold. When Pandarus had strung his bow, he laid it carefully on the ground, and his brave followers held their shields before him, lest the Achaeans should set upon him before he had shot Menelaus. Then he opened the lid of his quiver and took out a winged arrow that had not yet been shot. Fraught with the pangs of death, he laid the arrow on the string and prayed to Latian Apollo, the famous archer, vowing that when he got home to his strong city of Zelia, he would offer a hecatomb of firstling lambs in his honor. He laid the notch of the arrow on the ox hide bowstring, and drew both notch and string to his breast, till the arrow head was near the bow. Then when the bow was arched into a half circle, he let fly, and the bow twanged, and the string sang as the arrow flew gladly on over the heads of the throng. But the blessed gods did not forget thee, O Menelaus, and Jove's daughter, driver of the spoil, was the first to stand before thee and ward off the piercing arrow. She turned it from his skin as a mother whisks a fly from off her child when it is sleeping sweetly. She guided it to the part where the golden buckles of the belt that passed over his double cuirass were fastened. So the arrow struck the belt that went tightly round him. It went right through this, and through the cuirass of cunning workmanship. It also pierced the belt beneath it, which he wore next his skin to keep out darts or arrows. It was this that served him in the best stead. Nevertheless, the arrow went through it and grazed the top of the skin, so that blood began flowing from the wound, as when some woman of Meonia or Caria strains purple dye onto piece of ivory, that is to be the cheek piece of a horse, and is to be laid up in a treasure house. Many a knight is fain to bear it, but the king keeps it as an ornament of which both horse and driver may be proud. Even so, O Menelaus, were your shapely thighs and your legs, down to your far ankles, stained with blood. When King Agamemnon saw the blood flowing from the wound, he was afraid, and so was brave Menelaus himself, till he saw that the barbs of the arrow and the thread that bound here to hew the shaft were outside the wound. Then he took heart, but Agamemnon heaved a deep sigh as he held Menelaus's hand in his own, and his comrades made moan in concert. "Dear brother," he cried, "I have been the death of you in pledging this covenant, and letting you come forward as our champion. The Trojans have trampled on their oaths, and have wounded you. Nevertheless the oath, the blood of lambs, the drink offerings, and the right hands of fellowship in which we have put our trust, shall not be vain. If he that rules Olympus fulfill it not here and now, he will yet fulfill it hereafter, and they shall pay dearly with their lives and with their wives and children. The day will surely come when mighty Ilias shall be laid low, with Priam and Priam's people, when the son of Saturn from his throne shall overshadow them, with his awful aegis in punishment of their present treachery. This shall surely be, but how, Menelaus, shall I mourn you, if it be your lot now to die? I should return to Argos as a byword, for the Achaeans will at once go home. We shall leave Priam and the Trojans the glory of still keeping Helen, and the earth will rot your bones as you lie here at Troy, with your purpose not fulfilled. Then shall some braggart Trojan leap upon your tomb and say, ever thus may Agamemnon wreak his vengeance. He brought his army in vain. He is gone home to his own land with empty ships, and has left Menelaus behind him. Thus will one of them say, and may the earth then swallow me. But Menelaus reassured him and said, take heart, and do not alarm the people. The arrow has not struck me in a mortal part, for my outer belt of burnished metal first stayed it, and under this my cuirass and the belt of mail which the bronze smiths made my. And Agamemnon answered, I trust, Menelaus, that it may be even so. But the surgeon shall examine your wound, and lay herbs upon it to relieve your pain. He then said to Talthybius, tell Thebius, tell Macon, son to the great physician Aesculapius, to come and see Menelaus immediately. Some Trojan or Lycian archer has wounded him with an arrow to our dismay, and to his own great glory. Talthybius did as he was told, and went about the host, trying to find Macon. Presently he found standing amid the brave warriors who had followed him from Tricca. Therion he went up to him and said, son of Aesculapius, King Agamemnon says you are to come and see Menelaus immediately. Some Trojan or Lycian archer has wounded him with arrow to our dismay, and to his own great glory. Thus did he speak, and Macon was moved to go. They passed through the spreading host-stones, the end went on till they came the place where Menelaus had been wounded, and was lying with the chieftains gathered into a circle round him. Macon passed into the middle of the ring and at once drew the arrow from the belt, bending its barbs back through the force with which he pulled it out. He undid the burnished belt, and beneath this the cuirass and the belt of mail which the bronze smiths had made. Then, when he had seen the wound, he wiped away the blood and applied some soothing drugs which Chiron had given to Aesculapius out of the gold he bore him. While they were thus busy about Menelaus, the Trojans came forward against them, for they had put on their armor and now renewed the fight. You would not have then found Agamemnon asleep, cowardly and unwilling to fight, but eager rather for the fray. He left his chariot rich with bronze, and his panting steeds in charge of Eurymedon, son of Ptolemaeus the son of Pereus, and bade him hold them in readiness against the time his limbs should weary of going about and giving orders to so many, for he went among the ranks on foot. When he saw men hasting to the front, he stood by them and cheered them on. Argives, said he, slacken not one whit in your onset. Father Jove will be no helper of Lear's. The Trojan been, the first acts, prick, Theroths and two attackers. Therefore they shall be devoured of vultures. We shall take their city and carry wives and children in our ship, Dubs. But he angrily rebuked those whom he saw shirking and disinclined to fight. Argives, he cried, cowardly, miserable creatures, have you no shame to stand here like frightened fawns, who, when they can no longer scud over the plain, huddle together, but show no fight? You are as dazed and spiritless as deer. Would you wait till the Trojans reek the sterns of our ships, as they lie on the shore, to see whether the son of Saturn will hold his hand over you to protect you? Thus did he go about giving his orders among the ranks. Passing through the crowd, he came presently on the Cretans, arming round Idomeneus, who was at their head, fierce as a wild boar, while Myrines was bringing up the battalions that were in the rear. Agamemnon was glad when he saw him and spoke him fairly. Idomeneus, said he, I treat you with greater distinction than I do any of the others of kin, whether in war or in other things, or at table. When the princes are mixing my choicest wines in the mixing bowls, they have each of them a fixed allowance, but your cup is kept always full, like my own, that you may drink whenever you are minded. Go, therefore, into battle, and show yourself the man you have been always proud to be. Idomeneus answered, I will be a trusty comrade, as I promised you from the first I would be. Urge on the other Achaeans, that we may join battle at once, for the Trojans have trampled upon their covenants. Death and destruction shall be theirs, seeing they have been the first to break their oaths and to attack yous. The son of Atreus went on, glad at heart, till he came upon the two Ajaxes arming themselves amid a host of foot soldiers, as when a goat, heard from some high post, watches a storm driver the deep before the west wind. Black as pitches the offing, and a mighty whirlwind draws towards him, so that he is afraid and drives his flock into a cave. Even thus did the ranks of stalwart youths move in a dark mass to battle under the Ajaxes, horrid with shield and spear. Glad was King Agamemnon when he saw them. No need, he cried, to give orders to such leaders of the Argives as you are, for of your own selves you spur your men on to fight with might and main. Would, by Father Jove, Minerva, and Apollo, that all were so minded as you are, for the city of Priam would then soon fall beneath our hands, and we should sack it. With this he left them and went onward to Nestor, the facile speaker of the Pylians, who was marshalling his men and urging them on, in company with Pelagon, Alastor, Chromius, Haman, and Bias, shepherd of his people. He placed his knights, their chariots, and horses in the front rank, while the foot soldiers, brave men and many, whom he could trust, were in the rear. The cowards he drove into the middle, that they might fight whether they would or no. He gave his orders to the knights first, bidding them hold their horses well in hand, so as to avoid confusion. Let no man, he said, relying on his strength or horsemanship, get before the others and engage singly with the Trojans, nor yet let him lag behind, or you will weaken your attack. But let each, when he meets an enemy's chariot, throw his spear from his own. This be much the best. This is how the men of old took towns and strongholds. In this wise were they minded. Thus did the old man charge them, for he had been in many a fight, and King Agamemnon was glad. I wish, he said to him, that your limbs were as supple, and your strength as sure as your judgment is. But age, the common enemy of mankind, has laid his hand upon you. Would that it had fallen upon some other, and that you were still young. And Nestor, knight of Gerene, answered, Son of Atreus, I too would gladly be the man I was, when I slew mighty Ereucalion, but the gods will not give us everything at one and the same time. I was then young, and now I am old. Still I can go with my knights and give them that counsel which old men have a right to give. The wielding of the spear I leave to those who are younger and stronger than none myself. Agamemnon went his way rejoicing, and presently found Menestheus, son of Peteos, tarrying in his place, and with him were the Athenians load of tongue in battle. Near him also tarried cunning Ulysses, with his sturdy Cephallenians round him. They had not yet heard the battle cry, for the ranks of Trojans and Achaeans had only just begun to move. So they were standing still, waiting for some other columns of the Achaeans to attack the Trojans and begin the fighting. When he saw this, Agamemnon rebuked them and said, Son of Peteos, and you other, steeped in cunning, heart of guile, why stand you here cowering and waiting on others? You too should be of all men foremost, when there is hard fighting to be done. For you are ever foremost to accept my invitation when we counselors of the Achaeans are holding feast. You are glad enough then to take your fill of roast meats and to drink wine as long as you please, whereas now you would not care though you saw 10 columns of Achaeans engage the enemy in front of you. Ulysses glared at him and answered, Son of Atreus, what are you talking about? How can you say that we are slack, when the Achaeans are in full fight with the Trojans? You shall see, if you care to do so, that the father of Telemachus will join battle with the foremost of them. You are talking idly. When Agamemnon saw that Ulysses was angry, he smiled pleasantly at him and withdrew his words. Ulysses, said he, noble son of Laertes, excellent in all good counsel, I have neither fault to find nor orders to give you, for I know your heart is right, and that you and I are of a mind. Enough, I will make you amends for what I have said, and if any ill has now been spoken, may the gods bring it to nothing. He then left them and went on to others. Presently he saw the son of Tydeus, noble Diomed, standing by his chariot and horses, with Sthenelus the son of Capaneus beside him, whereon he began to upbraid him. Son of Tydeus, he said, why stand you cowering here upon the brink of battle? Tydeus did not shrink thus, but was ever ahead of his men, when leading them on against the foe. So, at least, say they that saw him in battle, for I never set eyes upon him myself. They say that there was no man like him. He came once to Mycenae, not as an enemy but as a guest, in company with Polynices, to recruit his forces, for they were levying war against the strong city of Thebes, and prayed our people for a body of picked men to help them. The men of Mycenae were willing to let them have one, but Jove dissuaded them by showing them unfavorable omens. Tydeus, therefore, and Polynices went their way, when they had got as far the deep, meadowed and rush ground banks of the Asopus. The Achaeans sent Tydeus as their envoy, and he found the Cadmeans gathered in great numbers to a banquet in the house of Eteocles. Stranger though he was, he knew no fear on finding himself single-handed among so many, but challenged them to contests of all kinds, and in each one of them was at once victorious, so mightily did Minerva help him. The Cadmeans were incensed at his success, and set a force of 50 youths with 2 captains, the godlike hero Maon, son of Haemon, and Polyphontes, son of Autophonus, at their head, to lie in wait for him on his return journey. But Tydeus slew every man of them, save only Maon, whom he let go in obedience to heaven's omens. Such was Tydeus of Aetolia. His son can talk more glibly, but he cannot fight as his father did. Diomed made no answer, for he was shamed by the rebuke of Agamemnon. But the son of Capaneus took up his words and said, "Son of Atreus, tell no lies, for you can speak truth if you will. We boast ourselves as even better men than our fathers. We took 7 gated Thebes, though the wall was stronger and our men were fewer in number. For we trusted in the omens of the gods and in the help of Jove, whereas they perished through their own sheer folly. Hold not, then, our fathers in like honor with yous?" Diomed looked sternly at him and said, "Hold your peace, my friend, as I bid you. It is not amiss that Agamemnon should urge the Achaeans forward, for the glory will be his if we take the city, and his the shame if we are vanquished. Therefore let us acquit ourselves with valor." As he spoke, he sprang from his chariot, and his armor rang so fiercely about his body that even brave man might well have been scared to hear it, as when some mighty wave that thunders on the beach when the west wind has lashed it into fury. It has reared its head afar, and now comes crashing down on the shore. It bows its arching crest high over the jagged rocks and spews its salt foam in all directions. Even so did the serried phalanxes of the Danaans march steadfastly to battle. The chiefs gave orders, each to his own people, but the men said never a word. No man would think it, for huge as the host was, it seemed as there was not a tongue among them, so silent were they in their obedience, and as they marched, the armor about their bodies glistened in the sun. But the clamor of the Trojan ranks was as that of many thousand ewes that stand waiting to be milked in the yards of some rich flock, master, and bleat incessantly in answer to the bleating of their lambs, for they had not one speech nor language, but their tongues were diverse, and they came from many different places. These were inspired of Mars, but the others by Minerva. And with them came panic, rout, and strife, woe's fury never tires, sister and friend of murderous Mars, who, from being at first but low in stature, grows till she appears her head to heaven, though her feet are still on earth. She it was that went about among them, and flung down discord, to the waxing of sorrow, with even hand between them. One they were got together, in one place shield clashed with shield awrithe, spear in the rage of battle. The bossed shields beat one upon another, and there was a tramp as of a great multitude. Death cry and shout of triumph of slain and slayers, and the earth ran red with blood, as torrents swollen with rain course madly down their deep channels, till the angry floods meet in some gorge, and the shepherd on the hillside hears their roaring from afar. Even such was the toil and uproar of the hosts as they joined in battle. First Antilochus slew an armed warrior of the Trojans, Echepolis, son of Thalasius. Fighting in the foremost ranks, he struck at the projecting part of his helmet and drove the spear into his brow. The point of bronze pierced the bone, and darkness veiled his eyes. Headlong as a tower, he fell amid the press of the fight, and as he dropped, King Elephana, son of Chalcodon and captain of the proud Abantis, began dragging him out of reach of the darts that were falling around him, in haste to strip him of his armor. But his purpose was not for long. Agenor saw him haling the body away, and smote him in the side with his bronze-shod spear, for as he stooped his side was left unprotected by his shield, and thus he perished. Then the fight between Trojans and Achaeans grew furious over his body, and they flew upon each other like wolves, man and man crushing one upon the other. Forthwith Ajax, son of Telamon, slew the fair youth Simoeisius, son of Anthemion, whom his mother bore by the banks of the Simois, as she was coming down from Ment, Ida, where she had been with her parents to see their flocks. Therefore he was named Simoeisius, but he did not live to pay his parents for his rearing, for he was cut off untimely by the spear of mighty Ajax, who struck him in the breast by the right nipple as he was coming on among the foremost fighters. The spear went right through his shoulder, and he fell as a poplar that has grown straight and tall in a meadow by some mere, and its top is thick with branches. Then the wheelwright lays his axe to its roots, that he may fashion a felloe for the wheel of some goodly chariot, and it lies seasoning by the waterside. In such wise did Ajax fell to earth Simoeisius, son of Anthemion. Therion Antiphus of the gleaming corslet, son of Priam, hurled a spear at Ajax from amid the crowd and missed him, but he hit Lucus, the brave comrade of Ulysses, in the groin, as he was dragging the body of Simoeisius over to the other side. So he fell upon the body and loosed his hold upon it. Ulysses was furious when he saw Lucus slain, and strode in full armor through the front ranks till he was quite close. Then he glared round about him and took aim, and the Trojans fell back as he did so. His dart was not sped in vain, for it struck Democune, the bastard son of Priam, who had come to him from Abydos, where he had charge of his father's mares. Ulysses, infuriated by the death of his comrade, hit him with his spear on one temple, and the bronze point came through on the other side of his forehead. Therion darkness veiled his eyes, and his armor rang rattling round him as he fell heavily to the ground. Hector, and they that were in front, then gave round, while the Argives raised a shout and drew off the dead, pressing further forward as they did so. But Apollo looked down from Pergamus and called aloud to the Trojans, for he was displeased. Trojans, he cried, rush on the foe, and do not let yourselves be thus beaten by the Argives. Their skins are not stone nor iron, that when you hit them you do them no harm. Moreover, Achilles, the son of lovely Thetis, is not fighting, but is nursing his anger at the ships. Thus spoke the mighty god, crying to them from the city, while Jova's redoubtable daughter, the Trito-born, went about among the host of the Achaeans, and urged them forward, whenever she beheld them slackening. Then fate fell upon Diores, son of Amarynceus, for he was struck by a jagged stone near the ankle of his right leg. He that hurled it was Pyrrhus, son of Imbrasus, captain of the Thracians, who had come from Aenus. The bones and both the tendons were crushed by the pitiless stone. He fell to the ground on his back, and in his death Thros stretched out his hands towards his comrades. But Pyrrhus, who had wounded him, sprang on him and thrust a spear into his belly, so that his bowels came gushing out upon the ground, and darkness veiled his eyes. As he was leaving the body, those of Aetolia struck him in the chest near the nipple, and the point fixed itself in his lungs. Those came close up to him, pulled the spear out of his chest, and then drawing his sword, smote him the middle of the belly so that he died. But he did not strip him of his armor, for his Thracian comrades, men who wear their hair in a tuft at the top of their heads, stood round the body and kept him off with their long spears for all his great stature and valor. So he was driven back. Thus the two corpses lay stretched on earth near to one another, the one captain of the Thracians, and the other of the Aepeans, and many another fell round them. And now no man would have made light the fighting if could have gone about among it scathless and unwounded, with Minerva leading him by the hand and protecting him from the storm of spears and arrows. For many Trojans and Achaeans on that day lay stretched side by side face downwards upon the earth. Book 5. The Exploits of Diomed, who, though wounded by Pandarus, continues fighting. He kills Pandarus and wounds Aeneas. Venus rescues Aeneas, but being wounded by Diomed, commits him to the care of Apollo and goes to Olympus, where she is tended by her mother Dione. Mars encourages the Trojans, and Aeneas returns to the fight cured of his wound. Minerva and Juno help the Achaeans, and by the advice of the former Diomed wounds Mars, who returns to Olympus to get cured. Then Pallas Minerva put valor into the heart of Diomed, son of Tydeus, that he might excel all the other Argives, and cover himself with glory. she made a stream of fire flare from his shield and helmet-like. The shyness most brilliantly in summer after its bath of Oceanus. Of the ahead, his speed and thickest hurly, Berlim shoulders she bade her shum as heel pond she kindle waiters a fire the whiteness. Even such a sod. Now there was a certain rich and honorable man among the Trojans, priest of Vulcan, and his name was Dares. He had 2 sons, Phegeus and Idaeus, both of them skilled in all the arts of war. These 2 came forward from the main body of Trojans, and set upon Diomede, he being on foot, while they fought from their chariot. When they were close up to one another, Phegeus took aim first, but his spear went over Diomede's left shoulder without hitting him. Diomed then threw, and his spear sped not in vain, for it hit Phegeus on the breast near the nipple, and he fell from his chariot. Idaeus did not dare to bestride his brother's body, but sprang from the chariot and took to flight, or he would have shared his brother's fate, whereon Vulcan saved him by wrapping him in a cloud of darkness, that his old father not be utterly overwhelmed with grief. But the son of Tydeus drove off with the horses, and bade his followers take them to the ships. The Trojans were scared when they saw the 2 sons of Dares, one of them in fright and the other lying dead by his chariot. Minerva, therefore, took Mars by the hand and said, Mars, Mars, bane of men blood, stained stormer of cities, may we not now leave the Trojans and Achaeans to fight it out, and see to which of the 2 Jove will vouchsafe the victory? Let us go away, and thus avoid his anger. So saying, she drew Mars out of the battle, and set him down upon the steep banks of the Scamander. Upon this the Danaans drove the Trojans back, and each one of their chieftains killed his man. First King Agamemnon flung mighty Odius, captain of the Halizoni, from his chariot. The spear of Agamemnon caught him on the broad of his back, just as he was turning in flight. It struck him between the shoulders, and went right through his chest, and his armor rang rattling round him as he fell heavily to the ground. Then Idomeneus killed Phases, son of Boreas the Meonian, who had come from Varn. Mighty Idomeneus speared him on the right shoulder as he was mounting his chariot, and the darkness of death enshrouded him as he fell heavily from the car. The squires of Idomeneus spoiled him of his armor, while Menelaus, son of Atreus, killed Scamandrius the son of Strophius, a mighty huntsman and keen lover of the chase. Diana herself had taught him how to kill every kind of wild creature that is bred in mountain forests, but neither she nor his famed skill in archery could now save him. For the spear of Menelaus struck him in the back as he was flying. It struck him between the shoulders and went right through his chest, so that he fell headlong, and his armor rang rattling round him. Merians then killed Phaerclus the son of Tecton, who was the son of Hermon, a man whose hand was skilled in all manner of cunning workmanship. For Pallas Minerva had dearly loved him. It was that made the ships for Alexandrus, which were the beginning of all mischief, and brought evil alike both on the Trojans and on Alexandrus himself, for he heeded not the decrees of heaven. Merions overtook him as he was flying, and struck him on the right buttock. The point of the spear went through the bone into the bladder, and death came upon him as he cried aloud and fell forward on his knees. Meges, moreover, slew Pedaeus, son of Antenor, who, though he was a bastard, had been brought up by Theano as one of her own children, for the love she bore her husband. The son of Phyleus got close up to him and drove a spear into the nape of his neck. It went under his tongue all among his teeth, so he bit the cold bronze, and fell dead in the dust. And Eurypylus, son of Euaemon, killed Hypsiner, the son of noble Dolopian, who had been made priest of the river Scamander, and was honored among the people as though he were a god. Eurypylus gave chase as he was flying before him, smote him with his sword upon the arm, and lopped his strong hand from off it. The bloody hand fell to the ground, and the shades of death, with fate that no man can withstand, came over his eyes. Thus furiously did the battle rage between them. As for the son of Tydeus, you could not say whether he was more among the Achaeans or the Trojans. He rushed across the plain like a winter torrent that has burst its barrier in full flood. No dikes, no walls of fruitful vineyards can embank it when it is swollen with rain from heaven. But in a moment it comes tearing onward, and lays many a field waste that many a strong man's hand has reclaimed. Even so were the dense phalanxes of the Trojans driven in rout by the son of Tydeus, and many though they were, they dared not abide his onslaught. Now when the son of Lycom saw him scouring the plain and driving the Trojans pell-mell before him, he aimed an arrow and hit the front part of his cuirass near the shoulder. The arrow went right through the metal and pierced the flesh, so that the cuirass was covered with blood. On this the son of Lycaon shouted in triumph, "Knights, Trojans, come on! The bravest of the Achaeans is wounded, and he will not hold out much longer. If King Apollo was indeed with me when I sped from Lycia hither." Thus did he vaunt. But his arrow had not killed Diomed, who withdrew and made for the chariot and horses of Sthenelus, the son of Capaneus. "Dear son of Capaneus," said he, "come down from your chariot and draw the arrow out of my shoulder." Sthenelus sprang from his chariot and drew the arrow from the wound, whereon the blood came spouting out through the hole that had been made in his shirt. Then Diomed prayed, saying, "Hear me, daughter of Aegis, bearing Jove, unweariable. If ever you loved my father well, and stood by him in the thick of a fight, do the like now by me. Grant me to come within a spear's throw of that man and kill him. He has been too quick for me, and has wounded me, and now he is boasting that I shall not see the light of the sun much longer." Thus he prayed, and Pallas Minerva heard him. She made his limbs supple, and quickened his hands and his feet. Then she went up close to him and said, "Fear not, Diomed, to do battle with the Trojans, for I have set in your heart the spirit of your knightly father Tydeus. Moreover, I have withdrawn the veil from your eyes, that you know gods and men apart. If then any other god comes here and offers you battle, do not fight him. But should Jove's daughter Venus come, strike her with your spear and wound her. When she had said this, Minerva went away, and the son of Tydeus again took his place among the foremost fighters, 3 times more fierce even than he had been before. He was like a lion that some mountain shepherd has wounded, but not killed, as he is springing over the wall of a sheep yard to attack the sheep. The shepherd has roused the brute to fury but cannot defend his flock. So he takes shelter under cover of the buildings, while the sheep, panic-stricken on being deserted, are smothered in heaps one on top of the other, and the angry lion leaps out over the sheep yard wall. Even thus did Diomed go furiously about among the Trojans. He killed Asinus and Hyparon, shepherd of his people, the one with a thrust of his spear, which struck him above the nipple, the other with a sword, cut on the collar bone, that severed his shoulder from his neck and back. He let both of them lie, and went in pursuit of Abas and Polyidus, sons of the old reader of dreams Eurydamas. They never came back for him to raid them any more dreams, for mighty Diomed made an end of them. He then gave chase to Xanthus and Thun, the 2 sons of Phaenops, both of them very dear to him, for he was now worn out with age, and begat no more sons to inherit his possessions. But Diomed took both their lives, and left their father sorrowing bitterly, for he never more saw them come home from battle alive, and his kinsmen divided his wealth among themselves. Then he came upon 2 sons of Priam, Achaemon and Chromius, as they were both in one chariot. He sprang upon them as a lion fastens on the neck of some cow or heifer when the herd is feeding in a coppice. For all their vain struggles, he flung them both from their chariot and stripped the armor from their bodies. Then he gave their horses to his comrades to take them back to the ships. When Aeneas saw him thus making havoc among the ranks, he went through the fight amid the rain of spears to see if he could find Pandarus. When he had found the brave son of Khan, he said, "Pandarus, where is now your bow, your winged arrows, and your renown as an archer, in respect of which no man here can rival you, nor is there any in Lycia that can beat you? Lift then your hands to Jove and send an arrow at this fellow, who is going so masterfully about, and has done such deadly work among the Trojans. He has killed many a brave man, unless indeed he is some god who is angry with the Trojans about their sacrifices, and has set his hand against them in his displeasure." And the son of Lycaon answered, "Aeneas, I take him for none other than the son of Tydeus. I know him by his shield, the visor of his helmet, and by his horses. It is possible that he may be a god, but if he is the man I say he is not making all this havoc without heaven's help, but has some god by his side, who is shrouded in a cloud of darkness, and who turned my arrow aside when it had hit him. I have taken aim at him already, and hit him on the right shoulder. My arrow went through the breast piece of his cuirass, and I made sure I should send him hurrying to the world below. But it seems that I have not killed him. There must be a god who is angry with me. Moreover, I have neither horse nor chariot. In my father's stables there are 11 excellent chariots, fresh from the builder, quite new, with cloth spread over them, and by each of them there stand a pair of horses, champing barley and rye. My old father Lycaon urged me again and again when I was at home, and on the point of starting, to take chariots and horses with me, that I might lead the Trojans in battle. But I would not listen to him. It would have been much better if I had done so. But I was thinking about the horses, which had been used to eat their fill, and I was afraid that in such a great gathering of men they might be ill-fed. So I left them at home and came on foot to Ilias, armed only with my bow and arrows. These, it seems, are of no use, for I have already hit 2 chieftains, the sons of Atreus and of Tydeus, and though I drew blood surely enough, I have only made them still more furious. I did ill to take my bow down from its peg on the day I led my band of Trojans to Ilias in Hector's service, and if ever I get home again to set eyes on my native place, my wife, and the greatness of my house, may some one cut my head off then, there, if I do not break the bow and set it on a hot fire. Such pranks as it plays me. Aeneas answered, say no more. Things will not mend till we 2 go against this man with chariot and horses, and bring him to a trial of arms. Mount my chariot, and note how cleverly the horses of Tros can speed it, and thither over the plain in pursuit or flight. If Jove again vouchsafes glory to the son of Tydeus, they will carry you safely back to the city. Take hold, then, of the whip and reins, while I stand upon the car to fight, or else do you wait this man's onset, while I look after the horses. Aeneas, replied the son of Lycaon, take the reins and drive. If we have to fly before the son of Tydeus, the horses will go better for their own driver. If they miss the sound of your voice, when they expect it, they may be frightened and refuse to take us out of the fight. The son of Tydeus will then kill both of us and take the horses. Therefore, drive them yourself, and I will be ready for him with my spear. They then mounted the chariot and drove full speed towards the son of Tydeus. Sthenelus, son of Capaneus, saw them coming and said to Diarmed, son of Tydeus, man after my own heart, I see 2 heroes speeding towards you, both of them men of, the one a skillful archer, Pandarus, son of Lycaon, the other Aeneas, whose sire is Anchises, while his mother is Venus. Mount the chariot and let us retreat. Do not, I pray you, press so furiously forward, or you may get killed. Diomed looked angrily at him and answered, talk not of flight, for I shall not listen to you. I am of a race that knows neither flight nor fear, and my limbs are as yet unwearied. I am in no mind to mount, but will go against them, even as I am. Pallas Minerva bids me be afraid of no man, and even though one of them escape, their steeds shall not take both back again. I say further, and lay my saying to your heart, if Minerva sees fit to vouchsafe me the glory of killing both. Stay your horses here, and make the reins fast to the rim of the chariot. Then be sure you spring an ease horses and drive them from the Trojan to the Achaean ranks. They are of the stock that great Jove to Tros in payment for his son Ganymede, and are the finest that live and move under the sun. King Anchises stole the blood by putting his mares to them without Laomedon's knowledge, and they bore him 6 foals. 4 are still in his stables, but he gave the other 2 to Aeneas. We shall win great glory if we can take them. Thus did they converse, but the other 2 had now driven close up to them. And the son of Lycaon spoke first. Great and mighty son, said he, of noble Tydeus, my arrow failed to lay you low, so I will now try with my spear. He poised his spear as he spoke, and hurled it from him. It struck the shield of the son of Tydeus. The bronze point pierced it and passed until it reached the breastplate. Theron, the son of Lycaon, shouted out and said, You are hit clean through the belly. You will not stand out for long, and the glory of the fight is mine. But Diomed, all undismayed, made answer, You have missed, not hit. And before you to see the end of this matter, one or other of you shall glut tough. Shielded Mars with his blood. With this he hurled his spear, and Minerva guided it on to Pandarus' nose near the eye. It went crashing in among his white teeth. The bronze point cut through the root of his tongue, coming out under his chin, and his glistening armor rang rattling round him as he fell heavily to the ground. The horses started aside for fear, and he was reft of life and strength. Aeneas sprang from his chariot, armed with shield and spear, fearing lest the Achaeans should carry off the body. He bestrode it as a lion in the pride of strength, with shield and spear before him, and a cry of battle on his lips, resolute to kill the first that should dare face him. But the son of Tydeus caught up a mighty stone, so huge and great that as men now are it would take 2 to lift it. Nevertheless he bore it aloft with ease unaided, and with this he struck Aeneas on the groin, where the hip turns in the joint that is called the cup bone. The stone crushed this joint, and broke both the sinews, while its jagged edges tore away all the flesh. The hero fell on his knees, and propped himself with his hand, resting on the ground. The darkness of light fell upon his eyes. And now Aeneas, king of men, would have perished then and there, had not his mother, Jove's daughter Venus, who had conceived him by Anchises, when he was herding cattle, been quick to mark, and thrown her 2 white arms about the body of her dear son. She protected him by covering him with a fold of her own far garment, lest some Danaan should drive a spear into his breast and kill him. Thus, then, did she bear her dear son out of the fight. But the son of Capaneus was not unmindful of the orders that Diomed had given him. He made his own horses fast, away from the hurly-burly, by bending the reins to the rim of the chariot. Then he sprang upon Aeneas' horses and drove them from the Trojan to the Achaean ranks. When he had so done, he gave them over to his chosen comrade Deipylus, whom he valued above all others, as the one who was most like-minded with himself, to take them on to the ships. He then remounted his own chariot, seized the reins, and drove with all speed in search of the son of Tydeus. Now the son of Tydeus was in pursuit of the Cyprian goddess, spear in hand, for he knew her to be feeble, and not one of those goddesses that can lord it among men in battle like Minerva or Ino, the waster of cities. And when at last, after a long chase, he caught her up, he flew at her and thrust his spear into the flesh of her delicate hand. The point tore through the ambrosial robe, which the Graces had woven for her, and pierced the skin between her wrist and the palm of her hand, so that the immortal blood, or ichor, that flows in the veins of the blessed gods, came pouring from the wound. For the gods do not eat bread nor drink wine, hence they have no blood such as ours, and are immortal. Venus screamed aloud and let her son fall, but Phoebus Apollo caught him in his arms and hid him in a cloud of darkness, lest some Dawn should drive a spear into his breast and kill him. And Dione shouted out as he left her, "Daughter of Jove, leave war and battle alone. Can you not be contented with beguiling, silly woman? If you meddle with fighting, you will get what will make you shudder at the very name of war." The goddess went dazed and discomfited away, and Iris, fleet as the wind, drew her from the throng. In pain, and with her fair skin all besmirched, she found fierce Mars waiting on the left of the battle, with his spear and his 2 fleet steeds resting on a cloud. Whereon she fell on her knees before her brother and implored him to let her have his horses. "Dear brother," she cried, "save me and give me your horses. Take me to Olympus where the gods dwell. I am badly wounded by a mortal, the son of Tydeus, who would now fight even with Father Jove." Thus she spoke, and Mars gave her his gold bedizened steeds. She mounted the chariot sick and sorry at heart, while Iris sat beside her and took the reins in her hand. She lashed her horses on, and they flew forward nothing loth, till in a trice they were at high Olympus, where the gods have their dwelling. There she stayed them, unloosed them from the chariot, and gave them their ambrosial forage. But Venus flung herself onto the lap of her mother Dione, who threw her arms about her and caressed her, saying, "Which of the heavenly beings has been treating you in this way, as though you had been doing something wrong in the face of day?" And laughter. Loving Venus answered, "Proud Daund, the son of Tydeus, wounded me because I was bearing my dear son Aeneas, whom I love best of all mankind, out of the fight. The war is no longer one between Trojans and Achaeans, for the Danaans have now taken to fighting with the immortals." "Bear it, my child," replied Dione, "and make the best of it. We dwellers in Olympus have to put up with much the hands of men, and we lay much suffering on one another. Mars had to suffer when Otus and Ephialtes, children of Aloeus, bound him in cruel bonds, so that he lay 13 months imprisoned in a vessel of bronze. Mars would have then perished had not far Erebor, stepmother to the sons of Aloeus, told Mercury, who stole him away, when he was already well, nigh worn out by the severity of his bondage. Juno again suffered when the mighty son of Amphitryon wounded her on the right breast with 3 barbed arrow, and nothing could assuage her pain. So also did huge Hades, when this same man, the son of Aegis, bearing Jove, hit him with an arrow even at the gates of hell, and hurt him badly. Therion Hades went to the house of Jove on great Olympus, angry and full of pain. The arrow in his brawny shoulder caused him great anguish. Phaon healed him by spreading soothing herbs on the wound, for Hades was not of mortal mood, daring, headstrong, evildoer, who recked not of his sin in shooting the gods that dwell in Olympus. And now Minerva has egged this son of Tydeus on against yourself. Fool that he is for not reflecting that no man who fights with gods will live long, or hear his children prattling about his knees. When he returns from battle, let then the son of Tydeus see that he does not have to fight with one who is stronger than you are. Then shall his brave wife Aegilia, daughter of Adrestus, rouse her whole house from sleep, wailing for the loss of her wedded lord, Diomed the bravest of the Achaeans. So saying, she wiped the ichor from the wrist of her daughter with both hands, whereon the pain left her, and her hand was healed. But Minerva and Juno, who were looking on, began to taunt Jove with their mocking talk. And Minerva was first to speak. Father Jove, said she, do not be angry with me, but I think the Cyprian must have been persuading some one of the Achaean women to go with the Trojans, of whom she is so very fond, and while caressing one or other of them, she must have torn her delicate hand with the gold pin of the woman's brooch. The sire of gods and men smiled, and called golden Venus to his side. My child, said he, has not been given you to be a warrior. Attend henceforth to your own delightful matrimonial duties, and leave all this fighting to Mars and to Minerva. Thus did they converse. But Diomed sprang upon Aeneas, though he knew him to be in the very arms of Apollo. Not one whit did he fear the mighty god, so set was he on killing Aeneas, and stripping him of his armor. Thrice did he spring forward, might and main, to slay him, and thrice did Apollo beat back his gleaming shield. When he was coming on for the 4th time, as though he were a god, Apollo shouted to him with an awful voice and said, Take heed, son of Tydeus, and draw off. Think not to match yourself against gods, for men that walk the earth cannot own with the immortals. The son of Tydeus then gave way for a little space to avoid the anger of the god, while Apollo took Aeneas out of the crowd and set him in sacred Pergamus, where his temple stood. There, within the mighty sanctuary, Latona and Diana healed him and made him glorious to behold, while Apollo of the silver bow fashioned a wraith in the likeness of Aeneas, and armed as he was. Round this the Trojans and Achaeans hacked at the bucklers about one another's breasts, hewing each other's round shields and light hide. covered targets. Then Phoebus Apollo said to Mars, Mars, bane of men, blood-stained stormer of cities, can you not go to this man, the son of Tydeus, who would now fight even with Father Jove, and draw him out of the battle? He first went up to the Cyprian and wounded her in the hand near her wrist, and afterwards sprang upon me too, as though he were a god. He then took his seat on the top of Pergamus, while murderous Mars went about among the ranks of the Trojans, cheering them on, in the likeness of Phletocomus, chief of the Thracians. Sons of Priam, said he, how long will you let people be thus slaughtered by the Achaeans? Would you wait till they are at the walls of Troy? Aeneas, the son of Anchises, has fallen, he whom we held in as high honor as Hector himself. Help me, then, to rescue our brave comrade from the stress of the fight. With these words he put heart and soul into them all. Then Sarped rebuked Hector very sternly. Hector, said he, where is your prowess now? You used to say that though you had neither people nor allies, you could hold the town alone with your brothers in law. I see not one of them here. They cower as hounds before a lion. It is we, your allies, who bear the brunt of the battle. I have come from afar, even from Lycia and the banks of the river Xanthus, where I have left my wife, my infant son, and much wealth to tempt whoever is needy. Nevertheless, I head my Lycian soldiers and stand my ground against any who would fight thee. I have nothing here for the Achaeans to plunder, while you look on, without even bidding your men stand firm in defense of their wives. See that you fall not into the hands your foes as men caught in the meshes of a net, and they sack your fair city forthwith. Keep this before your mind night and day, and beseech the captains of your allies to hold on without flinching, and thus put away their reproaches from you. So spoke Sarpedon, and Hector smarted under his words. He sprang from his chariot clad in his suit of armor, and went about among the host, brandishing his 2 spears, exhorting the men to fight, and raising the terrible cry of battle. Then they rallied and again faced the Achaeans. But the Argives stood compact and firm, and were not driven back, as the breezes sport with the chaff upon some goodly thrashing floor, when men are winnowing, while yellow Ceres blows with the wind to sift the chaff from the grain, and the chaff heaps grow whiter and whiter. Even so did the Achaeans whiten in the dust the horses raised to the firmament of heaven, as the drivers turned them back to battle, and they bore down with might upon the foe. Fierce Mars, to help the Trojans, covered them in a veil of darkness, and went about everywhere among them, inasmuch as Phoebus Apollo had told him that when he saw Pallas Minerva leave the fray, he was to put courage into the hearts of the Trojans, for it was she who was helping the Danaans. Then Apollo sent Aeneas forth from his rich sanctuary, and filled his heart with valour, whereon he took his place among his comrades, who were overjoyed at seeing him alive, sound, and of a good courage. But they could not ask him how it had all happened. For they were too busy with the turmoil raised by Mars and by strife, who raged insatiably in their midst. The two Ajaxes, Ulysses and Diomed, cheered the Danaans on furless of the fury and onset of the Trojans. They stood as clouds, which the son of Saturn has spread upon the mountain tops, when there is no air and Sporeus sleeps the other boisterous winds whose shrill fur did Ammon flinching and flints the Trojans. Even so did the Douds in clouds in all directions scattereth the other fierce Sporeus fleets with. When Clem, the son of Atreus, went about among them and exhorted them, "My friends," said he, "could yourselves like brave men, and shun dishonor in one another's eyes amid the stress of battle. They that shun dishonor more often live than get killed, but they that fly save neither life nor name." As he spoke, he hurled his spear and hit one of those who were in the front rank, the comrade of Aeneas, Decaun's son of Pergasus, whom the Trojans held in no less honor than the sons of Priam, for he was ever quick to place himself among the foremost. The spear of King Agamemnon struck his shield and went right through it, for the shield stayed it not. It drove through his belt into the lower part of his belly, and his armor rang rattling round him as he fell heavily to the ground. Then Aeneas killed two champions of the Danaans and Orsilochus. Their father was a rich man who lived the strong city of Fair, and was descended from the river Alpheus, whose broad stream flows through the land of the Pylians. The river begat Orsilochus, who ruled over much people and was father to Diocles, who in his turn begat twin sons, Crethon and Orsilochus, well skilled in all the arts of war. These, when they grew up, went to Ilius with the Argive fleet in the cause of Menelaus and Agamemnon, sons of Atreus, and there they both of them fell, as two lions whom their dam has reared in the depths of some mountain forest to plunder homesteads and carry off sheep until they get killed by the hand of man. So were these two vanquished by Aeneas, and fell like high pine trees to the ground. Brave Menelaus pitied them in their fall, and made his way to the front, clad in gleaming bronze, and brandishing his spear, for Mars egged him on to do so with intent that he should be killed by Aeneas. But Antilochus, the son of Nestor, saw him and sprang forward, fearing that the king might come to harm, and thus bring all their labor to nothing. When, therefore, Aeneas and Menelaus were setting their hands and spears against one another, eager to do battle, Antilochus placed himself by the side of Menelaus. Aeneas, bold though he was, drew back on seeing the two heroes side by side in front of him. So they drew the bodies of Crethon and Orsilochus to the ranks of the Achaeans and committed the two poor fellows into the hands of their comrades. They then turned back and fought in the front ranks. They killed Pylaemenes, peer of Mars, leader of the Paphlagonian warriors. Menelaus struck him on the collar bone as he was standing on his chariot, while Antilochus hit his charioteer and Squire Midon, the son of Atymnius, who was turning his horses in flight. He hit him with a stone upon the elbow, and the reins, enriched with white ivory, fell from his hands into the dust. Antilochus rushed towards him and struck him on the temples with his sword, whereon he fell head first from the chariot to the ground. There he stood for a while with his head and shoulder deep in the dust, for he had fallen on sandy soil till his horses kicked him and laid him flat on the ground, as Antilochus lashed them and drove them off to the host of the Achaeans. But Hector marked them from across the ranks, and with a loud cry rushed towards them, followed by the strong battalions of the Trojans. Mars and Dradio led them on. She fought with ruthless turmoil of battle, while Mars wielded a monstrous spear, and went about, now in front of Hector, and now behind him. Dione shook with passion as he saw them, as a man crossing a wide plain is dismayed to find himself on the brink of some great river rolling swiftly to the sea. He sees its boiling waters and starts back in fear. Even so did the son of Tyche in fear. Tycheus ground. Then he said to his men, "My friends, how can we wonder that Hector wields the spear so well? Some god is ever by his side to protect him, and now Mars is with him in the likeness of mortal man. Keep your faces therefore towards the Trojans, but give ground backwards, for we dare not fight with gods." As he spoke, the Trojans drew close up, and Hector killed 2 men, both in one chariot, Menesthes and Anchialus, heroes well versed in war. Ajax, son of Telamon, pitied them in their fall. He came close up and hurled his spear, hitting Amphius, the son of Selagus, a man of great wealth, who lived in Pasus and owned much corn growing land. But his lot had led him to come to the aid of Priam and his sons. Ajax struck him in the belt. The spear pierced the lower part of his belly, and he fell heavily to the ground. Then Ajax ran towards him to strip him of his armor, but the Trojans rained spears upon him, many of which fell upon his shield. He planted his heel upon the body and drew out his spear, but the darts pressed so heavily upon him that he could not strip the goodly armor from his shoulders. The Trojan chieftains, moreover, many and valiant, came about him with their spears, so that he dared not stay. Great, brave, and valiant though he was, they drove him from them, and he was beaten back. Thus then did the battle rage between them. Presently the strong hand of fate impelled Tlepolemus, the son of Hercules, a man both brave and of great stature, to fight Sarpedon. So the two, son and grandson of great Jove, drew near to one another, and Tlepolemus spoke first. "Sarpedon," said he, "chancellor of the Lycians, why should you come skulking here, you who are a man of peace? They lie who call you son of Aegis, bearing Jove, for you are little like those who were of old his children. Far other was Hercules, my own brave and lion-hearted father, who came here for the horses of Labaddon. And though he had 6 ships only, and few men to follow him, sacked the city of Ilias and made a wilderness of her highways. You are a coward, and your people are falling from you. For all your strength, and all your coming from Lycia, you will be no help to the Trojans, but will pass the Gaves vanquished by my hand. And Sarpedon, captain of the Lycians, answered, Tlepolemus, your father overthrew Ilias by reason of Laomedon's folly in refusing payment to one who had served him well. He would not give your father the horses which he had come so far to fetch. As for yourself, you shall meet death by my spear. You shall yield glory to myself, and your soul to Hades of the noble steeds. Thus spoke Sarpedon, and Tlepolemus appraised his spear. They threw at the same moment, and Sarpedon struck his foe in the middle of his throat. The spear went right through, and the darkness of death fell upon his eyes. Tlepolemus' spear struck Sarpedon on the left thigh with such force that it tore through the flesh and grazed the bone. But his father as yet warded off destruction from him. His comrades bore Sarpedon out of the fight, in great pain by the weight of the spear that was dragging from his wound. They were in such haste and stress as they bore him that no one thought of drawing the spear from his thigh so as to let him walk uprightly. Meanwhile the Achaeans carried off the body of Tlepolemus, whereon Ulysses was moved to pity, and panted for the fray as he beheld them. He doubted whether to pursue the son of Jove, or to make slaughter of the Lycian rank and file. It was not decreed, however, that he should slay the son of Jove. Minerva, therefore, turned him against the main body of the Lycians. He killed Crarannus, Alastor, Chromius, Alcandrus, Halius, Noman, and Prytanis, and would have slain yet more, had not great Hector marked him, and sped to the front of the fight clad in his suit of mail, filling the Danaans with terror. Sarpedon was glad when he saw him coming, and besought him, saying, Son of Priam, let me not be here to fall into the hands of the Danaans. Help me, and since I may not return home to gladden the hearts of my wife and of my infant son, let me die within the walls of your city. Hector made him no answer, but rushed onward to fall at once upon the Achaeans and kill many among them. His comrades then bore Sarpedon away and laid him beneath Jove's spreading oak tree. Pelagon, his friend and comrade, drew the spear out of his thigh, but Sarpedon fainted and a mist came over his eyes. Presently he came to himself again, for the breath of the north wind, as it played upon him, gave him new life, and brought him out of the deep swoon into which he had fallen. Meanwhile the Argives were neither driven towards their ships by Mars and Hector, nor yet did they attack them. When they knew that Mars was the Trojans, they retreated, but kept their faces still turned towards the foe. Who, then, was first and who last to be slain by Mars and Hector? They were valiant Tithras, and Orestes the renowned charioteer, Trechus the Aetolian warrior, Onamos, Helenus the son of Anops, and Oresbius of the gleaming girdle, who was possessed of great wealth, and dwelt by the Cephisian lake with the other Boeotians who lived near him, owners of a fertile country. Now, when the goddess Juno saw the Argives thus falling, she said to Minerva, Alice, daughter of Aegis, bearing Jove, unweariable, the promise we made Menelaus that he should not return, he had sacked the city of T. Alius will be of no effect if we let Mars rage thus furiously. Let us go into the fray at once." Minerva did not gainsay her. Thereon the august goddess, daughter of great Saturn, began to harness her gold bedizened steeds. Hebe with all speed fitted on the 8 spoked wheels of bronze that were on either side of the iron axle tree. The felloes of the wheels were of gold imperishable, and over these there was a tire of bronze, wondrous to behold. The naves of the wheels were silver, turning round the axle upon either side. The car itself was made with plated bands of gold and silver, and it had a double top rail running all round it. From the body of the car there went a pole of silver, on to the end of which she bound the golden yoke, with the bands of gold that were to go under the necks of the horses. Then Juno put her steeds under the yoke, eager for battle and the war cry. Meanwhile Minerva flung her richly embroidered vesture, made with her own hands, onto her father's threshold, and donned the shirt of Jove, arming herself for battle. She threw her tasselled aegis about her shoulders, wreathed round with rout as with a fringe, and on it were strife, and strength, and panic whose blood runs cold. Moreover, there was the head of the dread monster Gorgon, grim and awful to behold, portent of aegis-bearing Jove. On her head she set her helmet of gold, with 4 plumes, and coming to a peak both in front and behind, decked with the emblems of 100 cities. Then she stepped into her flaming chariot and grasped the spear, so stout and sturdy and strong, with which she quells the ranks of heroes who have displeased her. Juno lashed the horses on, and the gates of heaven bellowed as they flew open of their own accord. Gates over which the Hours preside, in whose hands are heaven and Olympus, either to open the dense cloud that hides them, or to close it. Through these the goddesses drove their obedient steeds, and found the son of Saturn sitting all alone on the topmost ridges of Olympus. There Juno stayed her horses, and spoke to Jove the son of Saturn, lord of all. "Father Jove," said she, "are you not angry with Mars for these high doings? How great and goodly a host of the Achaeans he has destroyed to my great grief, and without either right or reason, while the Cyprian and Apollo are enjoying it all at their ease, and setting this unrighteous madman on to do further mischief. I hope, Father Jove, that you will not be angry if I hit Mars hard, and chase him out of the battle." And Jove answered, "Set Minerva on to him, for she punishes him more often than anyone else does." Juno did as he had said. She lashed her horses, and they flew forward nothing midway, betwixt earth and sky, as far as a man can see when he looks out upon the sea from some high beacon. So far can the loud, neighing horses of the gods spring at a single bound. When they reached Troy and the place where its 2 flowing streams Simois and Scamander meet, there Juno stayed them and took them from the chariot. She hid them in a thick cloud, and Simois made Ambrosia spring up them to eat. The 2 goddesses then went on, flying like turtle-doves in their eagerness to help the Argives. When they came to the part where the bravest and most in number were, gathered about mighty Diomede, fighting like lions or wild boars, of great strength and endurance. There Juno stood still and raised a shout like that of brazen-voiced Stentor, whose cry was as loud as that of 50 men together. "Argives," she cried, "shame on cowardly creatures, brave in semblance only, as long as Achilles was fighting. If his spear was so deadly that the Trojans dared not show themselves outside the Dardanian gates, but now they sally far from the city and fight even at your ships." With these words she put heart and soul into them all, while Minerva sprang to the side of the son of Tydeus, whom she found near his chariot and horses, cooling the whelm that Pandarus had given him, for the sweat caused by the hand that bore the weight of his shield irritated the hurt. His arm was weary with pain, and he was lifting up the strap to wipe away the blood. The goddess laid her hand on the yoke of his horses and said, "The son of Tydeus is not such another as his father." Tydeus was a little man, but he could fight, and rushed madly into the fray even when I told him not to do so, when he went all unattended as envoy to the city of Thebes among the Cadmeans. I bade him feast in their houses and be at peace, but with that high spirit which was ever present with him, he challenged the youth of the Cadmeans, and at once beat them in all that he attempted. So mightily did I help him. I stand by you too to protect you, and I bid you be instant in fighting the Trojans. But either you are tired out, or you are afraid and out of heart, and in that case I say that you are no true Tydeus, the son of Onus." Diomed answered, "I know you, goddess, daughter of Aegis, bearing Jove, and will hide nothing from you. I am not afraid nor out of heart, nor is there any slackness in me. I am only following your own instructions. You told me not to fight any of the blessed gods, but if Jove's daughter Venus came into battle, I was to wound her with my spear. Therefore I am retreating, and bidding the other Argives gather in this place, for I know that Mars is now lording it in the field." "Diomed, son of Tydeus," replied Minerva, "man after my own heart, fear neither other Mavs nor any immortals, for I will befriend you. Nay, drive straight at Mars, and smite him in close combat. Fear not this raging madman, villain incarnate, first on one side and then on the other." But now he was holding talk with Juno and myself, saying he would help the Argives and attack the Trojans. Nevertheless he is with the Trojans, and has forgotten the Argives. With this she caught hold of Sthenelus and lifted him off the chariot onto the ground. In a second he was on the ground, whereupon the goddess mounted the car and placed herself by the side of Diomed. The oaken axle groaned aloud under the burden of the awful goddess, and the hero, Pallas Minerva, took the whip and reins and drove straight at Mars. He was in the act of stripping huge Periphas, son of Ochesius and bravest of the Aetolians. Bloody Mars was stripping him of his armor, and Minerva donned the helm of Hades, that he might not see her. When, therefore, he saw Diomed, he made straight for him, and let Periphas lie where he had fallen. As soon as they were at close quarters, he let fly with his bronze spear over the reins and yoke, thinking to take Diomed's life. But Minerva caught the spear in her hand and made it fly harmlessly over the chariot. Diomed then threw, and Pallas Minerva drove the spear into the pit of Mars's stomach, where his under girdle went round him. There Diomed wounded him, tearing his fair flesh, and then drawing his spear out again. Mars roared as loudly as 9,000 or 10,000 men in the thick of our fight, and the Achaeans and Trojans were struck with panic. So terrible was the cry he raised, as a dark cloud in the sky when it comes on to blow after hate. Even so did Diomed, son of Tydeus, see Mars ascend to the broad heavens. With all speed he reached high Olympus, home of the gods, and in great pain sat down beside Jove, the son of Saturn. He showed Jove the immortal blood that was flowing from his wound, and spoke piteously, saying, "Father Jove, are you not injured by such doings? We gods are continually suffering in the most cruel manner at one another's hands, while helping mortals, and we all owe you a grudge for having begotten that mad termagant of a daughter, who is always committing outrage of some kind. We other gods must all do as you bid use, but her you neither scold nor punish. You encourage her because the pestilent creature is your daughter. See how she has been inciting proud Diomed to vent his rage on the immortal gods. First he went up to the Cyprian and wounded her in the hand near her wrist, and then he sprang upon me too, as though he were a god. Had I not run for it, I must either have lain there for long enough in torments among the ghastly corpses, or have been eaten alive with spears till I had no more strength left in me." Jove looked angrily at him and said, "Do not come whining here, surfacing both ways. I hate you worst of all the gods in Olympus, for you are ever fighting and making mischief. You have the intolerable and stubborn spirit of your mother Juno. It is all I can do to manage her, and it is her doing that you are now in this plight. Still, I cannot let you remain longer in such great pain. You are my own offspring, and it was by me that your mother conceived you. However, you had been the son of any other god. You are so destructive that by this time you should have been lying lower than the Titans." He then bade Paeon heal him, whereon Paeon spread pain-killing herbs upon his wound and cured him, for he was not of mortal mold. As the juice of the fig tree curdles milk and thickens it in a moment, though it is liquid, even so instantly did Paeon cure fierce Mars. Then he bewashed him and clothed him in goodly raiment, and he took his seat by his father Jove, all glorious to behold. But Juno of Argos and Minerva of Alalcomene, now that they had put a stop to the murderous doings of Mars, went back again to the house of Jove. Book 6, Glaucus and Diomed, the story of Bellerophon, Hector and Andromache. The fight between Trojans and Achaeans was now left to rage as it would, and the tide of war surged hither and thither over the plain as they aimed their bronze shod spears at one another between the streams of Simois and Xanthus. First Ajax, son of Telamon, tower of strength to the Achaeans, broke a phalanx of the Trojans, and came to the assistance of his comrades by killing Acamas, son of Eusorus, the best man among the Thracians, being both brave and of great stature. The spear struck the projecting peak of his helmet. Its bronze point then went through his forehead into the brain, and darkness veiled his eyes. Then Diomed killed Axylus, son of Tithrinus, a rich man who lived in the strong city of Arisbe, and was beloved by all men, for he had a house by the roadside, and entertained every one who passed. Howbeit not one of his guests stood before him to save his life, and Diomed killed both him and his squire Calesius, who was then his charioteer. So the pair passed beneath the earth. Euryalus killed Dressus and Opheltius, and then went in pursuit of Aspus and Pedasus, whom the naiad nymph Ababaria had borne to noble Bucolion. Bucolion was eldest son to Laomedon, but he was a bastard. While tending his sheep he had converse with the nymph, and she conceived twin sons. These the son of Mecisteus now slew, and he stripped the armor from their shoulders. Polypoetes then killed Astyalus, Ulysses Pidites of Percote, and Teucerariton. Ablarus fell by the spear of Nestor's son Antilochus, and Agamemnon, king Men, killed Elatus, who dwelt in Pedasus by the banks of the river Satnioes. Leitus killed Phylacus as he was flying, and Eurypylus slew Melanthus. Then Menelaus of the loud war cried took Adrestus alive, for his horses ran into a tamarisk bush, as they were flying wildly over the plain, and broke the pole from the car. They went on towards the city along with the others in full flight, but Adrestus rolled out, and fell in the dust flat on his face by the wheel of his chariot. Menelaus came up to him spear in hand, but Adrestus caught him by the knees begging for his life. "Take me alive," he cried, "son of Atreus, and you shall have a full ransom, for Mech, my father, is rich, and has much treasure of gold, bronze, and wrought iron laid by in his house. From this store he will give you a large ransom, should he hear of my being alive, and at the ships of the Achaeans." Thus did he plead, and Menelaus was for yielding and giving him to a squire to take to the ships of the Achaeans. But Agamemnon came running up to him and rebuked him. "My good Menelaus," said he, "this is no time for giving quarter. Has then your house fared so well at the hands of the Trojans? Let us not spare a single one of them, not even the child unborn, and in its mother's womb. Let not a man of them be left alive, but let all in Ilius perish, unheeded and forgotten." Thus did he speak, and his brother was persuaded by him, for his words were just. Menelaus, for thrust Adrestus from him, whereon King Agamemnon struck him in the flank, and he fell. Then the son of Atreus planted his foot upon his breast to draw his spear from the body. Meanwhile Nestor shouted to Argives, saying, "Friend Danaan warriors, servants of Mars, let no man lag that he may spoil the dead and bring back much booty to the ships. Let us kill as many as we can. The bodies will lie upon the plain, and you can despoil them later at your leisure." With these words he put heart and soul into them all. And now the Trojans would have been routed and driven back into Ilias, had not Priam's son Helenus, wisest of augurs, said to Hector and Aeneas, "Hector and Aeneas, you two are the mainstays of the Trojans and Lycians, for you are foremost at all times, alike in fight and counsel. Hold your ground here, and go about among the host to rally them in front of the gates, or they will fling themselves into the arms of their wives, to the great joy of our foes. Then, when you have put heart into all our companies, we will stand firm here and fight the Danaans however hard they press us, for there is nothing else to be done. Meanwhile do you, Hector, go to the city and tell our mother what is happening. Tell her to bid the matrons gather at the temple of Minerva in the Acropolis. Let her then take her key and open the doors of the sacred building. There, upon the knees of Minerva, let her lay the largest, fairest robe she has in her house, the one she sets most store by. Let her, moreover, promise to sacrifice 12 yearling heifers that have never yet felt the god in the temple of the goddess, if she will take pity on the town, with the wives and little ones of the Trojans, and keep the son of Tydeus from falling on the goodly city of Aias, for he fights with fury and fills men's souls with panic. I hold him mightiest of them all. We did not fear even their great champion Achilles, son of a goddess though he be, as we do this man. His rage is beyond all bounds, and there is none can with him in prowess." Hector did as his brother bade him. He sprang from his chariot and went about everywhere among the host, brandishing his spears, urging the men on to fight, and raising the dread cry of battle. Thereon they rallied, and again faced the Achaeans, who gave ground and ceased their murderous onset. For they deemed that some one of the immortals had come down from starry heaven to help the Trojans. So strangely had they rallied, and Hector shouted to the Trojans, "Trojans and allies, be men, my friends, and fight with might and main, while I go to Ilias and tell the old men of our council and our wives to pray to the gods and vow hecatombs in their honor." With this he went his way, and the black rim of hide that went round his shield beat against his neck and his ankles. Then Glaucus son of Hippolochus and the son of Tydeus went into the open space between the hosts to fight in single combat. When they were close up to one another diarmed of the loud war, Cry was the first to speak. "Who, my good sir," said he, "who are you among men? I have never seen you in battle until now, but you are daring beyond all others if you abide my onset. Woe to those fathers whose sons face my might. If, however, you are one of the immortals and have come down from heaven, I will not fight you, for even valiant Lycurgus, son of Dryas, did not live long when he took to fighting with the gods. He it was that drove the nursing women, who were in charge of frenzied Bacchus, through the land of Nysa, and they flung their Tharsi on the ground as murderous Lycurgus beat them with his ox god. Bacchus himself plunged terror stricken into the sea, and Thetis took him to her bosom to comfort him, for he was scared by the fury with which the man reviled him. Thereon the gods who live at ease were angry with Lycurgus, and the son of Saturn struck him blind. Nor did he live much longer after he had become hateful to the immortals. Therefore I will not fight with the blessed gods. But if you are of them that eat the fruit of the ground, draw near and meet your doom. And the son of Hippolochus answered, Son of Tydeus, why ask me of my lineage? Men come and go as leaves year by year upon the trees, those of autumn the wind sheds upon the ground. But when spring returns, the forest buds forth with fresh vines. Even so is it with the generations of mankind. The new spring up as the old are passing away. If, then, you would learn my descent, it is one that is well known to many. There is a city in the heart of Argos, pasture land of horses, called Ephyra, where Sisyphus lived, who was the craftiest of all mankind. He was the son of Aeolus, and had a son named Glaucus, who was father to Bellerophon, whom heaven endowed with the most surpassing comeliness and beauty. But Proteus devised his ruin, and being stronger than he, drove him from the land of the Argives, over which Jove had made him ruler. For Ante, wife of Proteus, lusted after him, and would have had him leave her with her in secret. But Bellerophon was an honorable man, and would not. So she told lies about him to Proteus. Proteus, said she, kill Bellerophon or die, for he would have had converse with me against my will. The king was angered, but shrank from killing Bellerophon. So he sent him to Lycia with lying letters of introduction, written on a folded tablet, and containing much ill against the bearer. He bade Bellerophon show these letters to his father-in-law, to the end that he might thus perish. Bellerophon therefore went to Lycia, and the gods convoyed him safely. When he reached the river Xanthus, which is in Lycia, the king received him with all goodwill, feasted him 9 days, and killed 9 heifers in his honor. But when rosy-fingered morning appeared upon the 10th day, he questioned him and desired to see the letter from his son-in-law Proteus. When he had received the wicked letter, he first commanded Bellerophon to kill that savage monster, the Chimera, who was not a human being, but a goddess, for she had the head of a lion and the tail of a serpent, while her body was that of a goat, and she breathed forth flames of fire. But Bellerophon slew her, for he was guided by signs from heaven. He next fought the far-famed Solymi, and this, he said, was the hardest of all his battles. Thirdly, he killed the Amazons, women who were the peers of men. And as he was returning thence, the king devised yet another plan for his destruction. He picked the bravest warriors in all Lycia, and placed them in ambuscade. But not a man ever came back, for Bellerophon killed every one of them. Then the king knew that he must be the valiant offspring of a god, so he kept him in Lycia, gave him his daughter in marriage, and made him of equal honor in the kingdom with himself. And the Lycians gave him a piece of land, the best in all the country, far with vineyards and tilled fields, to have and to hold. The king's daughter bore Bellerophon 3 children, Isander, Hippolochus, and Laodamia. Jove, the lord of counsel, lay with Laodamia, and she bore him noble Sarpedon. But when Bellerophon came to be hated by all the gods, he wandered all desolate and dismayed upon the Aleian plain, knowing at his own heart and shunning the path of man. Mars, insatiate of battle, killed his son Isander while he was fighting the Solymi, his daughter by Diana, of the golden reins, for she was angered with her. But Hippolochus was father to myself, and when he sent me to Troy, he urged me again and again to fight ever among the foremost and outvie my peers, so as not to shame the blood of my fathers who were the noblest in Ephyra and in all Lycia. This, then, is the descent I claim. Thus did he speak, and the heart of Diomed was glad. He planted his spear in the ground, and spoke to him with friendly words. Then he said, "You are an old friend of my father's house. Great Oeneus once since entertained Bellerophon for 20 days, and the two exchanged presents. Oeneus gave a belt rich with purple, and Bellerophon a double cup, which I left at home when I set out for Troy. I do not remember Tydeus, for he was taken from Uz, while I was yet a child, when the army of the Achaeans was cut to pieces before Thebes. Henceforth, however, I must be your host in Middle Argos, and you mine in Lycia. If I should ever go there, let us avoid one another's spears, even during a general engagement. There are many noble Trojans and allies whom I can kill, if I overtake them, and heaven delivers them into my hand. So again with yourself, there are many Achaeans whose lives you may take if you can. We too, then, will exchange armor, that all present may know of the oddities that subsist between us." With these words, they sprang from their chariots, grasped one another's hands, and plighted friendship. But the son of Saturn made Glaucus take leave of his wits, for he exchanged golden armor for bronze, the worth of 100 head of cattle for the worth of 9. Now when Hector reached the Scaean gates and the oak tree, the wives and daughters of the Trojans came running towards him to ask after their sons, brothers, kinsmen, and husbands. He told them to set about praying to the gods, and many were made sorrowful as they heard him. Presently he reached the splendid palace of King Priam, adorned with colonnades of hewn stone. In it there were 50 bedchambers, all of hewn stone, near one another, where the sons of Priam slept, each with his wedded wife. Opposite these, on the other side, the courtyard, there were 12 upper rooms, also of hewn stone, for Priam's daughters, built near one another, where his sons-in-law slept with their wives. When Hector got there, his fond mother came up to him, with Ladies, the fairest of her daughters. She took his hand within her own and said, my son, why have you left the battle to come hither? Are the Achaeans, war betide them, pressing you hard about the city, that you have thought fit to come and uplift your hands to Jove from the citadel? Wait till I can bring you wine, that you may make offering to Jove and to the other immortals. and may then drink and be refreshed. Wine gives a man fresh strength when he is wearied, as you now are with fighting on behalf of your kinsman. And Hector answered, Mother, bring no wine, lest you unman me and I forget my strength. I dare not make a drink, offering to Jove with unwashed hands. One who is bespattered with blood and filth may not pray to the son of Saturn. Get the matrons together, and go with offerings to the temple of Minerva, driver of the spoil. There, upon the knees of Minerva, lay the largest and fairest robe you have in your house, the one you set most store by. Promise, moreover, to sacrifice 12 yearling heifers that have never yet felt the god in the temple of the goddess, if she will take pity on the town, with the wives and little ones of the Trojans, and keep the son of Tydeus from off the goodly city of Ilias, for he fights with fury and fills men's souls with panic. Go then to the temple of Minerva, while I seek Paris and exhort him, if he will hear my words. Would that the earth might open her jaws and swallow him, for Jove bred him to be the bane of the Trojans and of Priam and Priam's sons. Could I but see him go down into the house of Hades, my heart would forget its heaviness. His mother went into the house and called her waiting women, who gathered the matrons throughout the city. She then went down into her fragrance store room, where her embroidered robes were kept, the work of Sidonian women, whom Alexandrus had brought over from Sidon when he sailed the seas upon that voyage during which he carried off Helen. Hecuba took out the largest robe, and the one that was most beautifully enriched with embroidery, as an offering to Minerva. It glittered like a star, and lay at the very bottom of the chest. With this she went on her way, and many matrons with her. When they reached the temple of Minerva, lovely Theano, daughter of Cisseus and wife of Antenor, opened the doors, for the Trojans had made her priestess of Minerva. The women lifted up their hands to the goddess with a loud cry, and Theano took the robe to lay it upon the knees of Minerva, the of the daughter of great Jove. Holy Minerva, she cried, protectress of our city, mighty goddess, break the spear of Diomede and lay him low before the Scaean gates. Do this, and we will sacrifice 12 heifers that have never yet known the god in your temple, if you will have pity upon the town with the wives and little ones of the Trojans. Thus she prayed, but Pallas Minerva granted not her prayer. While they were thus praying to the daughter of great Jove, Hector went to the fair house of Alexandrus, which he had built for him by the foremost builders in the land. They had built him his house, storehouse, and courtyard near those of Priam and Hector on the Acropolis. Here Hector entered with a spear 11 cubits long in his hand. The bronze point gleamed in front of him, and was fastened to the shaft of the spear by a ring of gold. He found Alexandrus within the house, busied about his armor, his shield and cuirass, and handling his curved bow. There, too, sat Argive Helen with her women, setting them their several tasks. And as Hector saw him, he rebuked him with words of scorn. "Sir," said he, "you toil to nurse this rancor. The people perish fighting round this our town. You would yourself chide one whom you saw shirking his part in the combat. Up then, or ere long the city will be in a blaze." And Alexandrus answered, "Hector, your rebuke is just. Listen therefore, and believe me when I tell you that I am not here so much through rancor or ill will towards the Trojans, as from a desire to indulge my grief. My wife was even now gently urging me to battle, and I hold it better that I should go, for victory is ever fickle. Wait then, while I put on my armor, or go first and I will follow. I shall be sure to overtake you." Hector made no answer, but Helen tried to soothe him. "Brother," said she, "to my abhorred and sinful self, would that a whirlwind had caught me up on the day my mother brought me forth, and had borne me to some mountain or to the waves of the roaring sea, that should have swept me away. This mischief had come about, but since the gods have devised these evils, would, at any rate, that I had been wife to a better man, to one who could smart under dishonor and men's evil speeches. This fellow was never yet to be depended upon, nor never will be, and he will surely reap what he has sown. Still, brother, come in and rest upon this seat, for it is you who bear the brunt that toil that has been caused by my hateful self and by the sin of Alexandrus, both of whom Jones to be but after belong those that shall be born hereafter. And Hectorus, bid me not be seated, Helen, for all the good you bear me. I cannot stay. I am in haste to help the Trojans, who miss me greatly when I am not among them. But urge your husband, and of his own self also let him haste, to overtake me before I am out of the city. I must go home to see my household, my wife and my little son, for I know not whether I shall ever again return to them, or whether the gods will cause me to fall by the hands of the Achaeans." Then Hector left her, and forthwith was at his own house. He did not find Andromache, for she was on the wall with her child and one of her maids, weeping bitterly. Seeing, then, that she was not within, he stood on the threshold of the women's rooms and said, "Tell me, and tell me true, where did Andromache go when she left the house? Was it to my sisters, or to my brothers' wives? Or is she at the temple of Minerva, where the other women are propitiating the awful goddess?" His good housekeeper answered, "Hector, since you bid me tell you truly, she did not go to your sisters, nor to your brothers' wives, nor yet to the temple of Minerva, where the other women are propitiating the awful goddess. But she is on the high wall of Iliad, for she had heard the Trojans were being hard pressed, and that the Achaeans were in great force. She went to the wall in frenzied haste, and the nurse went with her carrying the child. Hector hurried from the house when she had done speaking, and went down the streets by the same way that he had come. When he had gone through the city and had reached the Scaean gates, through which he would go out on to the plain, his wife came running towards him. "Andromache, daughter of great Aetion, who ruled in Theban, the wooded slopes of Memplacus, and was king of the Cilicians. His daughter had married Hector, and now came to meet him with a nurse who carried his little child in her bosom, a mere babe, Hector's darling son, and lovely as a star. Hector had named him Scamandrius, but the people called him Astyanax, for his father stood alone as chief guardian of Ilias. Hector smiled as he looked upon the boy, but he did not speak, and Andromache stood by him weeping and taking his hand in her own. "Dear husband," said she, "your valor will bring you to destruction. Think on your infant son, and on my hapless self who ere long shall be your widow. For the Achaeans will set upon you in a body and kill you. It would be better for me, should I lose you, to lie dead and buried, for I shall have nothing left to comfort me. When you are gone, salve only sorrow. I have neither father nor mother now. Achilles slew my father when he sacked Thebe, the goodly city of the Cilicians. He slew him, but did not for very shame despoil him. When he had burned him in his wondrous armor, he raised a barrow over his ashes. The mountain nymphs, daughters of Aegis, bearing Jove, planted a grove of elms about his tomb. I had 7 brothers in my father's house, but on the same day they all went within the house of Hades. Achilles killed them as they were with their sheep and cattle. My mother, her who had been queen of all the land under Placus, he brought hither with the spoil and freed her for a great sum. But the archer Queen Diana took her in the house of your father. Nay, Hector, you who to me are father, mother, and dear husband, have mercy upon me. Stay here upon this wall. Make not your child fatherless, and your wife a widow. As for the host, place them near the fig tree, where the city can be best scaled, and the wall is weakest. Thrice have the brevest of Thamkada and assailed it, under the true Ajaxes Idomeneus, the sons of Atreus, and the brave son of Tydeus, either of their own bidding, or because some soothsayer had told them. And Hector answered, Wife, I too have thought upon all this, but with what face should I look upon the Trojans, men or women, if I shirked battle like a coward? I cannot do so. I know nothing save to fight bravely in the forefront for the Trojan and win renown alike for my father and myself. Well do I know that the day will surely come when mighty Ilias shall be destroyed with Priam and Priam's people. But I grieve for none of these, not even for Hecuba, nor King Priam, nor for my brothers many and brave, who may fall in the dust before their foes. For none of these do I grieve as for yourself, when the day falls someone on the account yon shall rob. For now you forever with your freedom, and bear you weeping away. It may be that you will have to ply the loom in Argos at the bidding of a mistress, or to fetch water from the springs Messes or Hypereia, treated brutally by some cruel task master. Then will one say who sees you weeping, she was wife to Hector, the bravest warrior among the Trojans during the war before Ilias. On this your tears will break forth anew for him who would have put away the day of captivity from you. May I lie dead under the barrow that is heaped over my body, ere I hear your cry as they carry you into bondage." He stretched his arms towards his child, but the boy cried and nestled in his nurse's bosom, scared at the sight of his father's armor, and at the horse hair plume that nodded fiercely from his helmet. His father and mother laughed to see him, but Hector took the helmet from his head and laid it all gleaming upon the ground. Then he took his darling child, kissed him, and dandled him in his arms, praying over him the while to Jove and to all the gods. "Jove," he cried, "grant that this my child may be even as myself, chief among the Trojans. Let him be not less excellent in strength, and let him rule Ilias with his might. Then may one say of him as he comes from battle, the son is far better than the father. May he bring back the blood-stained spoils of him whom he has laid low, and let his mother's heart be glad." With this he laid the child again in the arms of his wife, who took him to her own soft bosom, smiling through her tears. As her husband watched her, his heart yearned towards her, and he caressed her fondly, saying, "My own wife, do not take these things too bitterly to heart. No one can hurry me down to Hades before my time. But if a man's hour is come, be he brave or be he coward, there is no escape for him when he has once been born. Go, then, within the house, and busy yourself with your daily duties, your loom, your distaff, and the ordering of your servants. For war is man's matter, and mine above all others of them that have been born in Ilias." He took his plumed helmet from the ground, and his wife went back again to her house, weeping bitterly and often looking back towards him. When she reached her home, she found her maidens within and bade them all join in her lament. So they mourned Hector in his own house, though he was yet alive, for they deemed that they should never see him return safe from battle, and from the furious hands of the Achaeans. Paris did not remain long in his house. He donned his goodly armor overlaid with bronze, and hasted through the city as fast as his feet could take him. As a horse, stabled and fed, breaks loose and gallops gloriously over the plain to the place where he is wont to bathe in the fair flowing river. He holds his head high, and his mane streams upon his shoulders, as he exulteth and flies like the wind to the haunts and feeding ground of the mares. Even so went forth Paris from Hypergamus, gleaming like sunlight in his armor, and he laughed aloud as he sped swiftly on his way. Forthwith he came upon his brother Hector, who was then turning away from the place where he had held converse with his wife, and he was himself the first to speak. "Sir," said he, "I fear that I have kept you waiting when you are in haste, and have not come as quickly as you bade me." "My good brother," answered Hector, "you fight bravely, and no man with any justice can make light of your doings in battle. But you are careless and wilfully remiss. It grieves me to the heart to hear the ill that the Trojans speak about you, for they have suffered much on your account. Let us be going, and we will make things right hereafter. Should Jove vouchsafe use to set the cup of our deliverance before ever, living gods of heaven in our own homes, when we have chased the Achaeans from Troy. Hector and Ajax fight. Hector is getting worsted when night comes on and parts them. They exchange presents, the burial of the dead, and the building of a wall round their ships by the Achaeans. The Achaeans buy their wine of Agamemnon and Menelaus. With these words Hector passed through the gates, and his brother Alexandrus with him, both eager for the fray, as when heaven sends a breeze to sailors, who have long looked for one in vain, and have labored at their oars till they are faint with toil. Even so welcome was the sight of these two heroes to the Trojans. Therion Alexandrus killed Menestheus, the son of Areithus. He lived in On, and was son of Areithus the maceman, and of Philomedusa. Hector threw a spear at Ioneus, and struck him dead with a wound in the neck under the bronze rim of his helmet. Glaucus, moreover, son of Hippolochus, captain of the Lycians, in hard hand to hand fight smote Ephinus, son of Dexius, on the shoulder, as he was springing onto his chariot behind his fleet mares. So he fell to earth from the car, and there was no life left in him. When therefore Minerva saw these men making havoc of the Argives, she darted down to Ilias from the summits of Olympus, and Apollo, who was looking on from Pergamus, went out to meet her, for he wanted the Trojans to be victorious. The pair met by the oak tree, and King Apollo, son of Jove, was first to speak. "What would you have," said he, "daughter of great Jove, that your proud spirit has sent you hither from Olympus? Have you no pity upon the Trojans, and would you incline the scales of victory in favor of the Danaans? Let me persuade you, for it will be better thus. Stay the combat for today, but let them renew the fight hereafter till they compass the doom of Elias, since you goddesses have made up your minds to destroy the city." And Minerva answered, "So be it, far daughter. It was in this mind that I came down from Olympus to the Trojans and Achaeans. Tell me then, how do you propose to end this present fighting?" Apollo, son of Jove, replied, "Let us incite great Hector to challenge some one of the Danaans in single combat. On this the Achaeans will be shamed into finding a man who will fight him." Minerva assented, and Helenus, son of Priam, divined the counsel of the gods. He therefore went up to Hector and said, "Hector, son of Priam, peer of gods in counsel, I am your brother. Let me then persuade you. Bid the other Trojans and Achaeans, all of them, take their seats, and challenge the best man among the Achaeans to meet you in single combat. I have heard the voice of the ever-living gods, and the hour of your doom is not yet come." Hector was glad when he heard this saying, and went in among the Trojans, grasping his spear by middle to hold them back, and they all sat down. Agamemnon also bade the Achaeans be seated, but Minerva and Apollo, in the likeness of vultures, perched on Father Jove's high oak tree, proud of their men, and the ranks sat close ranged together, bristling with shield and helmet and spear, as when the rising west wind furs the face of the sea, and the waters grow dark beneath it. So sat the companies of Trojans and Achaeans upon the plain. And Hector spoke thus: Hear me, Trojans and Achaeans, that I may speak even as I am minded. Jove on his high throne has brought our oaths and covenants to nothing, and foreshadows ill for both of us, till you either take the towers of Troy, or are yourselves vanquished at your ships. The princes of the Achaeans are here present in the midst of you. Let him, then, that will fight me stand forward as your champion against Hector. Thus I say, and may Jove be witness between yous. If your champion slay me, let him strip me of my armor, and take it to your ships. But let him send my body home, that the Trojans and their wife give me my dues of fire when I am dead. In like manner, if Apollo vouchsafe me glory, and I slay your champion, I will strip him of his armor and take it to the city of Iliad, where I will hang it in the temple of Apollo. But I will give up his body, that the Achaeans may bury him at their ships, and then build him a mound by the wide waters of the Hellespont. Then will one say hereafter, as he sails his ship over the sea, This is the monument of one who'd long since a champion who was slain by mighty Hector. Thus will one say, and my fame shall not be lost. Thus did he speak, but they all held their peace, ashamed to decline the challenge, yet fearing to accept it, till at last Menelaus rose and rebuked them, for he was angry. Alas, he cried, vain braggarts, women forsooth, not men. Double-dyed indeed will be the stain upon us, if no man of the Danaans will now face Hector. May you be turned every man of you into earth and water, as you sit spiritless and inglorious in your places. I will myself go out against this man, but the upshot of the fight will be from on high, in the hands of the immortal gods. With these words he put on his armor, and then, O Menelaus, your life would have come to an end at the hands of Hector. For he was far better the man, had not the princes of the Achaeans sprung upon you and checked you. King Agamemnon caught him by the right hand and said, Menelaus, you are mad. A truce to this folly. Be patient in spite of passion. Do not think of fighting a man so much stronger than yourself as Hector, son of Priam, who is feared by many another as well as you, even Achilles, who is far more doughty than you are, shrank from meeting him in battle. Sit down your own people, and the Achaeans will send other champion to fight Hector, fearless and fond of battle though he be. I ween his knees will bend gladly under him, if he comes out alive from Burley of this fight. With these words of reasonable counsel, he persuaded his brother, whereon his squires gladly stripped the armor from off his shoulders. Then Nestor rose and spoke. Of a truth, said he, the Achaean land is fallen upon evil times. The old knight Peleus, counselor and orator among the Myrmidons, loved when I was in his house to question me concerning the race of all the Argives. How would it not grieve him could he hear of them, as now quailing before Hector? Many a time would he lift his hands in prayer, that his soul might leave his body and go down within the house of Hades, would by Father Jove, Minerva, and Apollo, that I were still young and strong as when the Iliad Acadians were gathered in fight by the rapid river Celadon, under the walls of Phea, and round about the waters of the river Ardenus. The godlike hero Erethalion stood forward as their champion, with the armor of King Areithus upon his shoulders. Areithas whom men and women had surnamed the Mace Man, because he fought neither with bow nor spear, but broke the battalions of the foe with his iron mace. Lycurgus killed him, not in fair fight, but by entrapping him in a narrow way, where his mace served him in no stead. For Lycurgus was too quick for him and speared him through the middle. So he fell to earth on his back. Lycurgus then spoiled him of the armor which Mars had given him, and bore it in battle thenceforward. But when he grew old and stayed at home, he gave it to his faithful squire Ereuthalion, who in this same armor challenged the foremost men among yours. The others quaked and quailed, but my high spirit bade me fight him, though none other would venture. I was the youngest man of them all. But when I fought him, Minerva vouchsafed me victory. He was the biggest and strongest man that ever I killed, and covered much ground as he lay sprawling upon the earth. Would that I were still and strong young, as then was, for the son of Priam would then soon find one who would face him. But you, foremost among the whole host though you be, have none of you any stomach for fighting Hector. Thus did the old man rebuke them, and forthwith 9 men started to their feet. Foremost of all uprose King Agamemnon, and after him brave Dom the son of Tydeus. Next were the 2 Ajaxes, men clothed in valor as with a garment, and then Idomeneus, and Meriones his brother in arms. After these Eurypylus son of Euaemon, Thos the son of Andraemon, and Ulysses also rose. Then Nestor knight of Gerene again spoke, saying, Cast lots among you to see who shall be chosen. If he come alive out of this fight, he will have done good service, allied to his own soul and to the Achaeans. Thus he spoke, and when each of them had marked his lot, and had thrown it into the helmet of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, the people lifted their hands in prayer, and thus would one of them say, as he looked into the vault of heaven, Feather Jove grant that the lot fall on Ajax, or on the son of Tydeus, or upon the king of rich Mycene himself. As they were speaking, Nestor knight of Gerene shook the helmet, and from it there fell the very lot which they wanted, the lot of Ajax. The herald bore it about and showed it to all the chieftains of the Aeans, going from left to right, but they none of them owned it. When, however, in due course he reached the man who had written upon, and had put it into the helmet, brave Ajax held out his hand, and the herald gave him the lot. When Ajax saw his mark he knew it and was glad. He threw it to the ground and said, My friends, the lot is mine, and I rejoice, for I shall vanquish Hector. I will put on my armor. Meanwhile, pray to King Jove in silence among yourselves, that the Trojans may not hear you. Or aloud if you will, for we fear no man. None shall overcome me, neither by force nor cunning, for I was born and bred in Salamis, and can hold my own in all things. With this they fell praying to King Jove, the son of Saturn. And thus would one of them say, as he looked into the vault of heaven: Father Jove, that rulest from Ida, most glorious in power, vouchsafe victory to Ajax, and let him win great glory. But if you wish well to Hector also, and would protect him, grant to each of them equal fame and prowess. Thus they prayed, and Ajax armed himself in his suit of gleaming bronze. When he was in full array, he sprang forward as monstrous Mars, when he takes part among men whom Jove has set fighting with one another. Even so did huge Ajax, bulwark of the Achaeans, spring forward with a grim smile on his face as he brandished his long spear and strode onward. The Argives were elated as they beheld him, but the Trojans trembled in every limb, and the heart even of Hector beat quickly. But he could not now retreat and withdraw into the ranks behind him, for he had been the challenger. Ajax came up, bearing his shield in front of him like a wall, a shield of bronze with 7 folds of ox hide, the work of Tychius, who lived in Hyle and was by far the best worker in leather. He had made it with the hides of 7 full-fed bulls, and over these he had set an 8th layer of bronze. Holding this shield before him, Ajax, son of Telamon, came close up to Hector and menaced him, saying, Hector, you shall now learn, man to man, what kind of champions the Danaans have among them, even besides lion-hearted Achilles, cleaver of the ranks of men. He now abides at the ships, in anger with Agamemnon, shepherd of his people. But there are many of us who are well able to face you. Therefore begin the fight. And Hector answered, Noble Ajax, son of Telamon, captain of the host, treat me not as though I were some puny boy or woman that cannot fight. I have been long used to the blood and butcheries of battle. I am quick to turn my leathern shield either to right or left. For this I deem the main thing in battle. I can charge among the chariots and horsemen, and in hand-to-hand fighting can delight. The heart of Mars, howbeit I would not take such a man as you are off his guard. But I will smite you openly if I can. He poised his spear as he spoke, and hurled it from him. It struck the 7-fold shield in its outermost layer, the 8th, which was of bronze, and went through 6 of the layers, but in the 7th hide it stayed. Then Ajax threw in his turn and struck the round shield of the son of Priam. The terrible spear went through his gleaming shield and pressed onward through his cuirass of cunning workmanship. It pierced the shirt against his side, but he swerved and thus saved his life. They then each of them drew out the spear from his shield and fell on one another like savage lions or wild boars of great strength and endurance. The son of Priam struck the middle of Ajax's shield, but the bronze did not break, and the point of his dart was turned. Ajax then sprang forward and pierced the shield of Hector. The spear went through it and staggered him As he was springing forward to attack, it gashed his neck, and the blood came pouring from the wound. But even so Hector did not cease fighting. He gave ground, and with his brawny hand seized a stone, rugged and huge, that was lying upon the plain. With this he struck the shield of Ajax on the boss that was in its middle, so that the bronze rang again. But Ajax in turn caught up a far larger stone, swung it aloft, and hurled it with prodigious force. This millstone of a rock broke Hector's shield inwards, and threw him down on his back with the shield crushing him under it. But Apollo raised him at once. Thereon they would have hacked at one another in close combat with their swords, had not heralds, messengers of gods and men, come forward, one from the Trojans and the other from the Achaeans, Talthybius and Idaeus, both them honorable men. These parted them with their staves, and the good herald Idaeus said, "I, my sons, fight no longer. You are both of you valiant, and both are dear to Jove. We know this, but night is now falling, and the behests of night may not be well gainsaid." Ajax son of Telamon answered, "Idaeus, bid Hector say so, for it was he that challenged our princes. Let him speak first, and I will accept his saying." Then Hector said, "Ajax, heaven has vouchsafed you stature and strength and judgment, and in wielding the spear you excel all others of the Achaeans. Let us for this day cease fighting. Hereafter we will fight, and you, Tivan, decide between us, and give victory to one or to the other. Night is now falling, and the behests of night may not be well gainsaid. Gladden, then, the hearts of the Achaeans at your ships, and more especially those of your own followers and clansmen, while I, in the great city of King Priam, bring comfort to the Trojans and their women, who vie with one another in the prayers on my behalf. Let us, moreover, exchange presents, that it may be said among the Achaeans and Trojans, they fought with might and main, but were reconciled and parted in friendship." On this he gave Ajax a silver-studded sword with its sheath and leathern baldric, and in return Ajax gave him a girdle dyed with purple. Thus they parted, the one going to the host of the Achaeans, and the other to that of the Trojans, who rejoiced when they saw their hero come to them safe and unharmed from the strong hands of mighty Ajax. They led him, therefore, to the city as one that had been saved beyond their hopes. On the other side, the Achaeans brought Ajax elated with victory to Agamemnon. When they reached the quarters of the son of Atreus, Agamemnon sacrificed for them a 5-year-old bull in honor of Jove, the son of Saturn. They flayed the carcass, made it ready, and divided it into joints. These they cut carefully up into smaller pieces, putting them on the spits, roasting them sufficiently, and then drawing them off. When they had done all this, and had prepared the feast, they ate it, and every man had his full and equal share, so that all were satisfied, and King Agamemnon gave Ajax some slices cut lengthways down the loin, as a mark of special honor. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, old Nestor, whose counsel was ever truest, began to speak. with all sincerity and goodwill. Therefore he addressed them thus: Son of Atreus, and other chieftains, inasmuch as many of the Achaeans are now dead, whose blood Mars has shed by the banks of the Scamander, and their souls have gone down to the house of Hades. It will be well, when morning comes, that we should cease fighting. We will then wheel our dead together with oxen and mules and burn them not far from the ships, that when we sail hence we may take the bones of our comrades home to their children. Hard by the funeral pyre we will build a barrow that shall be raised from the plain for all in common. Near this let us set about building a high wall to shelter ourselves and our ships, and let it have well made gates, that there may be a way through them for our chariots. Close outside we will dig a deep trench all round it to keep off both horse and foot, that the Trojan chieftains may not bear hard upon yous. Thus he spoke, and the princes shouted in applause. Meanwhile the Trojans held a council, angry and full of discord, on the Acropolis by the gates of King Priam's palace, and wise Antenor spoke. Hear me, he said, Trojans, Dardanians and allies, that I may speak even as I am minded. Let us give up Argive Helen and her wealth to the sons of Atreus, for we are now fighting in violation of our solemn covenants, and shall not prosper till we have done as I say. He then sat down, and Alexandrus, husband of lovely Helen, rose to speak. Antenor, said he, your words are to my liking. You can find a better saying than this if you will. If, however, you have spoken in good earnest, then indeed has heaven robbed you of your reason. I will speak plainly, and hereby notify to the Trojans that I will not give up the woman, but the wealth that I brought home with her from Argos I will restore, and will add yet further of my own. On this, when Paris had spoken and taken his sheet, Priam of the race of Dardanus, peer of gods in council, rose and, with all sincerity and goodwill, addressed them thus: Hear me, Trojans, Dardanians and allies, that I may speak even as I am minded. Get your suppers, now as hitherto, throughout the city, but keep your watches and be wakeful. At daybreak let Idaeus go to the ships, and tell Agamemnon and Menelaus, sons of Atreus, the saying of Alexandrus through whom this quarrel has come about, and let him also be instant with them, that they now cease fighting till we burn our dead. Hereafter we will fight anew, till heaven decide between yous, and give victory to one or to the other. Thus did he speak, and they did even as he had said. They took supper in their companies, and at daybreak Idaeus went his way to the ships. He found the Danaans, servants of Mars, in council at the stern Agamemnon's ship, and took his place in the midst of them. Son of Atreus, he said, and princes of the Achaean host, Priam and the other noble Trojans have sent me to tell you the saying of Alexandrus through whom this quarrel has come about, if so be that you may find it acceptable. All the treasure he took with him in his ships to Troy, would that he had sooner perished. He will restore, and will add yet further of his own, but he will not give up the wedded wife of Menelaus, though the Trojans would have him do so. Priam bade me inquire further if you will cease fighting till we burn our dead. Hereafter we will fight new, till heaven decide between yous, and give victory to one or to the other. They all held the peace, but presently Diomed of the loud war cry spoke, saying, Let there be no taking, neither treasure, nor yet Helen, for even a child may see that the doom of the Trojans is at hand. The sons of the Achaeans shouted applause at the words that Diomed had spoken, and Therion King Agamemnon said to Idaeus, Deus, you have heard the answer the Achaeans make you and I with them. But as concerning the dead, I give you leave to burn them, for when men are once dead, there should be no grudging them the rites of fire. Let Jove, the mighty husband of Juno, be witness to this covenant. As he spoke, he upheld his scepter in the sight of all the gods, and Idaeus went back to the strong city of Ilias. The Trojans and Dardanians were gathered in council, waiting his return. When he came, he stood in their midst and delivered his message. As soon as they heard it, they set about their twofold labor, some to gather the corpses, and others to bring in wood. The Argives on their part also hastened from their ships, some to gather the corpses, and others to bring in wood. The sun was beginning to beat upon the fields, fresh risen into the vault of heaven from the slow still currents of deep Oceanus. When the two armies met, they could hardly recognize their dead, but they washed the clotted gore from off them, shed tears over them, and lifted them upon their wagons. Priam had forbidden the Trojans to wail aloud, so they heaped their dead sadly and silently upon the pyre, and having burned them, went back to the city of Ilias. The Achaeans in like manner heaped their dead sadly and silently on the pyre, and having burned them, went back to their ships. Now in the twilight, when it was not yet dawn, chosen bands of the Achaeans were gathered round the pyre and built one barrow that was raised in common for all. And hard by this they built a high wall to shelter themselves and their ships. They gave it strong gates, that there might be a way through them for their chariots, and close outside it they dug a trench deep and wide, and they planted it within with stakes. Thus did the Achaeans toil, and the gods, seated by the side of Jove, the lord of lightning, marveled at their great work. But Neptune, lord of the earthquake, spying, Father Jove, what mortal in the whole world will again take the gods into his counsel? See you not how the Achaeans have built a wall about their ships and driven a trench all round it, without offering hecatombs to the gods? The fame of this wall will reach as far as dawn itself, and men will no longer think anything of the one which Phoebus Apollo and myself built with so much labor for Laomedon. Jove was displeased and answered, What, O shaker of the earth, are you talking about? A god less powerful than yourself might be alarmed at what they are doing, but your fame reaches as far as dawn itself. Surely when the Achaeans have gone home with their ships, you can shatter their wall and fling it into the sea. You can cover the beach with sand again, and the great wall of the Achaeans will then be utterly effaced. Thus did they converse, and by sunset the work of the Achaeans was completed. They then slaughtered oxen at their tents and got their supper. Many ships had come with wine from Lemnos, sent by Eueneus the son of Jason, born to him by Hypsipyle. The son of Jason freighted them with 10,000 measures of wine, which he sent specially to the sons of Atreus, Agamemnon and Menelaus. From this supply the Achaeans bought their wine, some with bronze, some with iron, some with hides, some with whole heifers, and some again with captives. They spread a goodly banquet and feasted the whole night through, as also did the Trojans and their allies in the city. But all the time Jove boded them ill and roared with his portentous thunder. Pale fear got hold upon them, and they spilled the wine from their cups on to the ground, nor did any dare drink till he had made offerings to the most mighty son of Saturn. Then they laid themselves down to rest and enjoyed the boon of sleep. Book Jove forbids the gods to interfere further. There is an even fight till midday, but then Jove inclines the scales of victory in favor of the Trojans, who eventually chase the Achaeans within their wall. Juno and Minerva set out to help the Trojans. Jove sends Iris to turn them back, but later on he promises Juno that she shall have her way in the end. Hector's triumph is stayed by nightfall. The Trojans bivouac on the plain. Now when morning, clad in her robe of saffron, had begun to suffuse light over the earth, Jove called the gods in council on the topmost crest of serrated Olympus. Then he spoke, and all the other gods gave ear. "Hear me," said he, "gods and goddesses, that I may speak even as I am minded. Let none of you, neither goddess nor god, try to cross me, but obey me every one of you, that I may bring this matter to an end. If I see anyone acting a part and helping either Trojans or Danaans, he shall be beaten inordinately ere he come back again to Olympus, or I will hurl him down into Tartarus, far into the deepest pit under the earth, where the gates are iron and the floor bronze, as far beneath Hades as heaven is high above the earth, that you may learn how much the mightiest I am among you. Try me and find out for yourselves. Hangs me a golden chain from heaven, and lay hold of it, all of you, gods and goddesses together. Tug as you will not drag Jove, the supreme counselor, from heaven to earth, but were I to pull it myself, I should draw you up with earth and sea into the bargain. Then would I bind the chain about some pinnacle of Olympus, and leave you all dangling in the mid-firmament. So far am I above all others, either of gods or men." They were frightened, and all of them held their peace, for he had spoken masterfully. But at last Minerva answered, "Father, son of Saturn, king of kings, we all know that your might is not to be gainsaid, but we are also sorry for the Danaan warriors, who are perishing and coming to a bad end. We will, however, since you so bid us, refrain from actual fighting, but we will make serviceable suggestions to the Argives, that they may not all of them perish in your displeasure." Jove smiled at her and answered, "Take heart, my child, Trito born. I am not really in earnest, and I wish to be kin to you." With this he yoked his fleet horses, with hoofs of bronze and manes of glittering gold. He girded himself also with gold about the body, seized his gold whip, and took his seat in his chariot. Thereon he lashed his horses, and they flew forward nothing loth midway, twixt earth and starry heaven. After a while he reached many, fountained Ida, mother of wild beasts, and Gargarus, where are his grove and fragrant altar. There the father of gods and men stayed his horses, took them from the chariot, and hid them in a thick cloud. Then he took his seat all glorious upon the topmost crests, looking down upon the city of Troy and the ships of the Achaeans. The Achaeans took their morning meal hastily at the ships, and afterwards put on their armor. The Trojans, on the other hand, likewise armed themselves. Throughout the city, fewer in numbers, but nevertheless eager perforce to do battle for their wives and children, all the gates were flung wide open, and horse and foot sallied forthwith, the tramp as of a great multitude. When they were got together in one place, shield clashed with shield, and spear with spear, in the conflict of mail-clad men. Mighty was the din as the bossed shields pressed hard on one another. Death, cry and shout of triumph of slain and slayers, and the earth ran red with blood. Now so long as the day waxed, and it was still morning, their weapons beat against one another, and the people fell. But when the sun had reached mid-heaven, the sire of all balanced his golden scales, and put two fates of death within them, one for the Trojans and the other for the Achaeans. He took the balance by the middle, and when he lifted it up, the day of the Achaeans sank. The death-fraught scale of the Achaeans settled down upon the ground, while that of the Trojans rose heavenwards. Then he thundered aloud from Ida, and sent the glare of his lightning upon the Achaeans. When they saw this, pale fear fell upon them, and they were sore afraid. Idomeneus dared not stay, nor yet Agamemnon, nor did the two Ajaxes, servants of Mars, hold their ground. Nestor, knight of Gerene, alone stood firm, bulwark of the Achaeans. Not of his own will, but one of his horses was disabled. Alexandra's husband of lovely Helen had hit it with arrow just on the top of its head, where the mane begins to grow away from the skull, a very deadly place. The horse bounded in his anguish as the arrow passed his brain, and his struggles threw others into confusion. The old man instantly began cutting the traces with his sword, but Hector's fleet horses bore down upon him through the rout with their bold charioteer, even Hector himself, and the old man would have perished there, and then had not Diomed been quick to mark, and with a loud called Ulysses to help him. "Ulysses," he cried, "noble son of Laertes, where are you flying to, with your back turned like a coward? See that you are not struck with a spear between the shoulders. Stay here and help me to defend Nestor from this man's furious onset." Ulysses would not give ear, but speed onward to the ships of the Achaeans, And the son of Tydeus, flinging himself alone into the thick of fight, took his stand before the horses of the son of Neleus. "Sire," said he, "these young warriors are pressing you hard. Your force is spent, and age is heavy upon you. Your squire is naught, and your horses are slow to move. Mount my chariot and see what the horses of Tros can do, how cleverly they can scud hither and thither over the plain, either in flight or in pursuit. I took them from the hero Aeneas. Let our squires attend to your own steeds, but let those drive mine straight at the Trojans, that Hector may learn how furiously I too can wield my spear." Nestor, knight of Gerene, hearkened to his words. Therion the doughty squires, Sthenelus and kind-hearted Eurymedon, saw to Nestor's horses, while the two both mounted Diomed's chariot. Nestor took the reins in his hands and lashed the horses on. They were soon close up with Hector, and the son of Tydeus aimed a spear at him as he was charging full speed towards them. He missed him, but struck his charioteer and squire Aeniopius, son of noble Thebaeus, in the breast by the nipple while the reins were in his hands, so that he died there and then, and the horses swerved as he fell headlong from the chariot. Hector was greatly grieved at the loss of his charioteer, but let him lay for all his sorrow, while he went in quest of another driver. Nor did his steeds have to go long without one, for he presently found brave Archeptolemus, the son of Iphitus, and made him get up behind the horses, giving the reins into his hand. All had then been lost, and no help for it, for they would have been penned up in Ilias like sheep, had not the sire of gods and men been quick to mark, and hurled a fiery flaming thunderbolt, which fell just in front of Dimen's horses with a flare of burning brimstone. The horses were frightened and tried to back beneath the car, while the reins dropped from Nestor's hands. Then he was afraid and said to Diomed, "Son of Tydeus, turn your horses in flight. See you not that the hand of Jove is against you? To-day he vouchsafes victory to Hector. To-morrow, if it so please him, he will again grant. To ourselves no man, however brave, may thwart the purpose of Jove, for he is far stronger than any." Diomed answered, "All that you have said is true. There is a grief, however, which pierces me to the very heart. For Hector will talk among the Trojans and say, 'The son of Tydeus fled before me to the ships.' This is the vaunt he will make, and may earth then swallow me." "Son of Tydeus," replied Nestor, "what mean you? Though Hector say that you are at the Trojans, and Dardanians will not believe him, nor yet the wives of the mighty warriors whom you have laid low." So saying, he turned the horses back through the thick of the battle, and with a cry that rent the air, the Trojans and Hector rained their darts after them. Hector shouted to him and said, "Son of Tydeus, the Danaans have done you honor hitherto, as regards your place at table, the meals they give you, and the filling of your cup with wine. Henceforth they will despise you, for you are become no better than a woman. Be off, girl and coward that you are. You shall not scale our walls, through any flinching upon my part. Neither shall you carry off our wives in your ships, for I shall kill you with my own hand. The son of Tydeus was in two minds whether or no to turn his horses round again and fight him. Thrice did he doubt, and thrice did Jove thunder from the heights of Ida, in token to the Trojans that he would turn the battle in their favor. Hector then shouted to them and said, Trojans, Lycians, and Dardanians, lovers of close fighting, be men, my friends, and fight with might and with main. I see that Jove is minded to vouch victory and great glory to myself, while he will deal destruction upon the Danaans. Fools, for having thought of building this weak and worthless wall. It shall not stay my fury. My horses will spring lightly over their trench, and when I am at their ships, forget not to bring me fire, that I may burn them. While I slaughter the Argives, who will be all dazed and bewildered by the smoke. Then he cried to his horses, Xanthus and Podargus, and you, Aethon and goodly Lampus, pay me for your keep now, and for all the honey, sweet corn with, which Andromache daughter of great Aetion has fed you, and for she has mixed wine and water for you to drink whenever you would, before doing so even for me who am her own husband. Haste in pursuit, that we may take the shield of Nestor, the fame of which ascends to heaven, for it is of solid gold arm, rods and all, and that we may strip from the shoulders of Diomed the cuirass which Vulcan made him. Could we take these two things, the Achaeans would set sail in their ships this same night. Thus did he vaunt, but Queen Juno made high Olympus quake, as she shook with rage upon her throne. Then said she to the mighty god of Neptune, What now, wide-ruling lord of the earthquake? Can you find no compassion in your heart for the dying Danaans, who bring you many a welcome offering to Hellas and to Aegae? Wish them well, then, if all of us who are with were to drive the Trojans back and keep Jove from helping them, he would have to sit there sulking alone on Ida. King Neptune was greatly troubled and answered, Juno, rash of tongue, what are you talking about? We other gods must not set ourselves against Jove, for he is far stronger than we are. Thus did they converse, but the whole space enclosed by the ditch, from the ships even to the wall, was filled with horses and warriors, who were pent up there by Hector son of Priam. Now that the hand of Jove was with him, he would even have set fire to the ships and burned them, had not Queen Juno put it into the mind of Agamemnon to bestir himself and to encourage the Achaeans. To this end he went round the ships and tents carrying a great purple cloak, and took his stand by the huge black hull of Ulysses' ship, which was middlemost of all. It was from this place that his voice would carry farthest, on the one hand towards the tents of Ajax, son of Telamon, and on the other towards those of Achilles. For these two heroes, well assured of their own strength, had valorously drawn up their ships at the two ends of the line. From this spot then, with a voice that could be heard afar, he shouted to the Danaans, saying, Argives, shame on you cowardly creatures! brave in semblance only. Where are now our vaunts, that we should prove victorious? The vaunts we made so vaingloriously in Lemnos, when we ate the flesh of horned cattle and filled our mixing bowls to the brine. You vowed that you would each of you stand against 100 or 200 men, and now you prove no match even for one. For Hector, who will be ere long setting our ships in a blaze. Father Jove, did you ever so ruin a great king and rob him so utterly of his greatness? Yet, when to my sorrow I was coming hither, I never let my ship pass your altars, without offering the fattened thigh, bones of heifers upon every one of them. So eager was I to sack the city of Troy. Vouchsafe me then this prayer. Suffer us to escape, at any rate with our lives, and let not the Achaeans be so utterly vanquished by the Trojans. Thus did he pray, and Father Jove, pitying his tears, vouchsafed him that his people should live, not die. Forthwith he sent them an eagle, most unfailingly portentous of all birds, with a young fawn in its talons. The eagle dropped the fawn by the altar on which the Achaeans sacrificed to Jove, the lord of omens. When, therefore, the people saw that the bird had come from Jove, they sprang more fiercely upon the Trojans and fought more boldly. There was no man of all the many Dans who could then boast that he had driven his horses over the trench and gone forth to fight sooner than the son of Tydeus. Long before anyone else could do so, he slew an armed warrior of the Trojans, Agelaus, the son of Phradmon. He had turned his horses in flight, but the spear struck him the back midway between his shoulders, and went right through his chest, and his armor rang rattling round him as he fell forward from his chariot. After him came Agamemnon and Menelaus, sons of Atreus, the two Ajaxes, clothed in valor as with a garment, Idomeneus, and his companion in arms Merions, peer of murderous Mars, and Eurypylus, the brave son of Euaemon. Ninth came Teucer with his bow, and took his place under cover of the shield of Ajax, son of Telamon. When Ajax lifted his shield, Teucer would peer round, and when he had at any one in the throng, the man would fall dead. Then Teucer would hie back to Ajax as a child to its mother, and again duck down under his shield. Which of the Trojans did brave Teucer first kill? Orsilochus, and then Ormenus and Ophelestus, Data, Chromius, and godlike Lycophontes, Amapan, son of Polyamon, and Melanippus. All these in turn did he lay low upon the earth, and King Agamemnon was glad when he saw him making havoc of the Trojans with his mighty bow. He went up to him and said, Teucer, man after my own heart, son of Telamon, captain among the host, shoot on, and be at once the saving of the Danaans and the glory of your father Telamon, who brought you up and took care of you in his own house when you were a child bastard, though you were. Cover him with glory, though he is far off, I will promise, and I will assuredly perform, if Aegis, bearing Jove and Minerva, grant me to sack the city of Ilias. You shall have the next best meed of honor after my own, a tripod, or 2 horses with their chariot, or a woman who shall go up into your bed. And Teucer answered, Most noble son of Atreus, You need not urge me. From the moment we began to drive them back to Ilias, I have never ceased so far as in Meles to look out for men I can shoot and kill. I have shot 8 barbed shafts, and all of them have been buried in the flesh of warlike youths. But this mad dog I cannot hit." As he spoke, he aimed another arrow straight at Hector, for he was bent on hitting him. Nevertheless he missed him, and the arrow hit Priam's brave son Gorgythian in the breast. His mother, fair Castianera, lovely as a goddess, had been married from Asyme, and now he bowed his head as a garden poppy in full bloom, when it is weighed down by showers in spring. Even thus heavy bowed his head beneath the weight of his helmet. Again he aimed at Hector, for he was longing to hit him, and again his arrow missed, for Apollo turned it aside. But he hit Hector's brave charioteer Archeptolemus in the breast, by the nipple, as he was driving furiously into the fight. The horses swerved aside as he fell headlong from the chariot, and there was no life left in him. Hector was greatly grieved at the loss of his charioteer, but for all his sorrow he let him where he fell, and bade his brother Cebriones, who was hard by, take the reins. Cebriones did as he had said. Hector Therion with a loud cry sprang from his chariot to the ground, and seizing a great stone made straight for Teucer with intent to kill him. Teucer had just taken an arrow from his quiver and had laid it upon the bowstring, but Hector struck him with the jagged stone as he was taking aim, and drawing the string to his shoulder, he hit him just where the collar bone divides the neck from the chest, a very deadly place, and broke the sinew of his arm, so that his wrist was less, and the bow dropped from his hand as he fell forward on his knees. Ajax saw that his brother had fallen, and running towards him bestrode him and sheltered him with his shield. Manvile his 2 trusty squires, Mecistus son of Echius and Alastor, came up and bore him to the ships, groaning in his great pain. Jove now again put heart into the Trojans, and they drove the Achaeans to their deep trench with Hector in all his glory at their head, as a hound grips a wild boar or lion in flank or buttock when he gives him chase and watches warily for his wheeling. Even so did Hector follow close upon the Achaeans, ever killing the hindmost as they rushed panic-stricken onwards. When they had fled through the set stakes and trench, and many Achaeans had been laid low at the hands of the Trojans, they halted at their ships, calling upon one another and praying every man instantly as they lifted up their hands to the gods. But Hector wheeled his horses this way and that, his eyes glaring like those of Gorgo or murderous Mars. Juno, when she saw them, had pity upon them, and at once said to Minerva, Allah's child of Aegis, bearing Jove, shall you and I take no more thought for the dying Danaans, though it be the last time we ever do so. See how they perish and come to abad end before the onset of but a single man. Hector the son of Priam rages with intolerable fury, and has already done great mischief. Minerva answered, Would indeed this fellow might die in his own land, and fall by the hands of the Achaeans. But my father Jove is mad with spleen, ever foiling me, ever headstrong and unjust. He forgets how often I saved his son, when he was worn out but the labors Eurystheus had laid on him. He would weep till his cry came up to heaven, and then Jove would send me down to help him. If I had had the sense to foresee all this, when Eurystheus sent him to the house of Hades to fetch the hell-hound from Erebus, he would never have come back alive out of the deep waters of the river Styx. And now Jove hates me, while he lets Thetis have her way, because she kissed his knees and took hold of his beard when she was begging him to do honor to Achilles. I shall know what to do next time he begins calling me his gray-eyed darling. Get our horses ready, while I go within the house of Aegis, bearing Jove, and put on my armor. We shall then find out whether Priam's son Hector will be glad to meet us in the highways of battle, or whether the Trojans will glut hounds and vultures with the fat of their flesh as they be dead by the ships of the Achaeans. Thus did she speak, and white-armed Juno, daughter of great Saturn, obeyed her words. She set about harnessing her gold-bedizened steeds, while Minerva, daughter of Aegis, bearing Jove, flung her richly vesture, made with her own hands, onto the threshold of her father, and donned the shirt of Jove, arming herself for battle. Then she stepped into her flaming chariot, and grasped the spear so stout and strong with which she quells the ranks of heroes who have displeased her. Juno lashed her horses, and the gates of heaven bellowed as they flew open of their own accord, gates over which the Hours preside, in whose hands are heaven and Olympus, either to open the dense cloud that hides them or to close it. Through these the goddesses drove their obedient steeds. But Father Jove, when he saw them from Ida, was very angry, and sent winged Iris with a message to them. "Go," said he, "fleet Iris, turn them back, and see that they do not come near me, for if we come to fighting there will be mischief. This is what I say, and this is what I mean to do. I will lame their horses for them, I will hurl them from their chariot, and will break it in pieces. It will take them all 10 years to heal the wounds my lightning shall inflict upon them. My gray-eyed daughter will then learn what quarreling with her father means. I am less surprised and angry with Juno, for whatever I say she always contradicts me." With this Iris went her way, fleet as the wind, from the heights of Ida to the lofty summits of Olympus. She met the goddesses at the outer gates of its many valleys and gave them her message. "What," said she, "you about? Are you mad? The son of Saturn forbids going. This is what he says, and this is what he means to do. He will lame your horses for you. He will hurl you from your chariot, and will break it in pieces. It will take you all 10 years to heal the wounds his lightning will inflict upon you, that you may learn, gray-eyed goddess, what quarreling with your father means." He is less hurt and angry with Juno, for whatever he says she always contradicts him. "But you, bold hussy, Will you really dare to raise your huge spear in defiance of Jove?" With this she left them, and Juno said to Minerva, "Of a truth, child of Aegis, bearing Jove, I am not for fighting men's battles further in defiance of Jove. Let them live or die as luck will have it, and let Jove mete out his judgments upon the Trojans and Danaans according to his own pleasure." She turned her steeds. The hours presently unyoked them, made them fast to their ambrosial mangers, and leaned the chariot against the end wall of the courtyard. The two goddesses then sat down upon their golden thrones, amid the company of the other gods, but they were very angry. Presently Father Jove drove his chariot to Olympus and entered the assembly of gods. The mighty lord of the earthquake inyoked his horses for him, set the car upon its stand, and threw a cloth over it. Jove then sat down upon his golden throne, and Olympus reeled beneath him. Minerva and Juno sat alone, apart from Jove, and neither spoke nor asked him questions. But Jove knew what they meant, and said, "Minerva and Juno, why are you so angry? Are you fatigued with killing so many of your dear friends, the Trojans? Be this as it may, such is the might of my hands that all the gods in Olympus cannot turn me. You were both of you trembling all over ever you saw the fight and its terrible doings. I tell you therefore, and it would have surely been, I should have struck you with lightning, and your chariots would never have brought you back again to Olympus." Minerva and Juno groaned in spirit as they sat side by side and brooded mischief for the Trojans. Minerva sat silent without a word, for she was in a furious passion and bitterly incensed against her father. But Juno could not contain herself and said, "What, dread son of Saturn, are you talking about? We know how great your power is. Nevertheless, we have compassion upon the Danaan warriors who are perishing and coming to a bad end. We will, however, since you so bid us, refrain from actual fighting, but we will make serviceable suggestions to the Argives, that they may not all of them perish in your displeasure." And Jove answered, "Tomorrow morning, Juno, if you choose to do so, you will see the Saturn destroying large numbers of the Argives. For fierce Hector shall not cease fighting till he has roused the son of Peleus, when they are fighting in dire straits at their ships' sterns about the body of Patroclus. Like it or no, this is how it is decreed. For aught I care, you may go to the Lord's depths beneath earth and see, where Ipetus and Saturn dwell in lone Tartarus, with neither ray of light nor breath of wind to cheer them. You may go on and on till you get there, and I shall not care one whit for your displeasure. You are the greatest vixen living." Juno made him no answer. The sun's glorious orb now sank into Oceanus and drew down night over the land. Sorry indeed were the Trojans when light failed them, but welcome and thrice prayed for did darkness fall upon the Achaeans. Then Hector led the Trojans back from the ships and held a council on the open space near the river, where there was a spot clear of corpses. They left their chariots and sat down on the ground to hear the speech he made them. He grasped a spear 11 cubits long, the bronze point of which gleamed in front of it, while the ring round the spear head was of gold. Spear in hand he spoke. "Cheer me," said he, "Trojans, Dardanians, and allies. I deem but now that I should destroy the ships and all the Achaeans with them." I went back to Ilias, but darkness came on too soon. It was this alone that saved them and their ships upon the sea shore. Now, therefore, let us obey the behests of night, and prepare our suppers. Take your horses out of their chariots, and give them their feeds of corn. Then make speed to bring sheep and cattle from the city. Bring wine also and corn for your horses, and gather much wood, that from dark till dawn we may burn watchfires, whose flare may reach to haven. For the Achaeans may try to fly beyond the sea by night, and they must not embark scathless and unmolested. Many a man among them must take a dart with him to nurse at home, hit with spear or arrow as he is leaping on board his ship, that others may fear to bring war and weeping upon the Trojans. Moreover, let the heralds tell it about the city, that the growing youths and grey-bearded men are to camp upon its heaven-built walls. Let the women each of them light a great fire in her house, and let watch be safely kept, lest the town be entered by surprise while the host is outside. See to it, brave Trojans, as I have said, and let this suffice for the moment. At daybreak I will instruct you further. I pray in hope to Jove and to the gods that we may then drive those fate-sped hounds from our land, for 'tis the fates that have borne them and their ships hither. This night, therefore, let us keep watch, but with early morning let us put on our armor and rouse fierce war at the ships of the Achaeans. I shall then know whether brave Diomed, the son of Tydeus, will drive me back from the ships to the wall, or whether I shall myself slay him and carry off his blood-stained spoils. Tomorrow let him show his mettle, abide my spear if he dare. I ween that at break of day he shall be among the first to fall, and many another of his comrades round him. Would that I were as sure of being immortal and never growing old, and of being worshipped like Minerva and Apollo, as I am that this day will bring evil to the Argives." Thus spoke Hector, and the Trojans shouted applause. They took their swaying steeds from under the yoke, and made them fast each by his own chariot. They made haste to bring sheep and cattle from the city. They brought wine also and corn from their houses, and gathered much wood. They then offered unblemished hecatombs to the immortals, and the wind carried the sweet savor of sacrifice to haven. But the blessed gods partook not thereof, for they bitterly hated Ilias with Priam and Priam's people. Thus high in hope they sat through the livelong night by highways of war, and many a watchfire did they kindle, as when the stars shine clear and the moon is bright. There is not a breath of air, not a peak, nor glade, nor jutting headland, but it stands out in the ineffable radiance that breaks from the serene of heaven. The stars can all of them be told, and the heart of the shepherd is glad. Even thus shone the watchfires of the Trojans, before Ilias mid-between the ships and the river Xanthus. 1,000 camp fires gleamed upon the plain, and in the glow of each there sat 50 men, while the horses, champing oats and corn beside their chariots, waited till dawn should come. Book 9. The Embassy to Achilles. Thus did the Trojans watch, but panic, comrade of blood, stained rout, had taken fast hold of the Achaeans, and their princes were all of them in despair, as when the 2 winds that blow from Thrace, the north and the northwest, spring up of a sudden and rouse the fury of, in a moment, their heads, and scatter their wrack in all directions. Even thus Trapri doth the hath seen. In a moment of main, the dark the main, the son of Atreus in dismay bade the heralds call the people to a council man by man, but not to cry the matter aloud. He made haste also himself to call them, and they sat sorry at heart in their assembly. Agamemnon shed tears as it were a running stream or cataract on the side of some sheer cliff, and thus, with many a heavy sigh, he spoke to the Achaeans. "My friends," said he, "princes and counselors of the Argives, the hand of heaven has been laid heavily upon me. Cruel Jove gave me his solemn promise that I should sack the city of Troy before returning, but he has played me false, and is now bidding go ingloriously back to Argos, with the loss of much people. Such is the will of Jove, who has laid many a proud city in the dust, as he will yet lay others, for his power is above all. Now therefore let us all do as I say, and sail back to our own country, for we shall not take Troy." Thus he spoke, and the sons of the Achaeans for a long while sat sorrowful there, but they all held their peace, till at last Diomed of the loud battle cry made answer, saying, "Son of Atreus, I will chide your folly, as is my right in council. Be not then aggrieved that I should do so. In the first place you attacked me before all the Danaans, and said that I was a coward and no soldier. The Argives young and old know that you did so, but the son of scheming Saturn endowed you by halves only. He gave you honor as the chief ruler over yous, but valor, which is the highest both right and might, he did not give you. Sir, think you that the sons of the Achaeans are indeed as unwarlike and cowardly as you say they are? If your own mind is set upon going home, go. The way is open to you. The many ships that followed you from Mycene stand ranged upon the sea-shore, but the rest of stay here till we have sacked Troy. Nay, though these should turn homeward with their ships, Sthenelus and myself will still fight until we reach the goal of Aias, for heaven was with us when we came." The sons of the Achaeans shouted applause at the words of Diomed, and presently Nestor rose to speak. "Son of Tydeus," said he, "in war your prowess is beyond question, and in counsel you excel all who are of your own years. No one of the Achaeans can make light of what you say nor gainsay it, but you have not yet come the end of the whole matter. You are still young. You might be the youngest of my own children. Still you have spoken wisely, and have counseled the chief of the Achaeans, not without discretion. Nevertheless, I am older than you, and I will tell you everything. Therefore let no man, not even King Agamemnon, disregard my saying, for he that foments civil discord is a clanless, hearthless outlaw. Now, however, let us obey the behests of night and get our suppers. But let the sentinels every man camp by the trench that is without the wall. I am giving these instructions to the young men, when they have been attended to. Do you, son of Atreus, give your orders, for you are the most royal among yous all. Prepare a feast for your counselors. It is right and reasonable that you should do so. There is abundance of wine in your tents, which the ships of the Achaeans bring from Thrace daily. You have everything at your disposal wherewith to entertain guests, and you have many subjects. When many are got together, you can be guided by him whose counsel is wisest. And sorely do we need shrewd and prudent counsel, for the foe has lit his watchfires hard by our ships. Who can be other than dismayed? This night will either be the ruin of our host or save it. Thus did he speak, and they did even as he had said. The sentinels went out in their armor under command of Nestor's son Thrasymedes, a captain of the host, and of the bold warriors Ascalaphus and Almanus. There were also Myrrhians, Apharius and Depyrus, and the son of Creon, noble Lycomedes. There were 7 captains of the sentinels, and with each there went 100 youths armed with long spears. They took their places midway between the trench and the wall, and when they had done so they lit their fires, and got every man his supper. The son of Atreus then bade many counselors of the Achaeans to his quarters, and prepared a great feast in their honor. They laid their hands on the good things that were before them, and as soon as they had enough to eat and drink, old Nestor, whose counsel was ever truest, was the first to lay his mind before them. He, therefore, with all sincerity and goodwill addressed them thus: With yourself, most noble son of Atreus, king of men, Agamemnon, will I both begin my speech and end it, for you are king over much people. Jove, moreover, has vouchsafed you to wield the scepter and to uphold righteousness, that you may take thought for your people under you. Therefore it behooves you of all others both to speak, and to give ear, and to out the counsel of another who shall have been minded to speak wisely. All turns on you and on your commands. Therefore I will say what I think will be best. No man will be of a truer mind than that which has been mine for the you, sir. Angered Achilles by taking the girl Briseis from his tent against my judgment. I urged you not to do so, but you yielded to your own pride, and dishonored a hero whom heaven itself had honored. For you still hold the prize that had been awarded to him. Now, however, let us think how we may appease him, both with presents and fair speeches that may conciliate him. And King Agamemnon answered, Sir, you have reproved my folly justly. I was wrong, I owed it. One whom heaven befriends is in himself a host, and Jove has shown that he befriends this man by destroying much people of the Achaeans. I was blinded with passion, and yielded to my worser mind. Therefore I will make amends, and will give him great gifts by way of atonement. I will tell them, in the presence of you all. I will give him 7 tripods that have never yet been on the fire, and 10 talents of gold. I will give him 20 iron cauldrons and 12 strong horses that have won races and carried off prizes. Rich, indeed, both in land and gold is he that has as many prizes as my horses have won me. I will give him 7 excellent workwomen, lesbians, whom I chose for myself when he took Lesbos, all of surpassing beauty. I will give him these, and with them her whom I erewhile took from him, the daughter of Briseis. And I swear a great oath that I never went up into her couch, nor have been with her after the manner of men and women. All these things will I give him now, and if hereafter the gods vouchsafe me to sack the city of Priam, let him come, when we Achaeans are dividing the spoil, and load his ship with gold and bronze to his licking. Furthermore, let him take 20 Trojan women, the loveliest after Helen herself. Then, when we reach Achaean Argos, wealthiest of all lands, he shall be my son-in-law, and I will show him like honor with my own dear son Orestes, who is being nurtured in all abundance. I have 3 daughters, Chrysothemis, Ladice, and Iphianassa. Let him take the one of his choice, freely and without gifts of wooing, to the house of Pillus. I will add such dower to boot as no man ever yet gave his daughter, and will give him 7 well-established cities, Cardamalinup and Haya, where there is grass, holy Pherae, and the rich meadows of Anthea, Api also, and the vine-clad slopes of Pedasus, all near the sea, and on the borders of sandy Pylos. The men that dwell there are rich in cattle and sheep. They will honor him with gifts, as though he were a god, and be obedient to his comfortable ordinances. All this will I do if he will now forego his anger. Let him then yield. It is only Hades who is utterly ruthless and unyielding, and hence he is of all gods the one most hateful to mankind. Moreover, I am older and more royal than himself. Therefore let him now obey me. Then Nestor answered, Most noble son of Atreus, king of men, Agamemnon, the gifts you offer are no small ones. Let us then send chosen messengers, who may go to Achilles, son of Peleus, without delay. Let those go whom I shall name. Let Phoenix dare to Jove lead the way, let Ajax and Ulysses follow, and let the heralds Odius and Eurybates go with them. Now bring water for our hands, and bid all keep silence, while we pray to Jove the son of Saturn, if so be that he may have mercy upon us. Thus did he speak, and his saying pleased them well. Men servants poured water over the hands of the guests, while pages filled the mixing bowls with wine and water, and handed it round after giving every man his drink offering. Then, when they had made their offerings, and had drunk each as much as he was minded, the envoys set out from the tent of Agamemnon son of Atreus, and Nestor, looking first to one and then to another, but most especially at Ulysses, was instant with them that they should prevail with the noble son of Peleus. They went their way by the shore of the sounding sea, and prayed earnestly to earth, encircling Neptune, that the high spirit, the son of Aeacus, might incline favorably towards them. When they reached the ships and tents of the Myrmidons, they found Achilles playing on a lyre, fair, of cunning workmanship, and its cross-bar was of silver. It was part of the spoils which he had taken when he sacked the city of Aetion, and he was now diverting himself with it and singing the feats of heroes. He was alone with Patroclus, who sat opposite to him and said nothing, waiting till he should cease singing. Ulysses and Ajax now came in, Ulysses leading the way, and stood before him. Achilles sprang from his seat with the lyre still in his hand, and Patroclus, when he saw the strangers, rose also. Achilles then greeted them, saying, "All hail and welcome. You must come upon some great matter. You, who for all my anger are still dearest to me of the Achaeans." With this he led them forward, and bade them sit on seats covered with purple rugs. Then he said to Patroclus, who was close by him, "Son of Menoetius, set a larger bowl upon the table, mix less water with the wine, and give every man his cup, for these are very dear friends, who are now under my roof." Patroclus did as his comrade bade him. He set the chopping block in front of the fire, and on it he laid the loin of our sheep, the loin also of a goat, and the chine of a fat hog. Automedon held the meat while Achilles chopped it. He then sliced the pieces and put them on spits, while the son of Menoetius made the fire burn high. When the flame had died down, he spread the embers, laid the spits on top of them, lifting them up and setting them upon the spit racks, and he sprinkled them with salt. When the meat was roasted, he set it on platters, and handed bread round the table in fair baskets, while Achilles dealt them their portions. Then Achilles took his seat facing Ulysses against the opposite wall, and bade his comrade Patroclus offer sacrifice to the gods. So he cast the offerings into the fire, and they laid their hands upon the good things that were before them. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, Ajax assigned to Phoenix. And when he saw this, Ulysses filled his cup with wine and pledged Achilles. "Hail," said he, "Achilles, we have had no scant of good cheer, neither in the tent of Agamemnon, nor yet here. There has been plenty to eat and drink, but our thought turns upon no such matter. Sir, we are in the face of great disaster, and without your help not, whether we shall save our fleet or lose it. The Trojans and their allies have camped hard by our ships and by the wall. They have lit watchfires throughout their host and deem that nothing can now prevent them from falling on our fleet. Jove, moreover, has sent his lightnings on their right. Hector in all his glory rages like a maniac, confident that Jove is with him. He fears neither god nor man, but is gone raving mad, and prays for the approach of day. He vows that he will hew the high sterns of our ships in pieces, set fire to their hulls, and make havoc of the Achaeans, while they are dazed and smothered in smoke. I much fear that heaven will make good his boasting, and it will prove our lot to perish at Troy far from our home in Argos. Up, then, and late though it be, save the sons of the Achaeans who faint before the fury of the Trojans. You will repent bitterly hereafter if you do not, for when the harm is done there will be no curing it. Consider ere it be too late, and save the Danaans from destruction. My good friend, when your father Peleus sent you from Thea to Agamemnon, did he not charge you, saying, Son, Minerva and Juno will make you strong if they choose, but check your high temper, for the better part is in goodwill. Eschew vain quarrelling, the Achaeans old, young will respect you more for doing so. These were his words, but you have forgotten them. Even now, however, be appeased, and put away your anger from you. Agamemnon will make you great amends if you will forgive him. Listen, and I will tell you what he has said in his tent that he will give you. He will give you 7 tripods that have never yet been on the fire, and 10 talents of gold, 20 iron cauldrons, and 12 strong horses that have won races and carried off prizes. Rich indeed both in land and gold is he who has as many prizes. These horses have won for Agamemnon. Moreover, he will give you 7 excellent workwomen, lesbians, whom he chose for himself. When you took Lesbos, all of surpassing beauty, he will give you these, and with them her whom he erewhile took from you, the daughter of Briseis. And he will swear a great oath. He has never gone up into her couch, nor been with her after the manner of men and women. All these things will he give you now down, and if hereafter the gods vouchsafe him to sack the city of Priam, you can come when we Achaeans are dividing the spoil, and load your ship with gold and bronze. To your licking, you can take 20 Trojan women, the loveliest after Helen herself. Then, when we reach Achaean Argos, wealthiest of all lands, you shall be his son-in-law, and he will show you like honor with his own dear son Oris, who is being nurtured in all abundance. Agamemnon has 3 daughters, Chrysothemis, Ladies, and Iphianassa. You may take the one of your choice, freely and without gifts of wooing. To the house of Peleus he will add such dower to boot, as no man ever yet gave his daughter, and will give you 7 well-established cities, Cardamyle, Enope, and higher where there is grass, holy Pheræ, and the rich meadows of Anthea, Apia also, and the vine-clad slopes of Pedasus, all near the sea, and on the borders of sandy Pylos. The men that dwell there are rich in cattle and sheep. They will honor you with gifts as though were a god, and be obedient to your comfortable ordinances. All this will he do if you will now forego your anger. Moreover, though you hate both him and his gifts with all your heart, yet pity the rest of the Achaeans, who are being harassed in all their host. They will honor you as a god, and you will earn great glory at their hands. You might even kill Hector. He will come within your reach, for he is infatuated, and declares that not a Danaan whom the ships have brought can hold his own against him. Achilles answered, Ulysses, noble son of Laertes, I should give you formal notice plainly and in all fixity of purpose, that there be no more of this cajoling, from whatsoever quarter it may come. Him do I hate even as the gates of hell, who says one thing while he hides another in his heart. Therefore I will say what I mean. I will be appeased neither by Agamemnon son of Atreus, nor by any other of the Nans, for I see that I have no thanks for all my fighting. He that fights fares no better than he that does not. Coward and hero are held in equal honor, and death deals like measure to him who works and him who is idle. I have taken nothing by all my hardships, with my life ever in my hand. As a bird when she has found a morsel takes it to her nestlings, and herself fares hardly. Even so many a long night have I been wakeful, and many a bloody battle have I waged by day against those who were fighting for their women. With my ships I have taken 12 cities, and 11 round about Troy have I stormed with my men by land. I took great store of wealth from every one of them, but I gave all up to Agamemnon son of Atreus. He stayed where he was by his ships, yet what came to him he gave little, and kept much himself. Nevertheless he did distribute some meeds of honor among the chieftains and kings, and these have them still. From me alone of the Achaeans did he take the woman in whom I delighted. Let him keep her and sleep with her. Why, pray, must the Argives needs fight the Trojans? What made the son of Atreus gather the host and bring them? Was it not for the sake of Helen? Are the sons of Atreus the only men the world who love their wives? Any man of common right feeling will love and cherish her who is his own, as I this woman, with my whole heart, though she was but a fruitling of my spear. Agamemnon has taken her from me. He has played me false. I know him. Let him tempt me no further, for he shall not move me. Let him look to you, Ulysses, and to the other princes, to save his ships from burning. He has done much without me already. He has built a wall. He has dug a trench deep and wide all round it, and he has planted it within with stakes. But even so he stays not the murderous might of Hector. So long as I fought, the Achaeans Hector suffered not the battle range far from the city walls. He would come to the Scaean gates and to the oak tree, but no further. Once he stayed to meet me, and hardly did he escape my onset. Now, however, since I am in no mood to fight him, I will tomorrow offer sacrifice to Jove and to all the gods. I will draw my ships into the water, and then victual them delay. Tomorrow morning, if you care to look, you will see my ships on the Hellespont, and my men rowing out to sea with might and main. If great Neptune vouchsafes me a far passage, in 3 days I shall be in Phthia. I have much there that I left behind me when I came here to my sorrow, and I shall bring back still further store of gold, of red copper, of fair women, and of iron, my share of the spoils that we have taken. But one prize he who gave has insolently taken away. Tell him all as I now bid you, and tell him in public that the Achaeans may hate him, and beware of should he think that he can yet dupe others, for his effrontery never fails him. As for me, hound that he is, he dares not look me in the face. I will take no counsel with him, and will undertake nothing in common with him. He has wronged me, and deceived me enough. He shall not cozen me further. Let him go his own way, for Jove has robbed him of his reason. I loathe his presence, and for himself care not one straw. He may offer me 10 or even 20 times what he has now done. Nay, not though it be all that he has in the world both now or ever shall have. He may promise me the wealth of Orchomenus or of Egyptian Thebes, which is the richest city in the whole world, for it has 100 gates, through which 200 men may drive at once with their chariots and horses. He may offer me gifts, as the sands of the sea or the dust of the plain in multitude. But even so he shall not move me, till I have been revenged in full for the bitter wrong he has done me. I will not marry his daughter. She may be fair as Venus, and skilful as Minerva, but I will have none of her. Let another take her, who may be a good match for her, and who rules a larger kingdom. If the gods spare me to return home, Peleus will find me a wife. There are Achaean women in Hellas and Phrygia, daughters of kings that have cities under them. Of these I can take, I will, and marry her. Many a time was I minded, when at home in fear, to woo and wed a woman who would make me a suitable wife, and to enjoy the riches of my old father Peleus. My life is more to me than all the wealth of Ilias, while it was yet at peace before the Achaeans went there, or than all the treasure that lies on the stone floor of Apollo's temple beneath the cliffs of Pytha. Cattle and sheep are to be had for harrying, and a man buy both tripods and horses if he wants them. But when his life has once left him, it can neither be bought nor harried back again. My mother Thetis tells me that there are 2 ways in which I may meet my end. If I stay here and fight, I shall not return alive, but my name live forever. Whereas, if I go home, my name will die. But it will be long ere death shall take me. To the rest of you, then, I say, go home, for you will not take Ilias. Jove has held his hand over her to protect her, and her people have taken heart. Go, therefore, as in duty bound, and tell the princes of the Achaeans the message that I have sent them. Tell them to find some other plan for the saving of their ships and people, for so long as my displeasure lasts. The one that they have hit upon may not be. As for Phoenix, let him sleep here, that he may sail with me in the morning if he so will. But I will not take him by force. They all held their peace, dismayed at the sternness with which he had denied them, till presently the old knight Phoenix, in his great fear for the ships of the Achaeans, burst into tears and said, Noble Achilles, if you are now minded to return, and in the fierceness of your anger will do nothing to save the ships from burning, how, my son, can I remain here without you? Your father Peleus bade me go with you when he sent you as a mere lad from Phrygia to Agamemnon. You knew nothing neither of war nor of the arts, whereby men make their mark in council, and he sent me with you to train you in all excellence of speech and action. Therefore, my son, I will not stay here without you, No, not though heaven itself vouchsafe to strip my years from off me, and make me young as I was when I first left Hellas, the land of fair women. I was then flying the anger of Father Amintor, son of Ormenus, who was furious with me in the matter of his concubine, of whom he was enamoured too, the wronging of his wife my mother. My mother, therefore, prayed me without ceasing to lie with the woman myself, that so she hate my father, and in the course of time I yielded. But my father soon came to know, and cursed me bitterly, calling the dread Erinnys to witness. He prayed that no son of mine might ever sit upon knees. And the gods, Jove of the world below and awful Proserpine, fulfilled his curse. I took counsel to kill him, but some god stayed my rashness, and bade me think on men's evil tongues, and how I should be branded as the murderer of my father. Nevertheless I could not to stay in my father's house, with him so bitter against me. My cousins and clansmen came about me, and pressed me sorely to remain. Many a sheep and many an ox did they slaughter, and many a fat hog did they set down to roast before the fire. Many a jar, too, did they broach of my father's wine. 9 whole nights did they set a guard over me, taking it in turns to watch, and they kept a fire always burning, both in the cloister of the outer court and in the inner court, the doors of the room wherein I lay. But when the darkness of the 10th night came, I broke through the closed doors of my room, and climbed the wall of the outer court, after passing quickly and unperceived through the men on guard and the women servants. I then fled through Hellas till I came to fertile Thea, mother of sheep, and to King Peleus, who made me welcome, and treated me as a father treats an only son, who will the heir to all his wealth. He made me rich and set me over much people, establishing me on the borders of Phthia, where I was chief ruler over the Dolopians. It was I, Achilles, who had the making of you. I loved you with all my heart, for you would eat neither at home nor when you had gone out elsewhere, till I had first set you upon my knees, cut up the dainty morsel that you were to eat, and held the wine cup to your lips. Many a time have you slobbered your wine in baby helplessness over my shirt. I had infinite trouble with you, but I knew that heaven had vouchsafed me no offspring of my own, and I made a son of you, Achilles, that in my hour of need you might protect me. Now, therefore, I say, battle with your pride and beat it. Cherish not your anger forever. The might and majesty of heaven are more than ours, but even heaven may be appeased. And if a man has sinned, he prays the gods and reconciles them to himself by his piteous cries and by frankincense, with drink, offerings, and the savour of burnt sacrifice. For prayers are as daughters to great Jove, halt, wrinkled, with eyes askance they follow in the footsteps of Sin, who, being fierce and fleet of foot, leaves them far behind him, and ever baneful to mankind outstrips them, even to the ends of the world. But nevertheless the prayers come hobbling and healing after. If a man has pity upon these daughters of Jove, when they draw near him, they will bless him and hear him too. when he is praying. But if he deny them and will not listen to them, they go to Jove, the son of Saturn, and pray that he may presently fall into sin, to his ruin bitterly hereafter. Therefore, Achilles, give these daughters of Jove due reverence, and bow before them as all good men will bow. Were not the son of Atreus offering you gifts and promising others later? If he were still furious and implacable, I am not he'd bid you throw off your anger and help the Achaeans, no matter how great their need. But he is giving much now, and more hereafter. He has sent his captains to urge his suit, and has chosen those who, of all the Argives, are most acceptable to you. Make not then their words and their coming to be of none effect. Your anger has been righteous so far. We have heard in song how heroes of old time quarrelled when they were roused to fury, but still they could be won by gifts, and fair words could soothe them. I have an old story in my mind, a very old one, but you are all friends and I will tell it. The Curetes and the Aetolians were fighting and killing one another round Calydon, the Aetolians defending the city, and the Curetes trying to destroy it. For Diana of the Golden Throne was angry, and did them hurt, because Eunice had not offered her his harvest first fruits. The other gods had all been feasted with hecatombs, but to the daughter of great Jove alone he had made no sacrifice. He had forgotten her, or somehow or other it had escaped him, and this was a grievous sin. Therion, the archer goddess, in her displeasure sent a prodigious creature against him, a savage wild boar with great white tusks, that did much harm to his orchard lands, uprooting apple trees in full bloom and throwing them to the ground. But Meleager, son of Onus, got huntsmen and hounds from many cities and killed it, for it was so monstrous that not a few were needed, and many a man did it stretch upon his funeral pyre. On this the goddess set the Curetes and the Aetolians fighting furiously about the head and skin of the boar. So long as Meleager was in the field, things went badly with the Curetes, and for all their numbers, they could not hold their ground under the city walls. But in the course of time Meleager was angered, as even a wise man will sometimes be. He was incensed with his mother Althea, and therefore stayed at home with his wedded wife, fair Cleopatra, who was daughter of Marpessa, daughter of Eunice, and of Ides, the man then living. He it was who took his bow and faced King Apollo himself for fair Marpessa's sake. Her father and mother then named her Alcyone, because her mother had mourned with the plaintive strains of the Halcyon bird when Phoebus Apollo had carried her off. Meleager then stayed at home with Cleopatra, nursing the anger which he felt by reason of his mother's curses. His mother, grieving for the death of her brother, prayed the gods and beat the earth with her hands, calling upon Hades and on awful Proserpine. She went down upon her knees, and her bosom was wet with tears as she prayed that they would kill her son. And Erinys, that walks in darkness and knows no ruth, heard her from Erebus. Then was heard the din of battle about the gates of Calydon, and the dull thump of the battering against their walls. Thereon the elders of the Aetolians besought Meleager. They sent the chiefest of their priests and begged him to come out and help them, promising him a great reward. They bade him choose 50 plough gates, the most fertile in the plain of Calydon, the one half vineyard and the other open plough land. The old warrior Anas implored him, standing at the threshold of his room and beating the doors in supplication. His sisters and his mother herself besought him sore, but he the more refused them. Those of his comrades who were nearest and dearest to him also prayed him, but they could not move him till the foe was battering at the very doors of his chamber, and the Curetes had scaled the walls and were setting fire to the city. Then at last his sorrowing wife detailed the horrors that befall those whose city is taken. She reminded him how the men are slain, and the city is given over to the flames, while the women and children are carried into captivity. When he heard all this, his heart was touched, and he donned his armor to go forth. Thus of his own inward motion he saved the city of the Aetolians. But they now gave him nothing of those rich rewards that they had offered earlier, and though he saved the city, he took nothing by it. Be not then, my son, thus minded. Let not heaven lure you into any such course. When the ships are burning, it will be a harder matter to save them. Take the gifts and go, for the Achaeans will then honor you as a god. Whereas if you fight without taking them, you may beat the battle back, but you will not be held in like honor. And Achilles answered, Phoenix, old friend and father, I have no need of such honor. I have honor from Jove himself, which will abide with me at my ships, while I have breath in my body, and my limbs are strong. I say further, and lay my saying to your heart. Vex me no more with this weeping and lamentation, all in the cause of the son of Atreus. Love him so well, and you may lose the love I bear you. You ought to help me rather in troubling those that trouble me. Be king as much as I am, and share like honor with myself. The others shall take my answer. Stay here yourself, and sleep comfortably in your bed. At daybreak we will consider whether to remain or go. On this he nodded quietly to Patroclus as a sign that he was to prepare a bed for Phoenix, and that the others should take their leave. Ajax, son of Telamon, then said, Ulysses, noble son of Laertes, let us be gone, for I see that our journey is vain. We must now take our answer, unwelcome though it be, to the Danaans who are waiting to receive it. Achilles is savage and remorseless. He is cruel, and cares nothing for the love his comrades lavished upon him more than on all the others. He is implacable, and yet if a man's brother or son has been slain, he will accept a fine by way of amends from him that killed him, and the wrongdoer having paid in full remains in peace among his own people. But as for you, Achilles, the gods have put a wicked, unforgiving spirit in your heart, and this all about one single girl, whereas we now offer you the 7 best we have, and much else into the bargain. Be then of a more gracious mind, Respect the hospitality of your own roof. We are with you as messengers from the host of the Nans, and would fain be held nearest and dearest to yourself of all the Achaeans. Ajax, replied Achilles, noble son of Telamon, you have spoken much to my liking, but my blood boils when I think it all over, and remember how the son of Atreus treated me with contumely, as though I were some vile tramp, and that too in the presence of the Argives. Go then, and deliver your message. Say that I will have no concern with fighting till Hector, son of noble Priam, reaches the tents of the Myrmidons in his murderous course, and flings fire upon their ships. For all his lust of battle, I take it he will be held in check when he is at my own tent and ship. On this they took every man his double cup, made their drink offerings, and went back to the ships, Ulysses leading the way. But Patroclus told his men and the maid servants to make ready a comfortable bed for Phoenix. They therefore did so with sheepskins, a rug, and a sheet of fine linen. The old man then laid himself down and waited till morning came. But Achilles slept in an inner room, and beside him the daughter of Phoebus, lovely Diomede, whom he had carried off from Lesbos. Patroclus lay on the other side of the room, and with him fair Iphis, whom Achilles had given him when he took Scyros, the city of Aeneas. When the envoys reached the tents of the son of Atreus, the Achaeans rose, pledged them in cups of gold, and began to question them. King Agamemnon was the first to do so. Tell me, Ulysses, said he, will he save the ships from burning, or did he refuse, and is he still furious? Ulysses answered, most noble son of Atreus, king of Agamemnon, Achilles will not be calmed, but is more fiercely angry than ever, and spurns both you and your gifts. He bids you take counsel with the Achaeans to save the ships and host as you best may. As for himself, he said that at daybreak he should draw his ships into the water. He said further that he should advise every one to sail home likewise, for that you will not reach the goal of Ilias. Jove, he said, has laid his hand over the city to protect it, and the people have taken heart. This is what he said, and the others who were with me can tell you the same story. Ajax and the two heralds, men both of them, who may be trusted. The old man Phoenix stayed where he was asleep, for so Achilles would have it, that he might go home with him in the morning if he so would. But he will not take him by force. They all held their peace, sitting for a long time silent and dejected, by reason of the sternness with which Achilles had refused them. Till presently Diomed said, most noble son of Atreus, king of men, Agamemnon, you ought not to have sued the son of Peleus nor offered him gifts. He is proud enough as it is, and you have encouraged him in his pride still further. Let him stay or go as he will. He will fight later, when he is in the humor, and heaven puts it in his mind to do so. Now, therefore, let us all do as I say. We have eaten and drunk our fill. Let us then take our rest, for in rest there is both strength and stay. But when far rosy, fingered morn appears, Forthwith bring out your host and your horsemen in front of the ships, urging them on, and yourself fighting among the foremost." Thus he spoke, and the other chieftains approved his words. They then made their drink offerings, and went every man to his own tent, where they laid down to rest and enjoyed the boon of sleep. Book 10. Lysis and Diomed go out as spies, and meet Dolon, who gives them information. They then kill him, and profiting by what he had told them, kill Rhesus, king of the Thracians, and take his horses. Now the other princes of the Achaeans slept soundly the whole night through, but Agamemnon, son of Atreus, was troubled, so that he could get no rest. As when fair Juno Lord flashes his lightning into great rain, or hail, or snow, when the snow flakes whiten the ground, or again as a sign that he will open the wide jaws of hungry war, even so did Agamemnon heave many a heavy sigh, for his soul trembled within him. When he looked upon the plain of Troy, he marveled, the many watchfires burning in front of Ilias, and at the sound of pipes and flutes, and of the hum of men. But when presently he turned towards the ships and hosts of the Achaeans, he tore his hair by handfuls before Jove on high, and groaned aloud for the very disquietness of his soul. In the end he deemed it best to go at once to Nestor, son of Neleus, and see if between them they could find any way of the Achaeans from destruction. He therefore rose, put on his shirt, bound his sandals about his comely feet, flung the skin of a huge tawny lion over his shoulders, a skin that reached his feet, and took his spear in his hand. Neither could Menelaus sleep, for he, too, boded ill for the Argives who for his sake had sailed from far over the seas to fight the Trojans. He covered his broad back with the skin of a spotted panther, put a casque of bronze upon his head, and took his spear in his brawny hand. Then he went to rouse his brother, who was by far the most powerful of the Achaeans, and was honored by the people as though he were a god. He found him by the stern of his ship, already putting his goodly array about his shoulders, and right glad was he that his brother had come. Menelaus spoke first. "Why," said he, "my dear brother, are you thus arming? Are you going to send any of our comrades to exploit the Trojans? I greatly fear that no one will do you this service and spy upon the enemy alone in the dead of night. It will be a deed of great daring." And King Agamemnon answered, "Menelaus, we both of us need shrewd counsel to save the Argives and our ships, for Jove has changed his mind, and inclines towards Hector's sacrifices rather than ours. I never saw nor heard tell of any man as having wrought such ruin in one day as Hector has now wrought against the sons of the Achaeans, and that too of his own united self, for he is son neither to god nor goddess. The Argives will rue it long and deeply. Run, therefore, with all speed by the line of the ships, and call Ajax and Idomeneus. Meanwhile I will go to Nestor, and bid him rise, and go about among the companies of our sentinels, to give them their instructions. They will listen to him sooner than to any man, for his own son, and Merion's brother in arms to Idomeneus, our captains over them. It was to them more particularly that we gave this charge. Menelaus replied, How do I take your meaning? Am I to stay with them and wait your coming, or shall I return here as soon as I have given your orders? Wait, answered King Agamemnon, for there are so many paths about the camp that we might miss one another. Call every man on your way, and bid him be steering. Name him by his lineage and by his father's name. Give each all titular observance, and stand not too much upon your own dignity. We must take our full share of toil, for at our birth Jove laid this heavy burden upon yous. With these instructions he sent his brother on his way, and went on to Nestor, shepherd of his people. He found him sleeping in his tent, hard by his own ship. His goodly armor lay beside him, his shield, his 2 spears, and his helmet. Beside him also lay the gleaming girdle with which the old man girded himself when he armed to lead his people into battle. For his age stayed him not. He raised himself on his elbow and looked up at Agamemnon. Who is it, said he, that goes thus about the host and the ships alone, and in the dead of night, when men are sleeping? Are you looking for one of your mules, or for some comrade? Do not stand there and say nothing, but speak. What is your business? And Agamemnon answered, Nestor, son of Neleus, honor to the Achaean name. It is I, Agamemnon, son of Atreus, on whom Jove has laid labor and sorrow so long as there is breath in my body, and my limbs carry me. I am thus abroad because sleep sits not upon my eyelids, but my heart is big with war and with the jeopardy of the Achaeans. I am in great fear for the Danaans. I am at sea, and without sure counsel. My heart beats as though it would leap out of my body, and my limbs fail me. If then you can do anything, for you too cannot sleep, let us go the round of the watch, and see whether they are drowsy with toil, and sleeping too, the neglect of their duty. The enemy is encamped hard, and we know not but he may attack as by light. Nestor replied, Most noble son of Atreus, king of men, Agamemnon will not do all for Hector, that Hector thinks he will. He will have troubles yet in plenty if Achilles will lay aside his anger. I will go with you, and we will rouse others, either the son of Tydeus, or Lysis, or fleet Ajax, and the valiant son of Phyleus. Some one had also better go, and call Ajax and King Idomeneus, for their ships are not near at hand, but the farthest of all. I cannot, however, refrain from blaming Menelaus, much as I love him and respect him, and I will say so plainly, even at the risk of offending you, for sleeping and leaving all this trouble to yourself. He ought to be going about imploring aid from all the princes of the Achaeans, for we are in extreme danger. And Agamemnon answered, Sir, you may sometimes blame him justly, for he is often remiss and unwilling to exert himself, not indeed from sloth, nor yet heedlessness, but because he looks to me and expects me to take the lead. On this occasion, however, he was awake before I was, and came to me of his own accord. I have already sent him to call the very men whom you have named. And now let us be going. We shall find them, with the watch outside the gates. For it was there I said that we would meet them. In that case, answered Nestor, the Argives will not blame him, nor disobey his orders when he urges them to fight or gives them instructions. With this he put on his shirt, and bound his sandals about his comely feet. He buckled on his purple coat, of 2 thicknesses large, and of a rough shaggy texture, grasped his redoubtable bronze-shod spear, and wended his way along the line of the Achaean ships. First he called loudly to Ulysses' peer, gods in council, and woke him, for he was soon roused by the sound of the battle cry. He came outside his tent and said, "Why do you go thus alone about the host and along the line of the ships in the stillness of the night? What is it that you find so urgent?" And Nestor, knight of Gerene, answered, "Ulysses, noble son of Laertes, take it not amiss, for the Achaeans are in great straits. Come with me, and let us wake some other, who may advise well with whether we shall fight or fly." On this Ulysses went at once into his tent, put his shield about his shoulders, and came out with them. First they went to Diomed son of Tydeus, and found him outside his tent clad in his armor, with his comrades sleeping round him and using their shields as pillows. As for their spears, they stood upright on the spikes of their butts that were driven into the ground, and the burnished bronze flashed afar like the lightning of Father Jove. The hero was sleeping upon the skin of an ox, with a piece of fine carpet under his head. Nestor went up to him and stirred him with his heel to rouse him, upbraiding him and urging him to bestir himself. "Wake up," he exclaimed, "son of Tydeus. How can you sleep on in this way? Can you not see that the Trojans are encamped on the brow of the plain hard by our ships, with but a little space between you and them?" On these words Diomed leaped up instantly and said, "Old man, your heart is of iron. You rest not one moment from your labors. Are there no younger men among the Achaeans who could go about to rouse the princes? There is no tiring you." And Nestor, knight of Gerene, made answer, "My son, all that you have said is true. I have good sons, and also much people, who might call the chieftains. But the Achaeans are in the gravest danger. Life and death are balanced as it were on the edge of a razor. Go then, for you are younger than I, and of your courtesy rose Ajax, and the fleet son of Phyleus." Diomed threw the skin of a great tawny lion about his shoulders, and that reached his feet, and grasped his spear. When he had roused the heroes, he brought them back with him. They then went the round of those who were on guard, and found the captains not sleeping at their posts but wakeful, and sitting with their arms about them, as sheep-dogs that watch their flocks when they are yarded, and hear a wild beast coming through the mountain forest towards them. Forthwith there is a hue and cry of dogs and men, and slumber is broken. Even so was sleep chased from the eyes of the Chians as they kept the watches of the wicked night. for they turned constantly towards the plain whenever they heard any stir among the Trojans. The old man was glad and bade be of good cheer. "Watch on, my children," said he, "and let not sleep get hold upon you, lest our enemies triumph over us." With this he passed the trench, and with him the other chiefs of the Achaeans, who had been called to the council. Merions and the brave son of Nestor went also, for the princes bade them. When they were beyond the trench that was dug round the wall they held their meeting on, the open ground where there was a space clear of corpses, for it was here that when night fell Hector had turned back from his onslaught on the Argives. They sat down, therefore, and held debate with one another. Nestor spoke first. "My friends," said he, "is there any man bold enough to venture among the Trojans and cut off some straggler, or bring you news of what the enemy mean to do, whether they will stay here by the ships away from the city, or whether, now that they have worsted the Achaeans, they will retire within their walls? If he could learn all this and come back safely here, his fame would be high as heaven in the mouths of all men, and he would be rewarded richly, for the chiefs from all our ships would each of them give him a black with her lamb, which is a present of surpassing value, and he would be asked as to all guests and gatherings. They all hearn the peace. But Diom of the loud war cry spoke, saying, "Nestor, gladly will I visit the host of Trojans over against us. But if another will go with me, I shall do so in greater confidence and comfort. When two men are together, one of them may see some opportunity which the other has not caught sight of. If a man is alone, he is less full of resource, and his wit is weaker." On this several offered to go with Diom. The two Ajaxes, servants of Merions, and the son of Nestor all wanted to go. So did Menelaus, son of Atreus. Ulysses also wished to go among the host of the Trojans, for he was ever full of daring. And Therion Agamemnon, king of men, spoke thus. "Diom," said he, "son of Tydeus, man after my own heart, choose your comrade for yourself. Take the best man of those that have offered, for many would now go with you. Do not through delicacy reject the better man, and take the worst out of respect for his lineage, because he is of more royal blood." He said this because he feared for Menelaus. Diom answered, "If you bid me take the man of my own choice, how in that case can I fail to think of Ulysses, than whom there is no man more eager to face all kinds of danger, and Pallas Minerva loves him well. If he were to go with me, we should pass safely through fire itself, for he is quick to see and understand." "Son of Tydeus," replied Ulysses, "say neither good nor ill about me, for you are among Argives who know me well. Let us be going, for the night wanes and dawn is at hand. The stars have gone forward, 2/3 of the night are already spent, and the third is alone left us." They then put on their armor. Brave Thrasymedes provided the son of Tydeus with a sword and a shield, for he had left his own at his ship, and on his head he set a helmet of bull's hide without either peak or crest. It is called a skull cap and is a common headgear. Merions found a bow and quiver for Ulysses, and on his head he set a leathern helmet that was lined with a strong plating of leathern thongs, while on the outside it was thickly studded with boar's teeth, well and skillfully set into it. Next the head there was an inner lining of felt. This helmet had been stolen by Autolycus out of Ilion, when he broke into the house of Amyntas, son of Ormenus. He gave it to Amphidamas of Cythera to take to Scandia, and Amphidamas gave it as a gift to Molus, who gave it to his son Merions, and now it was set upon the head of Ulysses. When the pair had armed, they set out, and left the other chieftains behind them. Pallas Minerva sent them a heron by the wayside upon their right hands. They could not see it for the darkness, but they heard its cry. Ulysses was glad when he heard it and prayed to Minerva. "Hear me," he cried, "daughter of Aegis, bearing Jove, you who spy out all my ways and who are with me in all my hardships, befriend me in this mine hour, and grant that we may return to the ships covered with glory, after having achieved some mighty that exploit bring sorrow to the Trojans." Then Deomdawov, the Lord War, cry also prays. "Hear me too," said he, "daughter of Jove, unweariable, be with me even as you were with my noble father Tydeus, when he went Thebes as envoy sent by the Achaeans. He left the Achaeans by the banks of the river Asopus, and went to the city bearing a message of peace to the Cadmeans. On his return thence, with your help, goddess, he did great deeds of daring, for you were his ready helper. Even so guide me and guard me now, and in return I will offer you in sacrifice a broad-browed heifer of a year old, unbroken, and never yet brought by man under the yoke. I will gild her horns and will offer her up to you in sacrifice." Thus they prayed, and Pallas Minerva heard their prayer. When they had done praying to the daughter of great Jove, they went their way like two lions prowling by night amid the armor and blood-stained bodies of them that had fallen. Neither again did Hector let the Trojans sleep, for he too called the princes and counselors of the Trojans, that he might set his counsel before them. "Is there one," said he, "who for a great reward will do me the service of which I will tell you? He shall be well paid if he will. I will give him a chariot and a couple of horses, the fleetest that can be found at the ships of the Achaeans, if he will dare this thing, and he will win infinite honor to boot. He must go to the ships and find out whether they are still guarded as heretofore, or whether now that we have beaten them, the Achaeans design to fly, and through sheer exhaustion are neglecting to keep their watches." They all held their peace, but there was among the Trojans a certain man named Dolon, son of Eumes, the famous herald, a man rich in gold and bronze. He was ill-favored, but a good runner, and was an only son among 5 sisters. He it was that now addressed the Trojans. "Hector," said he, "will to the ships and will exploit them. But first hold up your scepter and swear that you will give me the chariot bedight with bronze, and the horses that now carry the noble son of Peleus. I will make you a good scout, and will not fail you. I will go through the host from one end, the other till I come to the ship of Agamemnon, where I take it the princes of the Achaeans are now consulting whether they shall fight or fly. When he had done speaking, Hector held up his scepter, and swore him his oath, saying, May Jove, the thundering husband of Juno, bear witness that no other Trojan but yourself shall mount those steeds, and that you shall have your will with them for ever. The oath he swore was bootless, but it made Dolon more keen on going. He hung his bow over his shoulder, and as an overall he wore the skin of a grey wolf, while on his head he set a cap of ferret skin. Then he took a pointed javelin, and left the camp for the ships. But he was not to return with any news for Hector. When he had left the horses and the troops behind him, he made all speed on his way. But Ulysses perceived his coming and said, Diomed to Diomed, here is someone from the camp. I am not sure whether he is a spy, or whether it is some thief who would plunder the bodies of the dead. Let him get a little past us. We can then spring upon him and take him. If, however, he is too quick for us, go after him with your spear, and hem in towards the ships away from the Trojan camp, to prevent his getting back to the town. With this they turned out of their way, and lay down among the corpses. Dolon suspected nothing and soon passed them. But when he had got about as far as the distance by which a mule plowed furrow exceeds one that has been ploughed by oxen, for mules can plough fallow land quicker than oxen, they ran after him. And when he heard their footsteps, he stood still, for he made sure they were friends from the Trojan camp, come by Hector's orders to bid him return. When, however, they were only a spear's cast, or less, away from him, he saw that they were enemies and ran as fast as his legs could take him. The others gave chase at once, and as a couple of well-trained hounds press forward after a doe or hare that runs screaming in front of them, even so did the son of Tydeus and Ulysses pursue Dolon and cut him off from his own people. But when he had fled so far towards the ships that he would soon have fallen in with the outposts, Minerva infused fresh strength into the son of Tydeus, for some other of the Achaeans might have the glory of being first to hit him, and he might himself be only second. He therefore sprang forward with his spear and said, Stand, or I shall throw my spear, and in that case I shall soon make an end of you. He threw as he spoke, but missed his aim on purpose. The dart flew over the man's right shoulder, and then stuck in the ground. He stood stock still, trembling and in great fear. His teeth chattered, and he turned pale with fear. The two came breathless up to him and seized his hands, whereon he began to weep and said, Take me a leave, I will ransom myself. We have great store of gold, bronze, and wrought iron, and from this my father will satisfy you with a very large ransom, should he hear of my being alive at the ships of the Achaeans. "Fear not," replied Ulysses. "Let no thought of death be in your mind, but tell me, and tell me true, why are you thus going about alone in the dead of night away from your camp and towards the ships while other men are sleeping? Is it to plunder the bodies of the slain? Or did Hector send you to spy out what was going on at the ships? Or did you come here of your own mere notion?" Dolon answered, his limbs trembling beneath him. "Hector, with his vain flattering promises, lured me from my better judgment. He said he would give me the horses of the noble son of Peleus and his bronze, bedizened chariot. He bade me go through the darkness of the flying night, get close to the enemy, and find out whether the ships are still guarded as heretofore, or whether, now that we have beaten them, the Achaeans design to fly, and through sheer exhaustion are neglecting to keep their watches." Ulysses smiled at him and answered, "You had indeed set your heart upon a great reward, but the horses, the descendant of Aeacus, are hardly to be kept in hand or driven by any other mortal man than Achilles himself, whose mother was an immortal. But tell me, and tell me true, where did you leave Hector when you started? Where lies his armor and his horses? How, too, are the watches and sleeping ground of the Trojans ordered? What are their plans? Will they stay here by the ships and away from the city? Or now that they have worsted the Achaeans, will they retire within their walls?" And Dolon answered, "I will tell you truly all. Hector and the other counselors are now holding conference by the monument of great Ilus, away from the general tumult. As for the gods about which you ask me, there is no chosen watch to keep guard over the host. The Trojans have their watchfires, for they are bound to have them. They, therefore, are awake and keep each other to their duty as sentinels. But the allies who have come from other places are asleep, and leave it to the Trojans to keep guard, for their wives and children are not here." Ulysses then said, "Now tell me, are they sleeping among the Trojan troops, or do they lie apart? Explain this, that I may understand it." "I will tell you truly all," replied Dolon. "To the seaward lie the Carians, the Paeonian bowmen, the Leleges, the Cauconians, and the noble Pelasgi. The Latians and proud Mysians, with the Phrygians and Meonians, have their place on the side towards Thembra. But why ask about all this? If you want to find your way into the host of the Trojans, there are the Thracians, who have lately come here and lie apart from the others at the far end of the camp, and they have Rhesus, son of Ioneus, for their king. His horses are the finest and strongest that I have ever seen. They are whiter than snow and fleeter than any wind that blows. His chariot is bedight with silver and gold, and he has brought his marvelous golden armor of the rarest workmanship, too splendid for any mortal man to carry, and meet only for the gods. Now, therefore, take me to the ships or bind me securely here, until you come back and have proved my words, whether they be false or true." Dion looked sternly at him and answered, "Think not, Dolon, for all the good information you have given us, that you shall escape. Now you are in our hands, for if we ransom you or let you go, you will come some second time to the ships of the Achaeans either as a spy or as an open enemy. But if I kill you and an end of you, you will give no more trouble. On this Dolon would have caught him bide, to beseech him further. But Diomed struck him in the middle of his neck with his sword, and cut through both sinews, so that his head fell rolling in the dust while he was yet speaking. They took the ferret skin cap from his head, and also the wolf skin, the bow, and his long spear. Ulysses hung them up aloft in honor of Minerva, the goddess of plunder, and prayed, saying, "Accept these, goddess, for we give them to you in preference to all the gods in Olympus. Therefore speed us still further towards the horses and sleeping ground of the Thracians." With these words he took the spoils and set them upon a tamarisk tree, and they marked the place by pulling up reeds and gathering boughs of tamarisk, that they might not miss it as they came back through the flying hours of darkness. The two then went onwards amid the fallen armor and the blood, and came presently to the company of Thracian soldiers, who were sleeping, tired out with their day's toil. Their goodly armor was lying on the ground beside them, all orderly in 3 rows, and each man had his yoke of horses beside him. Rhesus was sleeping in the middle, and hard by him his horses were made fast to the topmost rim of his chariot. Ulysses from some way off saw him and said, "This, Diomed, is the man, and these are the horses about which Dolon whom we killed told us. Do your very utmost, dally not about your armor, but loose the horses at once, or else kill the men yourself, while I see to the horses." Thereon Minerva put courage into the heart of Diomed, and he smote them right and left. They made a hideous groaning as they were being hacked about, and the earth was red with their blood, as a lion springs furiously upon a flock of sheep or goats when he finds them without their shepherd. So did the son of Tydeus set upon the Thracian soldiers till he had killed 12. As he killed them, Ulysses came and drew them aside by feet, one by one, that the horses might go forward freely without being frightened as they passed over the dead bodies, for they were not yet used to them. When the son of Tydeus came to the king, he killed him too, which made 13. As he was breathing hard, for by the counsel of Minerva an evil dream, the seed of Onus, hovered that night over his head. Meanwhile Ulysses untied the horses, made them fast one to another, and drove them off, striking them with his bow, for he had forgotten to take the whip from the chariot. Then he whistled as a sign to Diomed, but Diomed stayed where he was, thinking what other daring deed he might accomplish. He was doubting whether to take the chariot in which the king Sama was lying, and draw it out by the pole, or to lift the armor out and carry it off, or whether again he should not kill some more Thracians. While he was thus hesitating, Minerva came up to him and said, "Jet back, Diomed, to the ships, or you may be driven thither." should some other god rouse the Trojans. Diomed knew that it was the goddess, and at once sprang upon the horses. Ulysses beat them with his bow, and they flew onward to the ships of the Achaeans. But Apollo kept no blind look out when he saw Minerva with the son of Tydeus. He was angry with her, and coming to the host of the Trojans, he roused Hippopocoon, a counselor of the Thracians and a noble kinsman of Rhesus. He started up out of his sleep and saw that the horses were no longer in their place, and that the men were gasping in their death agony. On this he groaned aloud, and called upon his friend by name. Then the whole Trojan camp was in an uproar, as the people kept hurrying together, and they marveled at the deeds of the heroes who had now got away towards the ships. When they reached the place where they had killed Hector's scout, Ulysses stayed his horses, and the son of Tydeus, leaping to the ground, placed the blood-stained spoils in the hands of Ulysses, and remounted. Then he lashed the horses onwards, and they flew forward nothing loth towards the ships as though their own free will. Nestor was first to hear the tramp of their feet. "My friends," said he, "princes and counselors of the Argives, shall I guess right or wrong? But I must say what I think. There is a sound in my ears as of the tramp of horses. I hope it may be Diomed and Ulysses driving in horses from the Trojans. But I much fear that the bravest of the Argives may have come to some harm at their hands." He had hardly done speaking when the two men came in and dismounted, whereon the others shook hands right gladly with them, and congratulated them. Nestor, knight of Gerene, was first to question them. "Tell me," said he, "renowned Ulysses, how did you two come by these horses? Did you steal in among the Trojan forces? Or did some god meet you and them to you? They are like sunbeams. I am well conversant with the Trojans, for old warrior though I am, I never hold back by the ships. But I never yet saw or heard of such horses as these are. Surely some god must have met you and given them to you, for you are both of you dear to Jove, and to Jove's daughter Minerva." And Ulysses answered, "Nestor, son of Neleus, honor to the Achaean name. Heaven, if it so will, can give us even better horses than these, for the gods are far mightier than we are. These horses, however, about which you ask me, are freshly come from Thrace. Diomed killed their king with the 12 bravest of his companions. Hard by the ships we took a 13th man, a scout whom Hector and the other Trojans had sent as a spy upon our ships. He laughed as he spoke and drove the horses over the ditch, while the other Achaeans followed him gladly. When they reached the strongly built quarters of the son of Tydeus, they tied the horses with thongs of leather to the manger, where the steeds of Diomed stood eating their sweet corn. But Ulysses hung the blood-stained spoils of Dolon at the stern of his ship, that they might prepare a sacred offering to Minerva. As for themselves, they went into the sea and washed the sweat from their bodies and from their necks and thighs. When the sea water had taken all the sweat from off them, and had refreshed them. They went into the baths and washed themselves. After they had so done, and had anointed themselves with oil, they sat down to table, and drawing from a full mixing bowl, made a drink, offering of wine to Minerva. Book 11. In the forenoon the fight is equal, but Agamemnon turns the fortune of the Achaeans until he gets wounded and leaves the field. Hector then drives everything before by him, is wounded, Diomede, Diamond, Parisind, Ulysses, Nestor, and Idomeneus perform prodigies. Machaon is wounded. Nestor drives him off in his chariot. Achilles sees Pep and sent to ask Quickly that evil for Patroclus. As the beginning of is wounded, the begin is wounded. This is the riving towered. Achilles ends carried. And now as dawn rose from her couch beside Tithonus, harbinger of light alike to mortals and immortals, Jove sent fierce discord with the ensign of war in her hands to the ships of the Achaeans. She took her stand by the huge black hole of Ulysses' ship, which was middlemost of all, so that her voice might carry farthest on either side. On the one hand towards the tents of Ajax son of Telamon, and on the other towards those of Achilles. For these two heroes, well assured of their own strength, had valorously drawn up their ships at the two ends of the line. There she took her stand, and raised a cry both loud and shrill that filled the Achaeans with courage, giving them heart to fight resolutely and with all their might, so that they had rather stay there and do battle than go home in their ships. The son of Atreus shouted aloud and bade the Argives gird themselves for battle while he put on his armor. First he girded his goodly greaves about his legs, making them fast with ankle clasps of silver, and about his chest he set the breastplate, which Cinyras had once given him as a gift. It had been noised abroad as far as Cyprus that the Achaeans were about to sail for Troy, and therefore he gave it to the king. It had 10 courses of dark cyanus, 12 of gold, and 10 of tin. There were serpents of cyanus that reared themselves up towards the neck, 3 upon either side, like the rainbows which the son of Saturn has set in heaven as a sign to mortal men. About his shoulders he threw his sword, studded with bosses of gold, and the scabbard was of silver, with a chain of gold wherewith to hang it. He took moreover the richly dight shield that covered his body when he was in battle, fair to see, with 10 circles of bronze running all round it. On the body of the shield there were 20 bosses of white tin, with another of dark cyanus in the middle, this last made to show a Gorgon's head, fierce and grim, with rote and panic on either side. The band for the arm to go through was of silver, on which there was a wreathing snake of cyanus with 3 heads that sprang from a single neck, and went in and out among one another. On his head Agamemnon set a helmet, with a peak before and behind, and 4 plumes of horse hair that nodded menacingly above it. Then he grasped 2 redoubtable bronze shod spears, and the gleam of his armor shot from him as a flame into the firmament, while Juno and Minerva thundered in honor of the king of rich Mycene. Every man now left his horses in charge of his charioteer to hold them in readiness by the trench, while he went into battle on foot clad in full armor, and mighty uproar rose on high into the dawning. The chiefs were armed, and at the trench before, the horses got there, but these came up presently. The son of Saturn sent a portent of evil sound about their host, and the dew fell red with blood, for he was about to send many a brave man hurrying down to Hades. The Trojans, on the other side upon the rising slope of the plain, were gathered round great Hector, noble Polydamas, Aeneas, who was honored by the Trojans like an immortal, and the three sons of Antenor, Polybus, Agenor, and young Acamas, beauteous as a god. Hector's round shield showed in the front rank, and as some baneful star that shines for a moment through rent in the clouds, and is again hidden beneath them, even so was Hector now sheen in the front ranks, and now again in the hindermost, and his bronze armor gleamed like the lightning of Aegis, bearing Jove, and now as a band of reapers mow swathers of wheat or barley upon a rich man's land, and the sheaves fall thick before them, even so did the Trojans and the Trojans fall upon one another. They were in no mood for yielding, but fought like wolves, and neither side got the better of the other. Discord was glad as she beheld them, for she was the only god that went among them. The others were not there, but stayed quietly each in his own home among the dells and valleys of Olympus. All of them blamed the son of Saturn for wanting to give victory to the Trojans, but Father Jove heeded them not. He held aloof from all, and sat apart in his all-glorious majesty, looking down upon the city of the Trojans, the ships of the Achaeans, the gleam of bronze and alec upon the slayers and on the slain. Now so long as the day waxed, and it was still morning, their darts rained thick on one another, and the people perished. But as the hour drew nigh when a woodman, working in some mountain forest, will get his midday meal, for he has felled till his hands are weary, he is tired out, and must now have food. Then the Danaans, with a cry that rang through all their ranks, broke the battalions of the enemy. Agamemnon led them on, and slew first Belar, a leader of his people, and afterwards his comrade and charioteer Ilus, who sprang from his chariot, and was coming full towards him. But Agamemnon struck him on the forehead with his spear. His bronze visor was of no avail against the weapon, which pierced both bronze and bone, so that his brains were battered in, and he was killed in full fight. Agamemnon stripped their shirts from off them, and left them with their breasts all bare to lie where they had fallen. He then went on to kill Essus and Antiphus, two sons of Priam, the one a bastard, the other born in wedlock. They were in the same chariot, the bastard driving, while noble Antiphus fought beside him. Achilles had once taken both them prisoners in the glades of Ida, and had bound them with fresh withers as they were shepherding, but he had taken a ransom for them now. However, Agamemnon son of Atreus smote Issus in the chest above the nipple with his spear, while he struck Antiphus hard by the ear, and threw him from his chariot. Forthwith he stripped their goodly armor from off them, and recognized them, for he had already seen them at ships, when Achilles brought them in from Ida, as a lion fastens on the fawns of a hind and crushes them in his great jaws, robbing them of their tender life, while he on his way back to his lair. The hind can do nothing for them, even though she be close by, for she is in an agony of fear, and flies through the thick forest, swaying, and her utmost speed before the mighty monster. So no man of the Trojans could help Isus and Antiphus, for they were themselves flying in panic before the Argives. Then King Agamemnon took the two sons of Antimachus, Pisander and brave Hippolochus. It was Antimachus who had been foremost in preventing Helen's being restored to Menelaus, for he was largely bribed by Alexandrus. And now Agamemnon took his two sons, both in the same chariot, trying to bring their horses to a stand, for they had lost hold of the reins, and the horses were mad with fear. The son of Atreus sprang upon them like a lion, and the pair besought him from their chariot. "Take us alive," they cried, "son of Atreus, and you shall receive a great ransom for use. Our father Antimachus has great store of gold, bronze, and wrought iron, and from this he will satisfy you with a very large ransom, should he hear of our being alive at the ships of the Achaeans." With such piteous words and tears did they beseech the king, but they heard no pitiful answer in return. "If," said Agamemnon, "you are sons of Antimachus, who once at a council of Trojans proposed that Menelaus and Ulysses, who had come to you as envoys, should be killed and not suffered to return, you shall now pay for the full iniquity of your father." As he spoke, he felled Pisander from his chariot to the earth, smiting him on the chest with his spear, so that he lay face uppermost upon the ground. Hippolochus fled, but him too did Agamemnon smite. He cut off his hands and his head, which he sent rolling in among the crowd as though it were a ball. There he let them both lie, and wherever the ranks were thickest, thither he flew, while the other Achaeans followed. Foot soldiers drove the foot soldiers of the foe in rout before them, and slew them. Horsemen did the like by horsemen, and the thundering tramp of the horses, a cloud of dust from off the plain. King Agamemnon followed after, ever slaying them and cheering on the Achaeans. As when some mighty forest is all ablaze, the eddying gusts whirl fire in all directions till the thickets shrivel and are consumed the blast of flaming flying Trojans before Agamemnon, pigeons or the Atreus. Even so flamed before some of the flame, and many a noble pair of steeds drew an empty chariot along the highways of war, for lack of drivers who were lying on the plain, more useful now to vultures than to their wives. Jove drew Hector away from the darts and dust with the carnage and din of battle. But the son of Atreus sped onwards, calling out lustily to the Danaans. They flew on by the tomb of old Ilus, son of Dardanus, in the middle of the plain, and past the place of the wild fig tree, making always for the city. the son of Atreus, still shouting, and with hands all bedrabbled in gore. But when they had reached the Scaean gates and the oak tree, there they halted and waited for the others to come up. Meanwhile the Trojans kept on flying over of the plain like a herd of cows maddened with fright when a lion has attacked them. In the dead of night, he springs on one of night, seizes her neck in the griff his strong teeth, and then laps up her blood, and gorges himself upon her entrails. Even so did King Agamemnon, son of Atreus, pursue the foe, ever slaughtering the hindmost as they fled pell-mell before him. Many a man was flung headlong from his chariot by the hand of the son of Atreus, for he wielded his spear with fury. But when he was just about to reach the high wall and the city, the father of gods and men came down from heaven and took his seat, thunderbolt in hand, upon the crest of many fountained Ida. He then told Iris of the golden wings to carry a message for him. "Go," said he, "fleet Iris, and speak thus to Hector. Say that so long as he sees Agamemnon heeding his men and making havoc of the Trojan ranks, he is to keep aloof and bid the others bear the brunt of the battle. But when Agamemnon is wounded either by spear or arrow, and takes to his chariot, then will I vouchsafe him strength to slay till he reach the ships, and night falls at the going down of the sun." Iris hearkened and obeyed. Down she went to strong Ilias from the crests of Ida, and found Hector son of Priam standing by his chariot and horses. Then she said, "Hector son of Priam, peer of gods in council, Father Jove has sent me to bear you this message. So long as you see Agamemnon hating his men and making havoc of the Trojan ranks, you are to keep aloof and bid the others bear the brunt of the battle. But when Agamemnon is wounded either by spear or arrow, and takes to his chariot, then will Jove vouchsafe you strength to slay, till you reach the ships, and till night falls at the going down of the sun." When she had thus spoken, Iris left him, and Hector sprang full armed from his chariot to the ground, brandishing his spear as he went about everywhere among the host, cheering his men on to fight, and stirring the dread strife of battle. The Trojans then wheeled round, and again met the Achaeans, while the Argives on their part strengthened their battalions. The battle was now in array, and they stood face to face with one another, Agamemnon ever pressing forward in his eagerness to be ahead of all others. "Tell me now, ye muses that dwell in the mansions of Olympus, who, whether of the Trojans or of their allies, was first to face Agamemnon?" It was Iphidamas, son of Antenor, a man both brave and of great stature, who was brought up in fertile Thrace, the mother of sheep. Cisses, his mother's father, brought him up in his own house when he was a child. Cisses, father to Pharthiano. When he reached manhood, Cisses would have kept him there, and was for giving him his daughter in marriage. But as soon as he had married, he set out to fight the Achaeans with 12 ships that followed him. These he had left at Percote and had come on by land to Ilias. He it was that now met Agamemnon, son of Atreus. when they were close up with one another, the son of Atreus missed his aim, and Iphidamas hit him on the girdle below the cuirass and then flung himself upon him, trusting to his strength of arm. The girdle, however, was not pierced, nor nearly so, for the point of the spear struck against the silver and was turned as though it had been lead. King Agamemnon caught it from his hand and drew it towards him with the fury of a lion. He then drew his sword and killed Iphidamas by striking him on the neck. So there the poor fellow lay, sleeping a sleep as it were of bronze, killed in the defense of his fellow citizens, far from his wedded wife, of whom he had had no joy. Though he had given much for her, he had given 100 head of cattle down, and had promised later on to give 1,000 sheep and goats mixed, from the countless flocks of which he was possessed. Agamemnon, son of Atreus, then despoiled him, and carried off his armor into the host of the Achaeans. When noble King Atnos' eldest son saw this, sore indeed were his eyes at the sight of his fallen brother. Unseen by Agamemnon, he got beside him, spear in hand, and wounded him in the middle of his arm below the elbow, the point of the spear going right through the arm. Agamemnon was convulsed with pain, but still not even for this did he leave off struggling and fighting, but grasped his spear that flew as fleet as the wind, and sprang upon Kun, who was trying to drag off the body of his brother, his father's son, by the foot, and was crying for help to all the bravest of his comrades. But Agamemnon struck him with a bronze-shod spear and killed him as he was dragging the dead body through the press of men under cover of his shield. He then cut off his head, standing over the body of Iphidamas. Thus did the sons of Antenor meet their fate at the hands of the son of Atreus, and go down into the house of Hades. As long as the blood still welled warm from his wound, Agamemnon went about attacking the ranks of the enemy with spear and sword, and with great handfuls of stone. But when the blood had ceased to flow and the wound grew dry, the pain became great, as the sharp pangs which the Eilithuae, goddesses of childbirth, daughters of Juno and dispensers of cruel pain, send upon a woman when she is in labor. Even so sharp were the pangs of the son of Atreus. He sprang onto his chariot and bade his charioteer drive to the ships, for he was in great agony. With a loud, clear voice, he shouted to the Daimai friends, princes and counselors of the Argives, "Defend the ships yourselves, for Jove has not suffered me to fight the whole day through against the Trojans." With this the charioteer turned his horses towards the ships, and they flew forward nothing loth. Their chests were white with foam, and their bellies with dust, as they drew the wounded king out of the battle. When Hector saw Agamemnon quit the field, he shouted to the Trojans and Lycians, "Trojans, Lycians, and Dardanian warriors, be men, my friends, and acquit yourselves in battle bravely. Their best man has left them, and Jove has vouchsafed me a great triumph. Charge the foe with your chariots, that you may win still greater glory." With these words he put heart and soul into them all. And as a huntsman hounds his dogs on against a lion or wild boar, even so did Hector, peer of Mars, hound the proud Trojans on against the Achaeans. Full of hope he plunged in among the foremost, and fell on the fight like some fierce tempest that swoops down upon the sea and lashes its deep blue waters into fury. What, then, is the full tale, those whom Hector son of Prield, in the hour of triumph, which Jove then vouchsafed him, first Asius, Autonus, and Opets, Dolops son of Clechus, of Phelchis and Agelaus, Azymnus, Orus, and Hipponus steadfast in battle, these chieftains of the Achaeans did Hector slay. And then he fell upon the rank and file, as when the west wind hustles the cloud-white south of and beats damn down with the fierceness of its fury. The waves of the sea roll high, and the spray is flung aloft in the rage of the wandering wind. Even so thick were the heads of them that fell bind the hand of Hector. All had then been lost, and no help for it, and the Achaeans would have fled pell-mell to their ships, had not Ulysses cried out to Diomed, son of Tydeus, "What has happened to us, that we thus forget our prowess? Come, my good fellow, stand by my side, and help me. We shall be shamed forever if Hector takes the ships." And Diomed answered, "From what may, I will stand firm, but we shall have scant joy of it. For Jove is minded to give victory to the Trojans rather than to us." With these words he struck Thymbraeus from his chariot to the ground, smiting him in the left breast with his spear, while Ulysses killed Molion, who was his squire. These they let lie. Now that they had stopped their fighting, the two heroes then went on playing havoc with the foe, like two wild boars that turn in fury and rend the hounds that hunt them. Thus did they turn upon the Trojans and slay them, and the Achaeans were thankful to have breathing time in their flight from Hector. They then took two princes with their chariot, the two sons of Merops of Parcot, who excelled all others in the arts of divination. He had forbidden his sons to go to the war, but they would not obey him, for fate lured them to the fall. Diomed son of Tydeus slew them both and stripped them of their armor, while Ulysses killed Hippodamus and Hypericus. And now the son of Saturn, as he looked down from Ida, ordained that neither side should have the advantage, and they kept on killing one another. The son of Tydeus speared Agastrophus, son of Paeon, in the hip. Joint with his spear, his chariot was not at hand for him to fly with, so blindly confident had he been. His squire was in charge of it at some distance, and he was fighting on foot among the foremost until he lost his life. Hector soon marked the havoc Diomed and Ulysses were making, and bore down upon them with a loud cry. Followed by the Trojan ranks, brave Diomed was dismayed when he saw them, and said to Ulysses, who was beside him, "Great Hector is bearing down upon yous, and we shall be undone. Let us stand firm and wait his onset." He poised his spear as he spoke and hurled it, nor did he miss his mark. He had aimed at Hector's head near the top of his helmet, but bronze was turned by bronze, and Hector was untouched, for the spear was stayed by the vezard helm made with 3 plates of metal, which Phoebus Apollo had given him. Hector sprang back with a great bound under cover of the ranks. He fell on his knees and propped himself with his brawny hand leaning on the ground, for darkness had fallen on his eyes. The son of Tydeus, having thrown his spear, dashed in among the foremost fighters to the place where he had seen it strike the ground. Meanwhile Hector recovered himself, and springing back into his chariot mingled with the crowd, by which means he saved his life. But Diomed made at him with his spear and said, "Dog, you have again got away. Thoth was close on your heels. Phoebus Apollo, to whom I ween you pray you go into battle, has again saved you. Nevertheless I will meet you, and make an end of you hereafter. If there is any god who will stand by me too and be my helper, for the present I must pursue those I can lay hands on." As he spoke, he began stripping the spoils from the son of Paeon. But Alexandra's husband of lovely Helen aimed an arrow at him, leaning against a pillar of the monument, which men had raised to Ilus, son of Dardanus, a ruler in days of old. Diomed had taken the cuirass from off the breast of Agastrophus, his heavy helmet also, and the shield from off his shoulders, when Paris drew his bow and let fly an arrow that sped from his hand in vain, but pierced the flat of Diomed's right foot, going right through't and fixing itself in the ground. Thereon Paris, with a hearty laugh, sprang forward from his hiding place and taunted him, saying, "You are wounded. My arrow has not been shot in vain. Would that it had hit you in the belly and killed you. For thus the Trojans, who fear you as goats fear a lion, would have had a truce from evil." Diomed, all undaunted, answered, "Archer, you who without your bow are nothing, slanderer and seducer, if you were to be tried in single combat, fighting in full armor, your bow and your arrows would serve you in little stead. Vain is your boast, in that you have scratched the sole of my foot. I care no more than if a girl or some silly boy had hit me. A worthless coward can inflict but a light wound. When I wound a man, though I but graze his skin, it is another matter, for my weapon will lay him low. His wife will tear her cheeks for grief, and his children will be fatherless. There will he rot, reddening the earth with his blood, and vultures, not women, will gather round him." Thus he spoke, but Ulysses came up and stood over him. Under this cover he sat down to draw the arrow from his foot, and sharp was the pain he suffered as he did so. Then he sprang on to his chariot and bade the charioteer drive him to the ships, for he was sick at heart. Ulysses was now alone. Not one of the Argives stood by him, for they were all panic-stricken. "Alas," said he to himself in his dismay, "what will become of me? It is ill if I turn and fly before these odds, but it will be worse if I am left alone and taken prisoner. For the son of Saturn has struck the rest of the Danaans with panic. But why talk to myself in this way? Well do I know that thou cowardest the field a hero, whether he wound or be wounded, must stand firm and hold his own. While he was thus in two minds, the ranks of the Trojans advanced and hemmed him in, and bitterly did they come to rue it, as hounds and lusty youths set upon a wild boar that sallies from his lair whetting his white tusks. They attack him from every side and can the gnashing of his jaws, but for all his fierceness they still hold their ground. Even so furiously did the Trojans attack Ulysses. First he sprang spear in hand upon Diopites, and wounded him on the shoulder with a downward blow. Then he killed Thun and Ennomus. After these he struck Chersidamus in the loins under his shield as he had just sprung down from his chariot. So he fell in the dust and clutched the earth in the hollow of his hand. These he let leap, and went on to wound Charops, son of Hippasus' own brother, to noble Socus. Socus, hero that he was, made all speed to help him, and when he was close to Ulysses, he said, "Far-famed Ulysses, insatiable of craft and toil, this day you shall either boast, having killed both the sons of Hippasus, and stripped them of their armor, or you shall fall before my spear." With these words he struck the shield of Ulysses. The spear went through the shield and passed on through his richly wrought cuirass, tearing the flesh from his side. But Pallas Minerva did not suffer to pierce the entrails of the hero. Ulysses knew that his hour was not yet come, but he gave ground and said to Socus, "Wretch, you shall now surely die. You have stayed me from fighting further with the Trojans, but you shall now fall by my spear, yielding glory to myself, and your soul to Hades of the noble steeds." Socus had turned in flight, but as he did so, the spear struck him in the back midway between the shoulders, and went right through his chest. He fell heavily to the ground, and Ulysses vaunted over him, saying, "O Socus, son of Hippasus, tamer of horses, death has been too quick for you, and you have not escaped him, poor wretch. Not even in death shall your father and mother close your eyes, but the ravening vultures shall enshroud you with the flapping of their dark wings, and devour you. Whereas even though I fall, the Achaeans will give me my due rights of burial." So saying, he drew Socus' heavy spear out of his flesh and from his shield, and the blood welled forth when the spear was withdrawn, so that he was much dismayed. When the Trojans saw that Ulysses was bleeding, they raised a great shout and came on in a body towards him. He therefore gave ground and called his comrades to come and help him. Thrice did he cry as loudly as man can cry, and thrice did brave Menelaus hear him. He turned to Ajax, who was close beside him, and said, "Ajax, noble son of Telamon, captain of your people, the cry of Ulysses rings in my ears, as though the Trojans had cut him off, and were worsting him while he is single-handed. Let us make our way through the throng. It will be well that we defend him. I fear he may come to harm, for all his valor, if he be left without support, and the Danaans would miss him sorely." He led the way, and mighty Ajax went with him. The Trojans had gathered round Ulysses like ravenous mountain jackals round the carcass of some horned stag that has been hit with an arrow. The stag, at full speed, was blown was warm, and his strength so longed as fled at lasted. But when the arrow has overcome him, the savage jackals devour him in the shady glades of the forest. Then heaven sends fierce lion thither, whereon the jackals fly in terror, and the lion robs them of their prey. Even so did Trojans many and brave gather round crafty Ulysses. But the hero stood at bay and kept them off with his spear. Ajax then came up with his shield before him like a wall, and stood hard by, whereon the Trojans fled in all directions. Menelaus took Ulysses by hand and led him out of the press, while his squire brought up his chariot. But Ajax rushed furiously on the Trojans and killed Doricles, a bastard son of Priam. Then he wounded Pandacus, Lysandrus, Perseus, and Pilotis, as some swollen torrent comes, rushing in full flood from the mountain on the plain, big with the rain of heaven. Many a dry oak and many a pine does it engulf, and much mud does it bring down and cast into the sea. Even so did brave Ajax chase the foe furiously over the plain, slaying both men and horses. Hector did not yet know what Ajax was doing, for he was fighting on the extreme left of the battle by the banks of the river Scamander, where the carnage was thickest and the war cry loudest round Nestor and brave Idomeneus. Among these Hector was making great slaughter with his spear and furious driving, and was destroying the ranks that were opposed to him. Still the Achaeans would have given no ground, had not Alexandra's husband of lovely Helen stayed the prowess of Machan, shepherd of his people, by wounding him in the right shoulder with a triple barbed arrow. The Achaeans were in great fear that, as the fight had turned against them, the Trojans might take him prisoner. And Idomeneus said to Nestor, Nestor son of Neleus, Honotus, the Achaean name, mount your chariot at once. Take Macon with you and drive your horses to the ships as fast as you can. A physician is worth more than several other men put together, for he can cut out arrows and spread healing herbs. Nestor, knight of Gerene, did as Idomeneus had counselled. He at once mounted his chariot, and Macon's son, the famed physician Asclepius, went with him. He lashed his horses, and they flew onward nothing loath towards the ships, as though of their own free will. Then Cebrion, seeing the Trojans in confusion, said to Hector from his place beside him, Hector, here are we two fighting on the extreme wing of the battle, while the other Trojans are in pell-mell rout, they and their horses. Ajax son of Telamon is driving them before him. I know him by the breadth of his shield. Let us turn our chariot and horses thither, where horse and foot are fighting most desperately, and where the cry of battle is loudest. With this he lashed his goodly steeds, and when they felt the whip, they drew the chariot full speed among the Achaeans and Trojans, over the bodies and shields of those that had fallen. The axle was bespattered with blood, and the rail round was covered with splashes both from the horses' hoofs and from the tires of the wheels. Hector tore his way through and flung himself into thick of the fight, and his presence threw the Danaans into confusion, for his spear was not long idle. Nevertheless, though he went among the ranks with sword and spear, and throwing great stones, he avoided Ajax, son of Telamon, for Jove would have been angry with him if he had fought a better man than himself. Then Father Jove from his high throne struck fear into the heart of Ajax, so that he stood there dazed and threw his shield behind him, looking fearfully at the throng of his foes, though he were some wild beast, and turning hither and thither but crouching slowly backwards, as peasants with their hounds chase a lion from their stockyard, and watch by night to prevent his carrying off the pick of their herd. He makes his greedy spring, but in vain, for the darts from many a strong hand fall thick around him, with burning brands that scare him for all his fury, and when morning comes he slinks foiled and angry away. Even so did Ajax, sorely against his will, retreat angrily before the Trojans, fearing for the ships of the Achaeans. Or as some lazy ass that has had many a cudgel broken about his back, when he into a field begins eating the corn. Boys beat him, but he is too many for them, and though they lay about with their sticks, they cannot hurt him. Still, when he has had his fill, they at last drive him from the field. Even so did the Trojans and their allies pursue great Ajax, ever smiting the middle of his shield with their darts. Now and again he would turn and show fight, keeping back the battalions of the Trojans, and then he would again retreat, but he prevented any of them from making his way to the ships. Single-handed he stood midway between the Trojans and Achaeans. The spears that sped from their hands stuck some of them in his mighty shield, while many, though thirsting for his blood, fell to the ground ere they could reach him, through the wounding of his fair flesh. Now when Eurypylus, the brave son of Euaemon, saw that Ajax was being overpowered by the rain of arrows, he went up to him and hurled his spear. He struck Apizon, son of Pharseus, in the liver below the midriff, and laid him low. Eurypylus sprang upon him, and stripped the armor from his shoulders, but when Alexandrus saw him, he aimed an arrow at him, which struck him in the right thigh. The arrow broke, but the point that was left in the wound dragged on the thigh. He drew back, therefore, under cover of his comrades to save his life, shouting as he did so to the Danaans, "My friends, princes and counselors of the Argives, rally to the defense of Ajax, who is being overpowered, and I doubt whether he will come out of the fight alive. Hither, then, to the rescue of great Ajax, son of Telamon." Even so did he cry when he was wounded. Thereon the others came near, and gathered round him, holding their shields upwards from their shoulders, so as to give him cover. Ajax then made towards them, and turned round to stand at bay as soon as he had reached his men. Thus then did they fight as it were a flaming fire. Meanwhile the mares of Neleus, all in a lather with sweat, were bearing Nestor out of the fight, and with him Macon, shepherd of his people. Achilles saw and took note, for he was standing on the stern of his ship watching the hard stress and struggle of the fight, he called from the ship to his comrade Patroclus, who heard him in the tent, and came out looking like Mars himself. Here indeed was the beginning of the ill that presently befell him. Said he, Achilles, do you call me? What do you want with me? And Achilles answered, Noble son of Menoetius, man after my own heart, I take it that I shall now have the Achaeans praying at my knees, for they are in great straits. Go, Patroclus, and ask Nestor who it is that he is bearing away wounded from the field. From his back, I should say it was Macon, son of Asculapius, but I could not see his face, for it went by me at full speed. Patroclus, dead as his dear comrade had bidden him, and set off running by the ships and tents of the Achaeans. When Nestor and Macon had reached the tents of the son of Neleus, they dismounted, and an esquire, Eurymedon, took the horses from the chariot. The pair then stood in the breeze by the seaside to dry the sweat from their shirts, and when they had so done, they came inside and took their seats. Fair Hecamede, whom Nestor had awarded to him from Tenedos, when Achilles took it, mixed them a mess. She was daughter of wise Arsenus, and the Achaeans had given her to Nestor because he excelled all of them in counsel. First she set for them a far and well-made table that had feet of Sinus. On it there was a vessel of bronze and an onion to give relish to the drink, with honey and cakes of barley meal. There was also cup of rare workmanship, which the old man had brought with him from home. Studded with bosses of gold, it had 4 handles, on each of which there were 2 golden doves feeding, and it had 2 feet to stand on. Anyone else would hardly been able to lift it from the table when it was full, but Nestor could do so quite easily. In this the woman, as fair as a goddess, mixed them a mess with Pramnian wine. She grated goat's milk cheese into it with a bronze grater, threw in a handful of white barley meal, and having thus prepared the mess, she bade them drink it. When they had done so and had thus quenched their thirst, they fell talking with one another, and at this moment Patroclus appeared at the door. When the old man saw him, he sprang from his seat, seized his hand, led him into the tent, and bade him take his place among them. But Patroclus stood where he was and said, Noble sir, I may not stay. You cannot persuade me to come in. He that sent me is not one to be trifled with. And he bade me ask who the wounded man was whom you were bearing away from the field. I can now see for myself that he is Macon, shepherd of his people. I must go back and tell Achilles. You, sir, know what a terrible man he is, and how ready to blame even where no blame should lie. And Nestor answered, Why should Achilles care to know how many of the Achaeans may be wounded? He recks not of the dismay that reigns in our host. Our most valiant chieftains lie disabled. Brave Diomede, son of Tydeus, is wounded, so are Ulysses and Agamemnon. Eurypylus has been hit with an arrow in the thigh, and I have just been bringing this man from the field, he too wounded with an arrow. Nevertheless, Achilles, so valiant though he be, cares not and knows no ruth? Will he wait till the ships, do what we may, are in a blaze, and we perish one upon the other? As for me, I have no strength nor stay in me any longer. Would that I were still young and strong as in the days when there was a fight between yous and the men of Elis about some cattle raiding. I then killed Etymonus, the valiant son of Hyperochus, a dweller in Elis. As I was driving in the spoil, he was hit by a dart thrown by my hand, while fighting in the front rank in defense of his cows. So he fell, and the country people around him were in great fear. We drove off a vast quantity of booty from the plain, 50 herds of cattle, and as many flocks of sheep, 50 droves also of pigs, and as many wide-spreading flocks of goats. Of horses, moreover, we seized 150, all of them mares, and many had foals running with them. All these did we drive by night to Pylos, the city of Nilus, taking them within the city. And the heart of Nilus was glad in that I had taken so much, though it was the first time I had ever been in the field. At daybreak the heralds went round crying that all in Elis to whom there was a dead debt owing should come, and the leading Pylians assembled to divide the spoils. There were many to whom the Epeans owed chattels, for we men of Pylos were few and had been oppressed with wrong. In former years Hercules had come and had laid his hand heavy upon us, so that all our best men had perished. Nilus had had 12 sons, but I alone was left. The others had all been killed. The Epeans, presuming upon all this, had looked down upon us and had done us much evil. My father chose a herd of cattle and a great flock of sheep, 300 in all, and he took their shepherds with him, for there was a great debt due to him in Elis, to wit 4 horses, winners of prizes. They and their chariots with them had gone to the games, were to run for a tripod, but King Augeas took them, and sent back their driver grieving for the loss of his horses. Nilus was injured by what he had both said and done, and took great value in return, but he divided the rest, that no man might have less than his full share. Thus did we order all things, and offer sacrifices to the gods throughout the city. But 3 days afterwards the Epeans came in a body, many in number, they and their chariots, in full array, and with them the 2 Molians in their armor, though they were still lads and unused to fighting. Now there is a certain town Thryuessa, perched upon a rock on the river Alvius, the border city of Pylos. This they would destroy, and pitched their camp about it. But when they had crossed their whole plain, Minerva darted down by night from Olympus and bade us set ourselves in array. And she found willing soldiers in Pylos, for the men meant fighting. Nilus would not let me arm, and hid my horses, for he said that, as yet I could know nothing about war. Nevertheless Minerva so ordered the fight that, all on foot as I was, I fought among our mounted forces, and vied with the foremost of them. There is a river Mineus that falls into the sea near Arene, and there they that were mounted, and I with them, waited till morning, when the companies of foot soldiers came up with us in force. Thence in full panoply and equipment we came towards noon to the sacred waters of the Alpheus, and there we offered victims to Almighty Jove, with a bull to Alpheus, another to Neptune, and a herd heifer to Minerva. After this we took supper in our companies, and laid us down to rest each in his armor by the river. The Epeans were beleaguering the city, and were determined to take it. But ere this might be, there was a desperate fight in store for them. When the sun's rays began to fall upon the earth, we joined battle, praying to Jove and to Minerva. And when the fight had begun, I was the first to kill my man and take his horses, to wit the warrior Mulius. He was son-in-law to Augeas, having married his eldest daughter, golden-haired Agamemnon, who knew the virtues of every herb which grows upon the face of the earth. I speared him as he was coming towards me, and when he fell headlong in the dust, I sprang upon his chariot and took my place in the front ranks. The Epeans fled in all directions when they saw the captain of their horsemen. The best man they had laid low, and I swept down on them like a whirlwind, taking 50 chariots, and in each of them 2 men bit the dust. Slain by my spear, I should have even killed the 2 Molions, sons of Hector, unless their real father, Neptune, lord of the earthquake, had hidden them in a thick mist and borne them out of the fight. Thereon Jove vouchsafed the Pylians a great victory, for we chased them far over the plain, killing the men and bringing in the armor, till we had brought out our horses to Buprasium, rich in wheat, and to the Olenian rock, with the hill that is called Elysian, at which point Minerva turned the people back. There I slew the last man and left him. Then the Achaeans drove their horses back from Buprasium to Pylos, and gave thanks to Jove among the gods, and among mortal men to Nestor. Such was I among my peers, as surely as ever was. But Achilles is for keeping all his valor for himself. Bitterly will he rue it hereafter, when the host is being cut to pieces. My good friend, did not Menoetius charge you thus on the day when he sent you from Phthia to Agamemnon? Ulysses and I were in the house inside, and heard all that he said to you, for we came to the far house of Peleus while beating up recruits throughout all Achaia. And when we got there, we found Menoetius and yourself, and Achilles with you. The old knight Peleus was in the outer court, roasting the fat thigh bones of a heifer to Jove, the lord of thunder, and he held a gold chalice in his hand, from which he poured drink, offerings of wine over the burning sacrifice. You two were busy cutting up the heifer, and at that moment we stood at the gates. Whereon Achilles sprang to his feet, led us by the hand into the house, placed us at table, and set before you such hospitable entertainment as guests expect. When we had satisfied ourselves with meat and drink, I said my say, and urged both of you to join use. You were ready enough to do so, and the 2 old men charged you much and straitly. Old Peleus bade his son Achilles fight ever among the foremost and outvie his peers, while Menoetius the son of Actor spoke thus: You, my son, said he. "Achilles is of nobler birth than you are, but you are older than he, though he is far the better man of the two. Counsel him wisely, guide him in the right way, and he will follow you to his own profit. Thus did your father charge you, but you have forgotten. Nevertheless, even now, say all this to Achilles if he will listen to you. Who knows but with heaven's help you may talk him over, for it is good to take a friend," said advice. "If, however, he is fearful about some oracle, or if his mother has told him something from Jove, then let him send you, and let the rest of the Myrmidons follow with you, if perchance you may bring light and saving to the Danaans, and let him send you into battle clad in his own armor, that the Trojans may mistake you for him and leave off fighting. The sons of the Achaeans may thus time to get their breath, for they are hard-pressed and there is little breathing time in battle. You, who are fresh, might easily drive a tired enemy back to his walls and away from the tents and ships." With these words he moved the heart of Patroclus, who set off running by the line of the ships to Achilles, descendant of Aeacus. When he had got as far as the ships of Ulysses, where was their place of assembly and court of justice, with their altars dedicated to the gods, Eurypylus, son of Euaemon, met him, wounded in the thigh with an arrow, and limping out of the fight. Sweat rained from his head and shoulders, and black blood welled from his cruel wound, but his mind did not wander. The son of Menoetius, when he saw him, had compassion upon him, and spoke piteously, saying, "O unhappy princes and counselors of the Danaans, are you then doomed to feed the hounds of Troy with your fat, far from your friends and your native land? Say, noble Eurypylus, will the Achaeans be able to hold great Hector in check, or will they fall now before his spear?" Wounded Eurypylus made answer, "Noble Patroclus, there is no hope left for the Achaeans, but they will perish at their ships. All they that were princes among yous are lying struck down and wounded at hands of the Trojans, who are waxing stronger and stronger. But save me and take me to your ship. Cut out the arrow from my thigh, wash the black blood from off it with warm water, and lay upon it those gracious herbs which, so they say, have been shown you by Achilles, who was himself shown them by Chiron, most righteous of all the centaurs. For of the physicians Podalirius and Macon, I hear that the one is lying wounded in his tent and is himself in need of healing, while the other is fighting the Trojans upon the plain." "Hero Eurypylus," replied the brave son of Menoetius, "how may these things be? What can I do? I am on my way to bear a message to noble Achilles from Nestor of Gerene, bulwark of the Achaeans. But even so I will not be unmindful of your distress." With this he climb round the middle and led him into the tent, and a servant, when he saw him, spread bullock skins on the ground for him to lie on. He laid him at full length and cut out the sharp arrow from his thigh. He washed the black blood from the wound with warm water. He then crushed a bitter herb, rubbing it between his hands, and spread it upon the wound. This was a virtuous herb, which killed all pain. So the wound presently dried, and the blood left off flowing. Book 12. The Trojans and their allies break the wall, led on by Hector. So the son of Menoetius was attending to the hurt of Eurypylus within the tent. But the Argives and Trojans still fought desperately, nor were the trench and the high wall above it to keep the Trojans in check longer. They had built it to protect their ships, and had dug the trench all round it, that it might safeguard both the ships and the rich spoils which they had taken. But they had not offered hetoms to the gods. It had been built without the consent of the immortals, and therefore it did not last. So long as Hector lived and Achilles nursed his anger, and so long as the city of Priam remained untaken, the great wall of the Achaeans stood firm. But when the bravest of the Trojans were no more, and many also of the Argives, though some were yet left to live, when, moreover, the city was sacked in the 10th year, and the Argives had gone back with their ships to their own country, then Neptune and Apollo took counsel to destroy the wall, and they turned unto it the streams of all the rivers from Mount Ida into the sea, Rhesus, Heptaporus, Chersis, Rhodius, Grenicus Asopus, and goodly Scamander, with Simais, where many a shield and helm had fallen, and many a hero of the race of demigods had bitten the dust. Phoebus Apollo turned the mouths of all these rivers together, and made them from flow 9 days against the wall, while Jove reigned the whole time that he might wash it sooner into the sea. Neptune himself, trident in hand, surveyed the work and threw into the sea all the foundations of beams, which stones the Achaeans had laid with so much toil. He made all level by the mighty stream of the Hellespont. And then when he had swept the wall away, he spread a great beach of sand over the place where it had been. This done, he turned the rivers back into their old courses. This was what Neptune and Apollo were to do in after time. But as yet battle and turmoil were still raging round the wall, till its timbers rang under the blows that rained upon them. The Argives, cowed by the scourge of Jove, were hemmed in at their ships in fear of Hector, the mighty minister of rout, who as heretofore fought with the force and fury of a whirlwind, as a lion or wild boar turns fiercely on the dogs and men that attack him, while these form a solid wall and shower their javelins as face him. His courage is all undaunted, but his high spirit will be the death of him. Many a time does he charge at his pursuers to scatter them, and they fall back as often as he does so. Even so did Hector go about among the host, exhorting his men, and cheering them on to cross the trench. But the horses dared not do so, and stood neighing upon its brink, for the width frightened them. They could neither jump it nor cross it, for it had overhanging banks all round upon either side, above which there were the sharp stakes that the sons of the Achaeans had planted so close and strong as a defense against all who would assail it. A horse, therefore, could not get into it and draw his chariot after him, but those who were on foot kept trying their very utmost. Then Polydamas went up to Hector and said, "Hector, and you other captains of the Trojans and allies, it is madness for us to try and drive our horses across the trench. It will be very hard to cross, for it is full of sharp stakes, and beyond these there is the wall. Our horses, therefore, cannot get down into it, and would be of no use if they did. Moreover, it is a narrow place, and we should come to harm, if, indeed, great Jove is to help the Trojans, and in his anger will utterly destroy the Achaeans. I would myself gladly see them perish now, and here far from Argos. But if they should rally, and we are driven back from the ship's pell-mell into the trench there, will be not so much as a man get back to the city to tell the tale. Now, therefore, let us all do as I say. Let our squires hold our horses by the trench, but let us follow Hector in a body on foot, clad in full armor. And if the day of their doom is at hand, will not be able to withstand us." Thus spoke Polydamas, and his saying pleased Hector, who sprang in full armor to the ground, and all the other Trojans, when they saw him do so, also left their chariots. Each man then gave his horses over to his charioteer in charge to hold them ready for him at the trench. Then they formed themselves into companies, made themselves ready, and in 5 bodies followed their leaders. Those that went with Hector and Polydamas were the bravest and most in number, and the most determined to break through the wall and fight at the ships. Cibraians was also joined with them as third in command, for Hector had left his chariot in charge of a less valiant soldier. The next company was led by Paris, Alcathous, and Aegina, the third by Helenus and Deiphobus, 2 sons of Priam, and with them was the hero Aegeus, the son of Hyrtacus, whose great black horses of the breed that comes from the river Selleis had brought him from Arisbe. Aeneas, the valiant son of Anchises, led the fourth, he and the 2 sons of Antenor, Archilochus and Acamas, men well versed in all the arts of war. Sarpedon was captain of the allies, and took with him Glaucus and Astropaeus, whom he deemed most valiant after himself, for he was far the best man of them all. These helped to array one another in their ox-hide shields, and then charged straight at the Danaans, for they felt sure that they would not hold out longer, and that they should themselves now fall upon the ships. The rest of the Trojans and their allies now followed the counsel of Polydamas, but Aegeus, son of Hyrtacus, would not leave his horses and his esquire behind him. In his foolhardiness he took them on with him towards the ships, nor did he fail to come by his end in consequence. Nevermore was he to return to wind-beaten Ilias, exulting in his chariot and his horses. Ere he could do so, death of ill-omened name had overshadowed him, and he had fallen by the spear of Idomeneus, the noble son of Deucalion. He had driven towards the left wing of the ships, by which way the Achaeans used to return with their chariots and horses from the plain. Hither he drove and found the gates with their doors opened wide, and the great bar down, for the gatemen kept them open so as to let those of their comrades enter, who might be flying towards the ships. Hither of set purpose did he direct his horses, and his men followed him with a loud cry, for they felt sure that the Achaeans would not hold out longer, and that they should now fall upon the ships. Little did they know that the gates they should find two of the bravest chieftains, proud sons of the fighting Lapitha, the one Polypoetes, mighty son of Perithous, and the other Leonteus, peer of murderous Mars. These stood before the gates like two high oak trees upon the mountains, that tower from their wide, spreading roots, and year after year battle with wind and rain. Even so did these two men await the onset of great Asius confidently and without flinching. The Trojans, led by him and by eminous Orestes, Adamas, the son of Asius, Thone and Onymus, raised a loud cry of battle and made straight for the wall, holding their shields of dry ox high above their heads. For while the two defenders remained inside, and Chiachians on to stand firm in the defense of their ships, when, however, they saw that the Trojans were attacking the wall, while the Danaans were crying out for help, being routed, they rushed outside and front of the gates like two wild boars upon the mountains that abide the attack of men and dogs, and charging on either side break down the wood all round them, tearing it up by the roots, and one can hear the clattering of their tusks till some one hits them and makes an end of them. Even so did the gleaming bronze rattle about their breasts as the weapons fell upon them, for they fought with great fury, trusting to their own prowess and those who were on the wall above them. These threw great stones at the assailants in defense of themselves, their tents, and their ships. The stones fell thick as the flakes of snow which some fierce blast drives from the dark clouds and showers down in sheets upon the earth. In so fell the weapons from the hand of Trollit's outjank, the weapons, even Saians. Helmet and shield rang out as the great stones rained upon them, and Asius, the son of Hutticus, in his dismay cried aloud and smote his two thighs. "Father Jove," he cried, "of a truth you two are altogether given to lying. I made sure the Argive heroes could not withstand yous, whereas like slim, wasted wasps, or bees that have their nests in the rocks by the wayside, they leave not the holes wherein they have built undefended, but fight for their little ones against all who would take them. Even so these men, though they be but two, will not be driven from the gates, but stand firm either to slay or be slain." He spoke, but moved not the mind of Jove, whose counsel it then was to give glory to Hector. Meanwhile the rest of the Trojans were fighting about the other gates. I, however, am no god to be able to tell about all these things, for the battle raged everywhere about the stone wall as it were a fiery furnace. The Argives, discomfited though they were forced to defend their ships, and all the gods who were defending the Achaeans were vexed in spirit. But the Lapitha kept on fighting with might and main. Thereon Polypoetes, mighty son of Perithous, hit Damasus with a spear upon his cheek-pierced helmet. The helmet did not protect him, for the point of the spear went through it and broke the bone, so that the brain inside was scattered about, and he died fighting. He then slew Pylon and Ormenus. Leontis, of the race of Mars, killed Hippomachus, the son of Antimachus, by striking him with his spear upon the girdle. He then drew his sword and sprang first upon Antiphates, whom he killed in combat, and who fell face upwards on the earth. After him he killed Menon, Ivanus, and Orestes, and laid them low one after the other. While they were busy stripping the armor from these heroes, the youths, who were led on by Polydamas and Hector, and these were the greater part and the most valiant of those that were trying through the wall and fire the ships, were standing by the trench, uncertain what they should do, for they had seen a sign from heaven when they had essayed to cross it. A soaring eagle that flew skirting the left wing of their host, with a monstrous blood-red snake in its talons, still alive and struggling to escape. The snake was still bent on revenge, wriggling and twisting itself backwards till it struck the bird that held it on the neck and breast, whereon the bird, being in pain, let it fall, dropping it into the middle of the host, and then flew down the wind with a sharp cry. The Trojans were struck with terror when they saw the snake, portent of Aegis, bearing Jove, writhing in the midst of them. And Polydamas went up to Hector and said, "Hector, at our councils of war you are ever given to rebuke me, even when I speak wisely, as though it were not well. Forsooth, that one of the people should cross your weather, in the field or at the council board, you would have them support you always. Nevertheless, I will say what I think will be best. Let us not now go on to fight the Danaans at their ships, for I know what will happen. Eagle, which this soaring eagled the left wing of our host with a monstrous bludgeons, the snake being its talons, the still was really sent on the traying. Trojans and the ling sent as an omen to snake, betraying snake being still of. The eagle let go her hold. She did not succeed in taking it home to her little ones, and so will it be with ourselves. Even though by a mighty effort we break through the gates and wall of the Achaeans, and they give way before us, still we shall not return in good order by the way we came, but shall leave many man behind, else wounds will deal the Achaean to death in defense of their ships." Thus would any seer who was expert in these matters, and was trusted by the people, read the portent. Hector looked fiercely at him and said, "Polydamas, I like not of your reading. You can find a better saying than this if you will. If, however, you have spoken in good earnest, then indeed has heaven robbed you of your reason. You would have me pay no heed to the counsels of Jove, nor to the promises he made meek." And he bowed his head in confirmation. "You bid me be ruled rather by the flight of wild fowl. What care I whether they fly towards dawn or dark, and whether they be on my right hand or on my left? Let's put our trust rather in the counsel of great Jove, king of mortals and immortals. there is one omen, and one only, that a man should fight for his country. Why are you so fearful? Though we be all of us slain at the ships of the Argives, you are not likely to be killed yourself, for you are not steadfast nor courageous. If you will not fight, or would talk others over from doing so, you shall fall forthwith before my spear." With these words he led the way, and the others followed after with a cry that rent the air. Then Jove, the Lord of thunder, sent the blast of a mighty wind from the mountains of Ida, that bore the dust down towards the ships. He thus lulled the Achaeans into security, and gave victory to Hector and to the Trojans, who, trusting to their own might and to the signs he had shown them, essayed to break through the great wall of the Achaeans. They tore down the breastworks from the walls, and overthrew the battlements. They offeaved the buttresses, which the Achaeans had set in front of the wall in order to support it. When they had pulled these down, they made sure of breaking through the wall. But the Danaans still showed no sign of giving ground. They still fenced the battlements with their shields of ox hide, and hurled their missiles down upon as soon as any came below the wall. The two Ajaxes went about everywhere on the walls, cheering on the Achaeans, giving fair words to some while they spoke sharply to any one whom they saw to be remiss. "My friends," they cried, "Argives one and all, good, bad, and indifferent, for there was never fight yet in which all were of equal prowess. There is now work enough, as you very well know, for all of you. See that you none of you turn in flight towards the ships, daunted by the shouting of the foe, but press forward and keep one another in heart, if it may so be that Olympian Jove, the Lord of lightning, will vouchsafe us to repel our foes and drive them back towards the city." Thus did the two go about shouting and cheering the Achaeans on, as the flakes that fall thick upon a winter's day, when Jove is minded to snow and to display these his arrows to mankind. He lulls the wind to rest, and snows hour after hour till he's buried the tops of the high mountains, the headlands that jut into the sea, the grassy plains, and the tilled fields of men. The snow lays deep upon the forelands and havens of the grey sea, but the waves, as they come rolling in, stay it, that it can come no further. Though all else is wrapped as with a mantle, so heavy are the heavens with snow. Even thus thickly did the stones fall, on one side and on the other, some thrown at the Trojans, and some by the Trojans at the Achaeans, and the whole wall was in an uproar. Still the Trojans and brave Hector would not yet have broken down the gates and the great bar, had not Jove turned his son Sarpedon against the Argives as a lion against a herd of horned cattle. Before him he held his shield of hammered bronze, that the smith had beaten so fair and round, and had lined with ox hides, which he had made fast with rivets of gold all round the shield. This he held in front of him, and brandishing his two spears came on like some lion of the wilderness, who has been long famished for want of meat, and will dare break even into a well fenced homestead to try and getteth the sheep. He may find the shepherds keeping watch over their flocks with dogs and spears, but he is in no mind to be driven from the fold till he has had a try for it. He will either spring on a sheep and carry it off, or be hit by a spear from some strong hand. Even so was Sarpedon fain to attack the wall and break down its battlements. Then he said to Glaucus, son of Hippolochus, Glaucus, why in Lycia do we receive especial honor as regards our place at table? Why are the choicest portions served, use and our cups kept brimming? And why do men look up to us as though we were gods? Moreover, we hold a large estate by the banks of the river Xanthus, fair with orchard lawns and wheat, growing land. It becomes us, therefore, to take our stand at the head of all the Lycians, and bear the brunt of the fight, that one may say to another, our princes in Lycia eat the fat of the land and drink best of wine. But they are fine fellows, they fight well, and are ever at the front in battle. My good friend, if, when we were once out of this fight, we could escape old age, and death thenceforward, and forever, I should neither press forward myself, nor bid you do so, but death in 10,000 shapes hangs, ever over our heads, and no man can elude him. Therefore let us go forward, and either win glory for ourselves, or yield it to another. Glaucus heeded his saying, and the pair forthwith led on the host of Lycians. Menestheus, son of Peteos, was dismayed when he saw them, for it was against his part of the wall that they came, bringing destruction with them. He looked along the wall for some chieftain to support his comrades, and saw the two Ajaxes, men ever eager for the fray, and Teucer, who had just come from his tent, standing near them, but he could not make his voice heard by shouting to them. So great an uproar was there from crashing shields and helmets, and the battering of gates with a din which reached the skies. For all the gates had been closed, and the Trojans were hammering at them to try and break their way through them. Menestheus therefore sent Theuts with a message to Ajax. Run, good Theuts, he said, and call Ajax, or better still bid both come, for it will be all over with us here directly the leaders of the Lycians are upon us, men who have ever fought desperately heretofore. But if they have too much on their hands, to let them come. At any rate let Ajax son of Telamon do so, and let Teucer the famous barman come with him. The messenger did as he was told, and set off running along the wall of the Achaeans. When he reached the Ajaxes, he said to them, Sirs, princes of the Argives, the son of noble Peteos bids you come to him for a while and help him. You had better both come if you can, or it will be all over with him directly. The leaders of Lycians are upon him, men who have ever fought desperately heretofore. If you have too much on your hands, to let both come. At any rate let Ajax, son of Telamon, do so, and let Teucer, the famous barman, come with him. Great Ajax, son of Telamon, heeded the message, and at once spoke to the son of Ilus. Ajax, said he, do you too yourself and brave Lycomedes. Stay here and keep the Danaans in heart to fight their hardest. I will go over yonder and bear my part in the fray. But I will come back here at once as soon as I have given them the help they need." With this, Ajax son of Telamon set off, and Teucer, his brother by the same father, went also, with Pandion to carry Teucer's bow. They went along inside the wall, and when they came to the tower where Menestheus was, and hard pressed indeed, they find him the brave captains of Lictor's legions were storming the battlements as a dark cloud, fighting in close quarters and raising the battle cry aloud. First, Ajax son of Telamon killed brave Epicles, a comrade of Sarpedon, hitting him with a jagged stone that lay by the battlements at the very top of the wall. As men now are, even one who is in the bloom of youth could hardly lift it with his 2 hands. But Ajax raised it high aloft and flung it down, smashing Epicles' four-crested helmet, so that the bones of his head were crushed to pieces, and he fell from the high wall as though he were doving, with no more life left in him. Then Teucer wounded Glaucus, the brave son of Hippolochus, as he was coming on to attack the wall. He saw his shoulder bare, and aimed an arrow at it, which made Glaucus leave off fighting. Thereon he sprang covertly down for fear some the Achaeans might see that he was wounded and taunt him. Sarpedon was stung with grief when he saw Glaucus leave him. Still he did not leave off fighting, but aimed his spear at Alcmon, the son of Thestor, and hit him. He drew his spear back again, and Alcmon came down headlong after it with his bronzed armor rattling round him. Then Sarpedon seized the battlement in his strong hands, and tugged at it till it all gave way together, and a breach was made through which many might pass. Ajax and Teucer then both of them attacked him. Teucer hit him with an arrow on the band that bore the shield, which covered his body, but Jove saved his son from destruction, that he might not fall by the ship's sterns. Meanwhile Ajax sprang on him and pierced his shield, but the spear did not go clean through, though it hustled him back, that he could come on no further. He therefore retired a little space from the battlement, yet without losing all his ground, for he still to cover himself with glory. Then he turned round and shouted to the brave Lycians, saying, "Lycians, why do you thus fail me? For all my prowess I cannot break through the wall and open a way to the ships single-handed. Come close on behind me, for the more there are of us, the better." The Lycians, shamed by his rebuke, pressed closer round him, who was their counselor and their king. The Argives on their part got their men in fighting order within the wall, and there was a deadly struggle between them. The Lycians could not break through the wall and force their way to the ships, nor could the Danaans drive the Lycians from the wall now that they had once reached it. As 2 men, measuring rods in hand, quarrel about their boundaries in a field that they own in common, and stickle for their rights, though they be but in a mere strip, even so did the battlements now serve as a bone of contention, and they beat one another round shields for their possession. Many a man's body was wounded with the pitiless bronze as he turned round and bared his back to the foe, and many were struck clean through their shields. The wall and battlements were everywhere deluged with the blood alike of Trojans and of Achaeans. But even so the Trojans could not rout the Achaeans, who still held on, and as some honest hard working woman weighs wool in her balance and sees that the scales be true, for she would gain some pitiful earnings for her little ones, even so was the fight balanced evenly between them till the time came when Jove gave the greater glory to Hector son of Priam, who was first to spring towards the wall of the Achaeans. When he had done so, he cried aloud to the Trojans, "Up, Trojans, break the wall of the Argives, and fling fire upon their ships." Thus did he hound them on, and in one body they rushed straight at the wall as he had bidden them, and scaled the battlements with sharp spears in their hands. Hector laid hold of a stone that lay just outside the gates, and was thick at one end, but pointed at the other. Two of the best men in a town, as men now are, could hardly raise it from the ground and put it on to a wagon. But Hector lifted it quite easily by himself, for the son of Sheeming sat and made it light for him, as a shepherd picks up a ram as fleece with one hand and finds it no burden. So easily did Hector lift the great stone and drive it at the doors that closed the gates so strong and so firmly set. These doors were double and high, and were kept closed by two cross bars, to which there was but one key. When he had got close up to them, Hector strode towards them, that his blow might gain in force, and struck them in the middle, leaning his whole weight against them. He broke both hinges, and the stone fell inside by reason of its great weight. The portals re-echoed with the sound, the bars held no longer, and the doors flew open, one way, and the other, through the force of the blow. Then brave Hector leaped inside with a face as dark as that of flying night. The gleaming bronze flashed fiercely about his body, and he had two spears in his hand. None but a god could have withstood him as he flung himself into the gateway, and his eyes glared like fire. Then he turned round towards the Trojans and called on them to scale the wall, and they did as he bade them, some of them at once climbing over the wall, while others passed through the gates. The Danaans then fled panic-stricken towards their ships, and all was uproar and confusion. Book 13. Neptune helps the Achaeans. The feats of Idomeneus. Hector at the ships. Now, when Jove had thus brought Hector and the Trojans to the ships, he left them to their never-ending toil, and turned his keen eyes away, looking elsewhither towards the horse breeders of Thrace, the Mysians, fighters at close quarters, the noble Hippomolgi, who live on milk, and the Abians, justest of mankind. He no longer turned so much as a glance towards Troy, for he did not think that any of the immortals would go and help either Trojans or Danaans. But King Neptune had kept no blind look out. He had been looking admiringly on the battle from his seat on the topmost crests of wooded Samothrace, whence he could see all Ida with the city of Priam and the ships of the Achaeans. He had come from under the sea and taken his place here, for he pitied the Achaeans, who were being overcome by the Trojans, and he was furiously angry with Jove. Presently he came down from his post on the mountain top, and as he strode swiftly onwards, the high hills and the forest quaked beneath the tread of his immortal feet. 3 strides he took, and with the 4th he reached his goal. Age, where is his glittering golden palace, imperishable in the depths of the sea? When he got there, he yoked his fleet brazen-footed steeds with their manes of gold all flying in the wind. He clothed himself in raiment of gold, grasped his gold whip, and took his stand upon his chariot. As he went his way over the waves, the sea monsters left their lairs, for they knew their lord, and came gambolling round him from every quarter of the deep, while the sea in her gladness opened a path before his chariot. So lightly did the horses fly that the bronze axle of the car was not even wet beneath it, and thus his bounding steeds took him to the ships of the Achaeans. Now there is a certain huge cavern in the depths, the sea midway between Tenedos and rocky Imbrus. Here Neptune, lord of the earthquake, stayed his horses, unyoked them, and set before them their ambrosial forage. He hobbled their feet with hobbles of gold, which none could either unloose or break, so that they might stay there in that place until their lord should return. This done, he went his way to the host of the Achaeans. Now the Trojans followed Hector son of Priam in close array like a storm, cloud or flame of fire, fighting with might and main and raising the cry battle, for they deemed that they should take the ships of the Achaeans and kill all their chiefest heroes then and there. Meanwhile earth, encircling Neptune, lord of the earthquake, cheered on the Argives, for he had come up out of the sea and had assumed the form and voice of Calchas. First he spoke to the 2 Ajaxes, who were doing their best already, and said, Ajaxes, you too can be the saving of the Achaeans if you will put out all your strength and not let yourselves be daunted. I am not afraid that the Trojans, who have got over the wall in force, will be victorious in any other part, for the Achaeans can hold all of them in check. But I much fear that some evil will befall us here, where furious Hector, who boasts himself the son of great Jove himself, is leading them on like a pillar of flame. May some god then put it into your hearts to make a firm stand here, and to incite others to do the like. In this case you will drive him from the ships, even though he be inspired by Jove himself. As he spoke, the earth, encircling lord of the earth, struck both them with his scepter, and filled their hearts with daring. Thump with grace, daring. He made their legs light and active, as also their hands and their feet. Then, as the soaring falcon poises on the wing high above some sheer rock, and presently swoops down to chase some bird over the plain, even so did Neptune, lord of the earthquake, wing his flight into the air and leave them. Of the 2, Swiftjack son of Ilias was the first to know who it was that had been speaking with them, and said to Ajax, son of Telamon. Ajax, this is one of the gods that dwell on Olympus, who in the likeness of the prophet is bidding us fight hard by our ships. It was not Calchas, the seer and diviner of omens. I knew him once by his feet and knees as he turned away, for the gods are soon recognized. Moreover, I feel the lust of battle burn more fiercely within me, while my hands and my feet under me are more eager for the fray. And Ajax, son of Telamon, answered, I too feel my hands grasp my spear more firmly. My strength is greater, and my feet more nimble. I long, moreover, to meet furious Hector, son of Priam, even in single combat. Thus did they converse, exulting in the hunger after battle with which the god had filled them. Meanwhile the earth encircler rose the Achaeans, who were resting in the rear by the ships, overcome at once by hard fighting and by grief at seeing that the Trojans had got over the wall in force. Tears began falling from their eyes as they beheld them, for they made sure that they should not escape destruction. But the lord of the earthquake passed lightly about among them, and urged their battalions to the front. First he went up to Teucer and Letus, the hero Peneleos, and Thos and Deipyrus, Meriones also, and Antilochus. Valiant warriors, all did he exhort. Shame on you, young Argives, he cried. It was on your prowess I relied for the saving of our ships. If you fight not with might and main, this very day will see us overcome by the Trojans. Of a truth my eyes behold a great and terrible portent, which I had never thought to see. The Trojans at our ships, they who were heretofore like panic-stricken hinds, the prey of jackals and wolves, in a forest, with no strength but in flight, for they cannot defend themselves. Hitherto the Trojans dared not for one moment face the attack of the Achaeans, but now they have sallied far from their city, and are fighting at our very ships, through the cowardice of our leader, and the disaffection of the people themselves, who in their discontent care not to fight in defense of the ships, but are being slaughtered near them. True, King Agamemnon, son of Atreus, is the cause of our disaster by having insulted the son of Peleus. Still, this is no reason why we should leave off fighting. Let us be quick to heal, for the hearts of the brave heal quickly. You do ill to be thus remiss, you who are the finest soldiers in our whole army. I blame no man for keeping out of battle if he is a weakling, but I am indignant with such men as you are. My good friends, matters will soon become even worse through this slackness. Think each one of you of his own honor and credit, for the hazard of the fight is extreme. Great Hector is now fighting at our ships. He has broken through the gates and the strong bolt that held them. Thus did the earth encircler address the Achaeans and urge them on. Therion round the two Ajaxes there gathered strong bands of men, of whom not even Mars nor Minerva, marshaller of hosts, could make light if they went among them. For they were the picked men of all those who were now awaiting the onset of Hector and the Trojans. They made a living fence, spear to spear, shield to shield, buckler to buckler, helmet to helmet, and man to man. The horse hair crests on their gleaming helmets touched one another as they nodded forward. So closely serried were they. The spears they brandished in their strong hands were interlaced, and their hearts were set on battle. The Trojans advanced in a dense body, with Hector at their head pressing right as a rock that comes thundering down the side of some mountain from whose brow the winter torrents have torn it. The foundations of the dull thing have been loosened by floods of rain, and as it bounds headlong on its way it sets the whole forest in an uproar. It swerves neither to right nor left, till it reaches level ground. But then for all its fury it can go no further. Even so easily did Hector for a while seem as though he would career through the 10 ships of thee had reached the sea. Hissed till in Achaeans in his murderous course. But the closely serried battalions stayed him when he reached them, for the sons of the Achaeans thrust at him with swords and spears pointed at both ends, and drove him from them, so that he staggered and gave ground. Thereon he shouted to the Trojans, Trojans, Lycians, and Dardanians, fighters in close combat, stand firm. The Achaeans have set themselves as a wall against me, but they will not check me for long. They will give ground before me, if the mightiest of the gods, the thundering spouse of Juno, has indeed inspired my onset. With these words he put heart and soul into them all. Deiphobus, son of Priam, went about among them, intent on deeds of daring, with his round shield before him, under cover of which he strode quickly forward. Merions took aim at him with a spear, nor did he fail hit the broad orb of ox hide, but he was far from piercing it, for the spear broke in 2 pieces long he could do so. Moreover, Deiphobus had seen it coming and had held his shield well away from him. Merions drew back under cover of his comrades, angry alike having failed to vanquish Deiphobus, and having broken his spear. He turned therefore towards the ships and tents to fetch a spear, which he had left behind in his tent. The others continued fighting, and the cry of battle rose up into the heavens. Teucer, son of Telamon, was the first to kill his man, to wit, the warrior Imbrius, son of Mentor, rich in horses. Until the Achaeans came, he had lived in Pedium, and had married Medesicaste, a bastard daughter of Priam. But on the arrival of the Danaan fleet, he had gone back to Laius, and was a great man among the Trojans, dwelling near Priam himself, who gave him like honor with his own sons. The son of Telamon now struck him under with a spear, which he then drew back again, and Imbrius fell headlong as an ash tree, when it is felled on the crest of some high mountain beacon, and its delicate green foliage comes toppling down to the ground. Thus did he fall with his bronze-dight armor ringing harshly round him, and Teucer sprang forward with intent to strip him of his armor. But as he was doing so, Hector took aim at him with a spear. Teucer saw the spear coming and swerved aside, whereon it hit Amphimachus, son of Chetis, son of Actor, in the chest as he was coming into battle, and his armor rang rattling round him as he fell heavily to the ground. Hector sprang forward to take Amphimachus' helmet from off his temples, and in a moment Ajax threw a spear at him, but did not wound him, for he was encased all over in his terrible armor. Nevertheless, the spear struck the boss of his shield with such force as to drive him back from the two corpses, which the Achaeans then drew off. Stichius and Menestheus, captains of the Athenians, bore away Amphimachus to the host of the Achaeans, while the two brave and impetuous Ajaxes did the like by Imbrius. As two lions snatch a goat from the hounds that have it in their fangs, and bear it through thick brushwood high above the ground in their jaws, thus did the Ajaxes bear aloft the body of Imbrius, and strip it of its armor. Then the son of Ilias severed the head from the neck in revenge for the death of Amphimachus, and sent it whirling over the crowd as though it had been a ball, till it fell in the dust at Hector's feet. Neptune was exceedingly angry that his grandson Amphimachus should have fallen. He therefore went the tents and ships of the Achaeans to urge the Danaans still further, and to devise evil for the Trojans. Idomeneus met him as he was taking leave of a comrade who had just come to him from the fight, wounded in the knee. His fellow soldiers bore him off the field, and Idomeneus, having given orders to the physicians, went on to his tent, for he was still thirsting for battle. Neptune spoke in the likeness and with the voice of Tho, son of Andraemon, who ruled the Aetolians of all Pleuron and High Caledon, and was honored among his people as though he were a god. Idomeneus, said he, lawgiver to the Cretans, what has now become of the threats with which the sons of the Achaeans used to threaten the Trojans? And Idomeneus, chief among the Cretans, answered, Those no one, so far as I know, is in fault, for we can all fight. None are held back neither by fear nor slackness, but it seems to be the will of Almighty Jove that the Achaeans should perish ingloriously here far from Argos. You, Thos, have been always staunch, and you keep others in heart. If you see any fail in duty, be not then remiss now, but exhort all to do their utmost. To this Neptune, lord of the earthquake, made answer Idomeneus, May he never return from Troy, but remain here for dogs to batten upon, who is this day wilfully slack in fighting. Get your armor and go. We must make all haste together, if we may be of any use, though we are only two. Even cowards gain courage from companionship, and we too can hold our own with the bravest. Therewith the god went back into the thick of the fight, and Idomeneus, when he had reached his tent, donned his armor, grasped his two spears, and sallied forth as the lightning, which the son of Saturn brandishes from bright Olympus, when he would show a sign to mortals, and its gleam flashes far and wide. Even so did his armor gleam about him as he ran. Meriones, his sturdy squire, met him while he was still near his tent, said, for he was going to fetch his spear, and Idomeneus said, Meriones, fleet son of Molus, best of comrades, why have you left the field? Are you wounded, and is the point of the weapon hurting you, or have you been sent to fetch me? I want no fetching, I had far rather fight than stay in my tent. Idomeneus answered Merians, I come for a spear. If I can find one in my tent, I have broken the one I had, in throwing it at the shield of Deiphobus. And Idomeneus, captain of the Cretans, answered, You will find one spear, or 20 if you so please, standing up against the end wall of my tent. I have taken them from Trojans whom I have killed, for I am not one to keep my enemy at arm's length. Therefore I have spears, bossed shields, helmets, and burnished corslets. Then Merian said, I too in my tent and at my ship have spoils taken from the Trojans, but they are not at hand. I have been at all times valorous, and wherever there has been hard fighting have held my own among the foremost. There may be those among the Achaeans who do not know how I fight, but you know it well enough yourself. Idomeneus answered, I know you for a brave man. You need not tell me. If the best men at the ships were being chosen to go on an ambush, and there is nothing like this for showing what a man is made of, it comes out then who is cowardly and who brave. The coward will change color at every touch and turn. He is full of fears and keeps shifting his weight first on one knee and then on the other. His heart beats fast as he thinks of death, and one can hear the chattering of his teeth, whereas the brave man will not change color nor be frightened on finding himself in ambush, but is all the time longing to go into action. If the best men were being chosen for such a service, no one could make light of your courage nor feats of arms. If you were struck by a dart or smitten in close combat, it would not be from behind, in your neck nor back, but the weapon would hit you in the chest or belly as you were pressing forward to a place in the front ranks. But let us no longer stay here talking like children, lest we be ill spoken of. Go, fetch your spear from the tent at once. On this Merians, peer of Mars, went to the tent and got himself a spear of bronze. He then followed after Idomeneus, big with great deeds of valor, as when baneful Mars sallies forth to battle, and his son Panic, so strong and dauntless, goes with him, to strike terror even into the heart of a hero. The pair have gone from Thrace to arm themselves among the Ephyri, or the brave Phlegians, but they will not listen to both the contending hosts, and will give victory to one side or to the other. Even so did Merians and Idomeneus, captains of men, go out to battle clad in their bronze armor. Merians was first to speak. Son of Deucalion, said he, where would you have us begin fighting? On the right wing of the host, in the center, or on the left wing, where I take it the Achaeans will be weakest? Idomeneus answered, there are others to defend the center, the two Ajaxes and Teucer, who is the finest archer of all the Achaeans, and is good also in a hand-to-hand fight. These will give Hector, son of Priam, enough to do fight as he may. He will find it hard to vanquish their indomitable fury and fire the ships, unless the son of Saturn fling a firebrand upon them with his own hand. Great Ajax, son of Telamon, will yield to no man who is in mortal mode. eats the grain of seers. If bronze and great stones can overthrow him, he would not yield even to Achilles in hand. To hand fight, and in fleetness of foot there, none to beat him. Let us turn therefore towards the left wing, that we may know forthwith whether we are to give glory to some other, or he to ooze. Merion's peer of fleet Mars then led the way till they came the part of the host which Idomeneus had named. Now when the Trojans saw Idomeneus coming on like a flame of fire, him and his squire clad in their richly wrought armor, they shouted and made towards him, all in a body, and a furious hand to hand raged under the ship's sterns, fierce as the shrill winds that whistle upon a day when dust lies deep on the roads, and the gusts raise it into a thick cloud. Even such was the fury of the combat, and might and main did they hack at each other with spear and sword out the host. The field bristled with the long and deadly spears which they bore. Dazzling was the sheen of their gleaming helmets, their fresh, burnished breastplates, and glittering shields as they joined battle with one another. Iron indeed must be his courage who could take pleasure in the sight of such a turmoil, and look on it without being dismayed. Thus did the two mighty sons of Saturn devise evil for mortal heroes. Jove was minded to give victory to the Trojans and to Hector, so as to do honor to fleet Achilles. Nevertheless, he did not mean to utterly overthrow the Achaean host before Ilias, and only wanted to glorify Thetis and her valiant son. Neptune, on the other hand, went up among the Argives to incite them, having come up from the grey sea in secret, for he was grieved at seeing them vanquished by the Trojans, and was furiously angry with Jove. Both were of the same race and country, but Jove was elder born, and you war. Therefore Neptune feared to defend the Argives openly, but in the likeness of man he kept on encouraging them throughout their host. Thus, then, did these two devise a knot of war and battle, that none could unloose or break, and set both sides tugging at it, to the failing of men's knees beneath them. And now Idomeneus, though his hair was already flecked with grey, called loud on the Danaans, and spread panic among the Trojans as he leaped in among them. He slew Othryoneus from Cabesus, a sojourner who had but lately come to take part in the war. He sought Cassandra, the fairest of Priam's daughters, in marriage, but offered no gifts of wooing, for he promised a great thing, to wit, that he would drive the sons of the Achaeans willy-nilly from Troy. Old King Priam had given his consent, and promised her to him, whereon he fought on the strength of the promises thus made to him. Idomeneus aimed a spear, and hit him as he came striding on. His cuirass of bronze did not protect him, and the spear stuck in his belly, so that he fell heavily to the ground. Then Idomeneus vaunted over him, saying, Othryoneus, there is no one in the world whom I shall admire more than I do you, if you indeed perform what you have promised Priam, son of Dardanus, in return for his daughter. We too will make you an offer. We will give you the loveliest daughter of the son of Atreus, and will bring her from Argos for you to marry, if you will sack the goodly city of Ilias in company with ourselves. So come along with me, that we may make a covenant at the ships about the marriage, and we will not be hard upon you about gifts of wooing." With this Idomeneus began dragging him by the foot through Fuke of the fight. But Asius came up to protect the body on foot in front of his horses, which his esquire drove so close behind him that he could feel their breath upon his shoulder. He was longing to strike down Idomeneus, but ere he could do so, Idomeneus smote him with his spear in the throat under the chin, and the bronze point went clean through it. He fell as an oak, or poplar, or pine, which shipwrights shipprive for ships' timber upon the mountains with whetted axes. Even thus did he lie full length in front of his chariot and horses, grinding his teeth and clutching at the blood-stained dust. His charioteer was struck with panic, and did not dare turn his horses round and escape. Thereupon Antilochus hit him in the middle of his body with a spear. His cuirass of bronze did not protect him, and the spear stuck in his belly. He fell gasping from his chariot, and Antilochus, great Nestor's son, drove his horses from the Trojans to the Achaeans. Deiphobus then came close up to Idomeneus to avenge Asius, and took aim at him with a spear. But Idomeneus, on the look out, and avoided it, for he was covered by the round shield he always bore, a shield of ox hide and bronze with 2 arm rods on the inside. He crouched under cover of this, and the spear flew over him. But the shield rang out as the spear grazed it, and the weapon sped not in vain from the strong hand of Deiphobus, for it struck Hypsina, son of Hippasus, shepherd of his people, in the liver under the midriff, and his limbs failed beneath him. Deiphobus vaunted over him, and cried with a loud voice, saying, "Of a truth Asius has not fallen unavenged. He will be glad even while passing into the house of Hades, strong warden of the gate, that I have sent someone to escort him." Thus did he vaunt, and the Argives were stung by his saying. Noble Antilochus was more angry than any one, but grief did not make him forget his friend and comrade. He ran up to him, bestrode him, and covered him with his shield. Then 2 of his staunch comrades, Mecistus son of Echius and Alastor, stooped down and bore him away, roaring heavily to the ships. But Idomeneus ceased not his fury. He kept on striving continually, either to enshroud some Trojan in the darkness of death, or himself to fall while warding off the evil from the Achaeans. Then fell Alcathas, son of noble Azatids. He was son-in-law to Anchises, having married his eldest daughter Hippodamia, who was the darling of her father and mother, and excelled all her generation in beauty, accomplishments, and understanding, wherefore the bravest man in all Troy had taken her to wife. Him did Neptune lay low by the hand of Idomeneus, blinding his bright eyes, and binding his strong limbs in fetters, so that he could neither go back nor to one side, but stood stock still like pillar or lofty tree, when Idomeneus struck him with a spear in the middle of his chest. The coat of mail that had hitherto protected his body was now broken and rang harshly as the spear tore through it. He fell heavily to the ground, and the spear stuck in his heart, which still beat, and made the butt end of the spear quiver, till dread Mars put an end to his life. Idomeneus vaunted over him, and cried with a loud voice, saying, Deiphobus, since you are in a mood to vaunt, shall we cry quits now that we have killed 3 men to your 1? Nay, sir, stand in fight with me yourself, that you may learn what manner of Jove begotten man am I that have come hither. Jove first begot Minos, chief ruler in Crete, and Minos in his turn begot a son, noble Deucalion. Deucalion begot me to be a ruler over many men in Crete, and my ships have now brought me hither to be the bane of yourself, your father, and the Trojans. Thus did he speak, and Deiphobus was in 2 minds, whether to go back and fetch some other Trojan to help him, or to take up the challenge single-handed. In the end, he deemed it best to go and fetch Aeneas, whom he found standing in the rear, for he had long been aggrieved with Priam, because in spite of his brave deeds, he did not give him his due share of honor. Deiphobus went up to him and said, Aeneas, prince among the Trojans, if you know any ties of kinship, help me now to defend the body of your sister's husband. Come with me to the rescue of Alcathous, who being husband to your sister brought you up when you were a child in his house, and now Idomeneus has slain him. With these words he moved the heart of Aeneas, and he went in pursuit of Idomeneus, big with great deeds of valor. But Idomeneus was not to be thus daunted, as though he were a mere child. He held his ground as a wild boar at bay upon the mountains, who abides the coming of a great crowd of men in some lonely place. The bristles stand upright on his back, his eyes flash fire, and he whets his tusks in his eagerness to defend himself against hounds and men. Even so did famed Idomeneus hold his ground and budge not at the coming of Aeneas. He cried aloud to his comrades, looking towards Ascalaphus, Apharius, Dapyrus, Myrrhians, and Antilochus, all of them brave soldiers. Hither, my friends, he cried, and leave me not single-handed. I go in great fear by fleet Aeneas, who is coming against me, and is a redoubtable dispenser of death battle. Moreover, he is in the flower of youth, when a man's strength is greatest. If I was of the same age as he is, and in my present mind, either he or I should soon bear away the prize of victory. On this, all of them, as one man, stood near him, shield on shoulder. Aeneas on the other side called to his comrades, looking towards Deiphobus, Paris, and Aegina, who were leaders of the Trojans along with himself, and the people followed them as sheep follow the ram, when they go down to drink after they have been feeding. And the heart of the shepherd is glad. Even so was the heart of Aeneas gladdened when he saw his people follow him. Then they fought furiously in close combat about the body of Alcathous, wielding their long spears, and the bronze armor about their bodies rang fearfully as they took aim at one another in the press of the fight, while the 2 heroes, Aeneas and Idomeneus, peers of Mars, outweighed everyone in their desire to hack at each other with sword and spear. Aeneas took aim first, but Idomeneus was on the look out and avoided the spear, so that it sped from Aeneas' strong hand in vain, and fell quivering in the ground. Idomeneus meanwhile smote Aeneas in the middle of his belly, and broke the plate of his corslet, whereon his bowels came gushing out, and he clutched the earth in the palms of his hands, as he fell sprawling in the dust. Idomeneus drew his spear out of the body, but could not strip him of the rest of his armor, for the rain of darts that were showered upon him. Moreover, his strength was now beginning to fail him, so that he could no longer charge, and could neither spring forward to recover his own weapon, nor swerve aside to avoid one that was aimed at him. Therefore, though he still defended himself in hand-to-hand fight, his heavy feet could not bear him swiftly out of the battle. Deiphobus aimed a spear at him as he was retreating slowly from the field, for his bitterness against him was as fierce as ever. But again he missed him, and hit Ascalaphus, the son of Mars. The spear went through his shoulder, and he clutched the earth in the palms of his hands as he fell sprawling in the dust. Grim Mars of awful voice did not yet know that his son had fallen, for he was sitting on the summits of Olympus under the golden clouds by command of Jove, where the other gods were also sitting, forbidden to take part in the battle. Meanwhile men fought furiously about the body. Deiphobus tore the helmet from off his head, but Merion sprang upon him and struck him on the arm with a spear, so that the visored helmet fell from his hand and came ringing down upon the ground. Thereon Merion sprang upon him like a vulture, drew the spear from his shoulder, and fell back under cover of his men. Then Polites, own brother of Deiphobus, passed his arms around his waist, and bore him away from the battle till he got to his horses that were standing the rear of the fight with the chariot and their driver. These took him towards the city groaning and in great pain, with the blood flowing from his arm. The others still fought on, and the battle cry rose to heaven without ceasing. Aeneas sprang on Aphareus, son of Calliter, and struck him with a spear in his throat, which was turned towards him. His head fell on one side, his helmet and shield came down along with him, and death, life's foe, was shed around him. Antilochus spied his chance, flew forward towards Thor, and wounded him as he was turning round. He laid open the vein that runs all the way up the back to the neck. He cut this vein clean away throughout its whole course, and Thor fell in the dust face upwards, stretching out his hands imploringly towards his comrades. Antilochus sprang upon him and stripped the armor from his shoulders, glaring round him fearfully as he did so. The Trojans came about him on every side and struck his broad and gleaming shield, but could not wound his body, for Neptune stood guard over the son of Nestor. Though the darts fell thickly round him, he was never clear of the foe, but was always in the thick of the fight. His spear was never idle. He poised and aimed it in every direction, so eager was he to hit someone from a distance, or to fight him hand to hand. As he was thus aiming among the crowd, he was seen by Adamas, son of Aeacus, who rushed towards him and struck him with a spear in the middle of his shield. But Neptune made its point without effect, for he grudged him the life of Antilochus. One half, therefore, of the spear stuck fast like a charred stake in Antilochus' shield, while the other lay on the ground. Adamas then sought shelter under cover of his men, but Meriones followed after and hit him with a spear midway between the private parts and the navel, where a wound is particularly painful to wretched mortals. There did Meriones transfix him, and he writhed convulsively about the spear as some bull whom mountain herdsmen have bound with ropes of withers and are taking away perforce. Even so did he move convulsively for a while, but not for very long, till Meriones came up and drew the spear out of his body, and his eyes were veiled in darkness. Helenus then struck Diporus with a great Thracian sword, hitting him on the temple in close combat, and tearing the helmet from his head. The helmet fell to the ground, and one of those who were fighting on the Achaean side took charge as it rolled at his feet. But the eyes of Diporus were closed in the darkness of death. On this Menelaus was grieved, and made menacingly towards Helenus, brandishing his spear, but Helenus drew his bow, and the two attacked one another at one and the same moment, the one with his spear, and the other with his bow and arrow. The son of Priam hit the breastplate of Menelaus's corselet, but the arrow glanced from off it, as black beans or pulse come pattering down onto a threshing floor from the broad winnowing shovel, blown by shrill winds and shaken by the shovel. Even so did the arrow glance off and recoil from the shield of Menelaus, who in his turn wandered the hand with which Helenus carried his bow. The spear went right through his hand and stuck in the bow itself, so that to his life he retreated under cover of his men, with his hand dragging by his side. For the spear weighed it down till Agenor drew it out and bound the hand carefully up in a woolen sling, which his esquire had with him. Pisander then made straight at Menelaus, his evil destiny, luring him on to his doom, for he was to fall in fight with you, O Menelaus. When the two were hard by one another, the spear of the son of Atreus turned aside, and he missed his aim. Pisander then struck the shield of brave Menelaus, but could not pierce it, for the shield stayed the spear and broke the shaft. Nevertheless he was glad and made sure of victory. Forthwith, however, the son of Atreus drew his sword and sprang upon him. Pisander then seized the bronze battle axe, with its long and polished handle of olive wood, that hung by his side under his shield, and the two made at one another. Pisander struck the peak of Menelaus's crested helmet just under the crest itself, and Menelaus hit Pisander as he was coming towards him, on the forehead, just at the rise of his nose. The bones cracked, and his two bedrabbled eyes fell by his feet in the dust. He fell backwards to the ground, and Menelaus set his heel upon him, stripped him of his armor, and vaunted over him, saying, "Even thus shall you Trojans leave the ships of the Achaeans, proud and insatiate of battle though you be, nor shall you lack any of the disgrace and shame which you have heaped upon myself. Cowardly she-wolves that you are, you feared not the anger of dread Jove, avenger of violated hospitality, who will one day destroy your city. You stole my wedded wife and wickedly carried off much treasure, when you were her guest, and now you would fling fire upon our ships and kill our heroes. A day will come, rage as you may, you shall be stayed, O Father Jove, you who they say art above all, both gods and men, in wisdom, and from whom all things that befall us do proceed. How can you thus favor the Trojans, men so proud and overweening, that they are never tired of fighting? All things pall after a while, sleep, love, sweet song, and stately dance. Still these are things of which a man would surely have his fill, rather than of battle, whereas it is of battle that the Trojans are insatiate." So saying, Menelaus stripped the blood-stained armor from the body of Pisander, and handed it over to his men. Then he again ranged himself among those who were in the front of the fight. Harpalion, son of King Pylaemons, then sprang upon him. He had come fight at Troy along with his father, but he did not go home again. He struck the middle of Menelaus' shield with his spear, but could not pierce it, and to save his life drew back under cover of his men, looking round him on every side lest he should be wounded. But Meriones aimed a bronze-tipped arrow at him as he was leaving the field, and hit him on the right buttock. The arrow pierced the bone through, and penetrated the bladder, so he sat down where he was and breathed his last in the arms of his comrades, stretched like a worm upon the ground, and watering the earth with the blood that flowed from his wound. The brave Paphlagonians tended him with all due care. They raised him into his chariot, and bore him sadly off to the city of Troy. His father went also, with him weeping bitterly. But there was no ransom that could bring his dead son to life again. Paris was deeply grieved by the death of Harpalion, who was his host. When he went among the Paphlagonians, he aimed an arrow, therefore, in order to avenge him. Now there was a certain man named Euchenor, son of Polyidus the prophet, a brave man and wealthy, whose home was in Corinth. This Euchenor had set sail for Troy, well knowing that it would be the death of him, for his good old father Polyidus had often told him that he must either stay at home and die of a terrible disease, or go with the Achaeans and perish the hands of the Trojans. He chose, therefore, to avoid incurring the heavy fine the Achaeans would have laid upon him, and at the same time to escape the pain and suffering of disease. Paris now smote him on the jaw under his ear, whereon the life went out of him, and he was enshrouded in the darkness of death. Thus then did they fight as it were a flaming fire. But Hector had not yet heard, and did not know that the Argives were making havoc of his men on the left wing of the battle. where the Achaeans ere long would have triumphed over them. So vigorously did Neptune cheer them on and help them. He therefore held on at the point where he had first forced his way through the gates and the wall. After breaking through the serried ranks of Danaan warriors, it was here that the ships of Ajax and Protesilaus were drawn up by the sea shore. Here the wall was at its lowest, and the fight both of man and horse raged most fiercely. The Boeotians and the Aenians, with their long tunics, the Locrians, the men of Thea, and the famous force of the Epeans, could hardly stay Hector as he rushed on towards the ships, nor could they drive him from them, for he was as a wall of fire. The chosen men of the Athenians were in the van, led by Menestheus son of Peteos, with whom were also Phaedus, Stichius, and stalwart Bias, Mages son of Philus. Amphion and Dracius commanded the Epeans, while Medon and staunch Darces led the men of Phthia. Of these, Medon was bastard son to Oileus and brother of Ajax, but he lived in Philus away from his own country, for he had killed the brother of his stepmother Areopis, the wife of Ilius. The other, Podarces, was the son of Iphiclus, son of Phylacus. These two stood in the van of the Phaeacians, and defended the ships along with the Boeotians. Ajax, son of Ilius, never for a moment left the side of Ajax, son of Telamon, but as two swart oxen both strain their utmost at the plough which they are drawing in a fallow field, and the sweat steams upwards from about the roots of their horns. Nothing but the yoke divides them as they break up the ground tilled of the field. Even so did she stand shoulder by one another. Even so did Ajaxes stand the two Ajaxes chained the field. Many and brave comrades followed the son of Telamon to relieve him of his shield when he was overcome with sweat and toil. But the Locrians did not follow so close after the son of Ilus, for they could not hold their own in a hand-to-hand fight. They had no bronze helmets with plumes of horse hair. Neither had they shields nor ashen spears, but they had come to Troy armed with bows, and with slings of twisted wool, from which they showered their missiles to break the ranks of the Trojans. The others, therefore, with their heavy armor bore the brunt of the fight, the Trojans, and with Hector, while the Locrians shot from behind under their cover, and thus the Trojans began to lose heart, for the arrows threw them into confusion. The Trojans would now have been driven in sorry plight from the ships and tents back to windy Ilius, had not Polydamas presently said to Hector, "Hector, there is no persuading you to take advice, because heaven has so richly endowed you with the arts of war. You think that you must therefore excel others in counsel, but you cannot thus claim preeminence in all things. Heaven has made one man an excellent soldier, of another it has made a dancer, or a singer and player on the lyre, while yet in another Jove has implanted a wise understanding of which men reap fruit, to the saving of many, and he himself knows more about it than any one. Therefore I will say what I think will be best. The fight has hemmed you in as with a circle of fire, and even now that the Trojans are within the wall. Some stand aloof in full armor, while others are fighting scattered and outnumbered near the ships. Draw back, therefore, and call your chieftains round you, that we may advise together whether to fall now upon the ships, in the hope that heaven may vouchsafe us victory, or to beat a retreat while we can yet safely do so. I greatly fear that the Achaeans will pay us their debt of yesterday in full, for there is one abiding at their ships, who is never weary of battle, and who will not hold aloof much longer." Thus spoke Polydamas, and his words pleased Hector well. He sprang in full armor from his chariot, and said, "Polydamas, gather the chieftains here. I will go yonder into the fight, but will return at once when I have given them their orders." He then sped onward, towering like a snowy mountain, and with a loud cry flew through the ranks of the Trojans and their allies. When they heard his voice, they all hastened to gather round Polydamas, the excellent son of Panthus. But Hector kept on among the foremost, looking everywhere to find Deiphobus and Prince Helenus, Adamas, son of Asius, and Asius, son of Hyrtacus, living indeed, and scathless he could no longer find them, for the two last were lying by the sterns of the Achaean ships, slain by the Argives, while the others had been also stricken and wounded by them. But upon the left wing of the dread battle he found Alexandrus, husband of lovely Helen, cheering his men and urging them on to fight. He went up to him and upbraided him. "Paris," said he, "evil-hearted Paris, fair to see but woman, mad and false of tongue, where are Deiphobus and King Helenus? Where are Adamas, son of Asius, and Asius, son of Hyrtacus? Where too is Orthrinus? Ilias is undone, and will now surely fall." Alexandrus answered, "Hector, why find fault, when there is no one to find fault with? I should hold aloof from battle on any day rather than this, for my mother bore me with nothing of the coward about me. From the moment when you set our men fighting about the ships, we have been staying here and doing battle with Danaans. Our comrades about whom you ask me are dead. Deiphobus and King Helenus alone have left the field, wounded both of them in the hand, but the son of Saturn saved them alive. Now, therefore, lead on where you would have us go, and we will follow with right goodwill. You shall not find us fail you in so far as our strength holds out. But no man can do more than in him lies, no matter how willing he may be." With these words he satisfied his brother, and the two went towards the part of the battle where the fight was thickest, about Cebriones, brave Polydamas, Palses, Orpheus, godlike Polyphetes, Ascanius, and Morris, son of Hippotion, who had come from fertile Ascania on the preceding day to relieve other troops. Then Jove urged them on to fight. They flew forth like the blasts of some fierce wind that strike earth in the van of a thunderstorm. They buffet the salt sea into an uproar, many and the great waves that come crashing in one after the other upon the shore with heads all arching crested foams. Oath did rank, be it rank, Trojans arrayed leader farm in beheiming armor follow onward Even so did encounter with foe. The way was led by Hector son of Priam, peer of murderous Mars, with his round shield before him, his shield of ox, hides covered with plates of bronze, and his gleaming helmet upon his temples. He kept stepping forward under cover of his shield in every direction, making trial of the ranks to see if they would give way before him. But he could not daunt the courage of the Achaeans. Ajax was the first to stride out and challenge him. He cried, he drew near, "Why do you think vainly to dismay the Argives? We Achaeans are excellent soldiers, but the scourge of Jove has fallen heavily upon us. Your heart, forsooth, is set on destroying our ships, but we too have hands that can keep you at bay, and your own fair town shall be sooner taken and sacked by ourselves. The time is near when you shall pray Jove and all the gods in your flight, that your steeds may be swifter than hawks, as they raise the dust on the plain and bear you back to your city." As he was thus speaking, a bird flew by upon his right hand, and the host of the Achaeans shouted, for they took heart at the omen. But Hector answered, "Ajax, braggart and false of tongue, would that I were as sure of being son for evermore to Aegis, bearing Jove, with Queen Juno for my mother, and of being held in like honor with Minerva and Apollo, as I am that this day is big with the destruction of the Achaeans, and you shall fall among them, if you dare abide my spear. It shall rend your fair body, and bid you glut our hounds and birds of prey with your fat and your flesh, as you fall by the ships of the Achaeans." With these words he led the way, and the others followed after with a cry that rent the air, while the host shouted behind them. The Argives on their part raised a shout likewise, nor did they forget their prowess, but stood firm against the onslaught of the Trojan chieftains. And the cry from both the hosts rose up to heaven and to the brightness of Jove's presence.